My brother laughed as I showed up for Christmas, told I wasn't in family anymore. Next morning, he begged when I shut down his business overnight. My name is Elias. I'm 33 years old and haven't seen my family in more than 6 years. I didn't stay away because I wanted to see them. When my mother retired, I would call, text, ship birthday cards, Christmas presents, and even arrange for flowers. They sometimes responded with a simple thank you, and other times they did not answer at all. The distance between us began when I left the nation for employment. I moved to Switzerland first, then to Canada. I always assumed that when I returned, we'd reconnect. I anticipated being welcomed like someone who had been lost for a long time. But I was totally wrong. I finally got some free time this December. I saved up my vacation days, booked plane tickets ahead of time, and arranged everything myself. I didn't inform anyone since I wanted it to be a surprise. I was thinking about how thrilled they would be when I went through the front door. On the plane, I even practiced saying things like, "Guess who's home?" After 14 hours of flying, multiple layovers, and 3 pricey cups of coffee, I arrived fatigued but excited. I believed I was finally back where I belonged. But no one was waiting for me at the airport. At first I assumed they were just running behind. I stood at the baggage claim, watching others hug their families. The throng gradually reduced in size. 30 minutes passed, followed by an hour. I eventually gave up and got into a taxi. Looking back, I should have seen the quiet as a warning. I arrived at the house where I grew up shortly before sunset. The lights were turned on, and cars filled the driveway. Through the glass, I saw my parents, 2 brothers, their wives, and even my cousins gathered around the dinner table laughing. I could hear holiday music playing. I heard dishes and silverware clinking and people toasting. I knocked on the door. No one responded. I knocked again, but this time louder. Finally, the door opened. It was my Uncle Mark, with a drink in his hand. He looked at me as if I were someone from the past, then grinned and said, "Didn't know ghosts got invited." I stepped inside as he stepped to the side, without a smile, hug, or anything kind. The pleasant scene I had envisaged was nowhere to be seen. My mother looked up from her seat, blinked twice, and smiled tightly. "Oh, Elias," she said, as if she had suddenly remembered I was alive. "You're here." My younger brother Ryan laughed mockingly and added, "We moved on without you, man. Don't be in the pictures." "All right," I murmured gently, still in amazement. I looked around the room, expecting that someone would laugh and call it a prank. But everyone kept quiet. Even my father didn't say anything. They all kept eating and giving me awkward looks. My seat at the dinner table was gone. It was not moved. Rather, it was totally replaced by a cabinet. My name was not on the stocking over the fireplace. There was no present for me under the Christmas tree. It felt like I had been entirely eliminated from the family. First. Stood there, frozen. My mother got up and moved closer. She leaned forward and urged quietly, "Please don't start anything." I wanted to respond. I wished to talk. But I couldn't say anything. I just nodded. Then I walked out into the cold, closing the door behind me. That night, I checked into a modest hotel near the interstate. There was no Christmas tree or huge supper, only a vending machine burrito and the heartbreaking realization that I no longer had a genuine family. I did not message them. I did not post anything online. I did not even cry. I sat in silence. The following morning, I flew back to Canada. Nobody sent a text. Nobody called. The silence seemed to be louder than the words. For the next 2 months, I remained quiet. I went to work, ate, and then slept. But the pain inside continued to simmer, like a gentle burn. Nonetheless, something within me began to alter. That moment at the front door, being treated like a stranger by the folks who reared me, sparked something within me. I didn't seek vengeance right away. I just wanted tranquility. But when I reflected on what had transpired, I understood that they had not simply forgotten about me. They decided to push me out. That was not an accident. It was on purpose. I began sorting through old texts, emails, and photos. I began to see something I hadn't noticed before. They had gradually removed me from group conversations, organized family activities without my knowledge, and uploaded images with captions like, "Everyone's here." I recall transferring money to my father when he mentioned that he needed help fixing the roof. I remember buying a tablet for my niece to help her with schoolwork and never receiving a thank you. I had backed them from afar. I was the one they could bank on to be successful in life. They used to show me off, Elias the traveler and Elias the businessman. But now that I wasn't assisting them anymore, it didn't matter. The term that came to mind was not liked, but useful. So I made a decision. It was not emotional, it wasn't loud. It was plain and final. I contacted a lawyer I knew in the United States, who I had previously worked with on a commercial arrangement. I handed him a detailed list of everything I had helped my parents obtain over the years. Others of those goods were in my name, others I co-signed for, and others I paid in full based on their promise to repay me later. I wanted to know what I could legally undo. We spent the next 3 weeks gathering all necessary paperwork, including mortgage records, bank transactions, and property ownership papers. I had no idea how much I had done for them until I saw everything all in one place. I paid the down payment for the family's Lake Tahoe cabin. I co-signed for my mother's car, which was tied to my credit. Ryan's business financing enabled me to fund the entire project. Every dollar came from me. They didn't just put me aside, they constructed their lives with my money and then excluded me like I was a stranger. So, rather of being angry, I began the process with care. Steps taken quietly, legally, and carefully. A slight adjustment here, a pullback there. Everything is clean and said aloud. I wasn't trying to ruin anyone's life. I just wanted mine back. Around 2 months after Christmas, the first signals of problems appeared. My father left a voicemail. "Hey son, something weird. The bank says the Tahoe place needs a new appraisal before the loan goes through. Can you call me?" I didn't respond. Then a group text came up. "Anyone know why the business accounts are frozen? Signed, Elias." I didn't respond. I left it to read. The true mayhem began last night at roughly 10:40 p.m. My phone kept vibrating. I ignored it. After multiple alerts, I eventually looked at the screen. It was Lena, my sister. We hadn't spoken for more than a year. Her message was in all capital letters. "What did you do?" This was followed by 3 missed calls. Then came the storm. There were numerous messages of anger, fear, and desperation. Something had finally broken. The chain reaction I started had reached a tipping point, and I simply sat there, staring at my phone. For the first time in years, I did not relocate. I felt relaxed. So I didn't respond to Lena's shouting text, Ryan's 5-paragraph rant that began with, "What is wrong with you?" and finished with, "This is family, man," and certainly not to my mother's brief but frigid message. "You've made your point. Come fix this before it's too late." I sat and watched the group chat fill up with panic and inquiries. They were trying to figure out what I had done, who had told me something, why the bank was now preventing them from renewing their mortgage, and why Ryan's company account was being checked. Lena messaged again. This time, it was terrified, not angry. "Elias, please, Dad's freaking out. They're saying the house might not be safe. What's going on?" I slumped back in my chair, sitting calmly in my flat in Canada, isolated from everything. I drew a deep breath, not because I was glad, but because I could now see clearly. I was not being cruel. I was done. There is a distinction. But allow me to take a step back. You should know what I truly did, because it wasn't as dramatic as they imagined. There were no threats or illicit tricks, only properly applied pressure. Like removing one hefty plate from an unstable stack and seeing the others tumble down on their own. First there was the Lake Tahoe cabin. Years ago I co-signed on that house and provided the down payment so my parents could retire in a peaceful environment. My father had stated it was only temporary, until we sold the previous house. But the transaction never happened, so I continued to cover the extra payments. I had never given them complete ownership, so legally, half of it was still mine. All I did was submit a request to confirm my share. I wasn't forcing them to sell, I just wanted the record to indicate that a portion of it belonged to me. That simple move stopped their refinancing procedure. Then came my mother's automobile. I co-signed her lease in 2019. Her credit was damaged due to medical expenditures she never informed us about. The lease was still in my name, so I called the dealership and informed them that I would not be renewing or signing anything further. She had 2 choices: purchase the automobile altogether or return it. It wasn't emotional, it was business. Then there was Ryan's company, and this portion was genuinely satisfying. Ryan had implored me 3 years ago to help him launch a boutique workout company. I had sent Ryan $35,000 to assist him as a silent partner. There was no written pact, only trust among brothers. But I was not reckless. I transferred the funds through an old holding company I owned in Switzerland from a previous business. That meant, officially, his company had a foreign investor. So when I instructed my lawyer to officially eliminate that company's interest, it prompted a financial review. His business account was detected by the bank's compliance division and suspended while they investigated everything. He tried to phone me 3 times in a row. I disregarded them. Then he sent a voice message. "Bro, what are you doing? I've got payroll, I've got suppliers, I didn't even bother to open the next few messages. I knew there'd be more guilt trips. The biggest surprise came from Lena. She had always been the peacekeeper, attempting to keep things quiet. She sent me a lengthy, emotional note, claiming that everyone had been harmed by my overreaction. That word overreacting was like being removed from Christmas. As if I was making a huge deal over something minor. "You could have just talked to us," she wrote. "Why are you punishing everyone?" I stared at the message for a long time. Punishing. That is how they viewed it. Not defending myself. Not setting boundaries. Just punishment. I didn't respond. Instead, I scheduled an appointment with my accountant the next day. We discussed cutting off the last link of my donations to the family trust. For nearly 10 years, I had been making monthly payments to the pooled trust fund. They referred to it as a rainy day account, but it was not limited to crises. It included birthday parties, house renovations, spa days, and Ryan's second honeymoon. I have receipts to show it all. I instructed my accountant to liquidate my portion of the trust and return any remaining funds. That same afternoon, he sent over the paperwork, which I signed without hesitation. That evening, my father called. This is not an SMS call. I didn't respond. He called back and left a voicemail. His voice sounded tired and slower than I remember. "Elias, it's me. I really need to talk to you. We didn't mean to leave you out. Your mom's crying. Ryan's in trouble. You made your point. Please, can we talk?" I listened to the entire thing. I then removed it. Later that night, I received an email from Lena. She included a snapshot from Christmas Day. Everyone was at the supper table: Mom, Dad, Ryan, and Lena. They laughed and raised their glasses. My seat was still missing. Her message reads, "We didn't mean to exclude you. We just thought you wouldn't come. You never do." Then another line. "Can we fix this? Just tell us what you want." That's when I realized they still couldn't understand. They assumed this was about money, chairs, presents, and property, but it was not. It was about feeling invisible. About giving so much of oneself that you disappear unless someone requires anything from you. It was about stepping into your childhood home and being treated like a burden rather than a member of the family. So I responded. It remained in my drafts for hours as I considered sending it. It started with, "I don't want anything," and concluded with, "I just want to be free of you." But I have not sent it yet. Because I still had one more thing to do. This final move was not about seeking vengeance. It was about letting go so people couldn't dismiss it as if I was unhappy, theatrical, or going through something. Because I knew them. I knew they would wait for me like bad weather. They'd complain in private, mutter about my childish behavior, and be surprised when I didn't show up for Christmas the following year. After a few months, someone, most often my mother, would write me a kind little greeting. "Hope you're feeling better now." As if I'd had a rough week. That's why I needed to ensure it was final. The next morning, I made 2 calls. The first was to a real estate agent in Colombia, who had previously assisted my parents in purchasing the Tahoe cabin years ago. I informed her I was considering forcing a sale unless the co-owners offered to acquire my share immediately away. No discount, just the full market price. I still had the original purchase paperwork, which included my name. She paused. I did not. "They can't say I wasn't involved," I informed her. "My name's on the deed. I want what's mine." The second call was difficult. It was for a notary service. I'd already prepared a letter, not a message or an email, but a printed letter that would be mailed to each of them: Mom, Dad, Ryan, Lena, and even Uncle Mark, whose laugh at the door echoed in my head. It was just 2 pages long. The first page was concise and clear. It stated that I was officially breaking all personal and financial ties, effective immediately. There are no more pooled bank accounts, no more co-signed duties, there will be no more payments to the family trust. Any money or assistance they owed me was no longer owed, not forgiven, but just completed. I didn't want anything from them anymore. The second page took me longer to write. It wasn't filled with rage. I did not yell or blame, I just told the truth. I wrote about the airport and how it felt to step off a 14-hour flight only to find no one there. I described how I stood at the door of my old house and heard my uncle laugh at me, as if I were a stranger. Who got lost? I wrote about Ryan's statement, "We moved on without you," and how it impacted me harder than anything physical could. I mentioned the vacant chair at the table, the missing Christmas stocking, and how my mother said, "Just don't start anything," as if I were the problem for merely being present. Then I penned the line I had been thinking about since that day. "You didn't forget me. You erased me. And now I'm doing the same." There were no threats or accusations, only the facts. I concluded the letter with, "I truly wish you well, but I'm not part of this family." I signed it, had it notarized, and delivered each copy via courier with a tracking number. They had already set off that night. The next day I opened WhatsApp for the first time in a while, and there were over 70 unread messages. I did not respond to any of them. Lena had emailed some old images from when we were kids. One was of us at the lake, wearing our ridiculous floaties. Another image shows me helping Ryan blow out candles at a birthday party. She included a note. "This is who we really are. Please don't throw it away." I nearly gave in. But then I remembered the one event that stung the most. Not the laughs. Not the missing chair. It was at that point that I stood inside the house, utterly silent, hoping and asking that someone, anyone, would glance up and say, "We missed you." But nobody said anything. Not even a glance. Just silence. Like I didn't belong. As if I were not a part of them. They had let me go a long time ago. All I was doing now was making it a reality. 2 days later the letters arrived. Ryan posted a story on Instagram showing a black screen with the words, "Some things you can't undo." Lena sent me one final message. No pictures or lengthy text. Just, "Okay. I got your letter. I guess this is it then. I wish things were different." I did not open it. However, around 2:13 a.m., my phone buzzed again. A new message arrived from an unfamiliar phone number. I opened it, and my stomach fell. It came from my father. Only 4 words. "I talked to Ben." That was it. No punctuation, there's no explanation. But something about it seemed odd. I visited Ben's Facebook profile. I then checked Ryan's page. An hour previously, he had shared a snapshot of a hospital hallway. Demain sois quiet, cold. His caption reads, "Family is complicated. Sometimes you don't get a second chance." I froze. I wasn't sure what it meant. I wasn't sure if this was a trick, or if something serious had occurred. I stared at the hallway photo for a long time. There were no names or details. Just that calm corridor that reminded me of every hospital I'd ever been where someone had died. And I felt it despite everything, including the stillness, the fake grins, and the way they shoved me out. The old urge. The one that compelled me to correct things. To call. To aid. To go back. But I did not move. Not yet. I simply stared at the message again. "I talked to Ben." The message simply sat there. Like a silent bomb composed of words. No emotion. There are no details. There's no explanation. I spoke to Ben. Ben. My uncle. The same man who opened the door on Christmas Eve and laughed at me. The same dude who drove me to baseball practice and made stupid jokes in the batting cages. He was now reduced to a name, with no Facebook profile and hospital rumors circling about him. I typed a reply. "What happened?" No response. I waited 1 hour. Nothing. Another hour. Still nothing. By the next morning I had learned the truth from Lena. She called. I hadn't planned to pick up. I had no good reason to. But part of me became bored of not knowing. "Elias," she answered. Her voice sounded scratchy and exhausted, as if she hadn't slept. "Ben had a stroke. They think it started Saturday night. He didn't call anyone, and no one checked on him until Monday, when he didn't show up for lunch." I did not say anything. I just listened. "They found him on the floor of his living room," she continued. "Dehydrated, confused. He couldn't move his left side." Still, I remained mute. "He's slower now. He's awake, but his words are slurred." She paused, took a long breath, and said, "He asked for you." My mouth became dry. "Me?" "Yeah," she replied. "He said he wanted to talk, to make something right." A long hush followed. "I don't think he has much time left," Lena added sadly. "Dad's already there, Ryan too." I leaned on my kitchen counter, my heart thumping. I did not even like Ben. Aside from that vicious chuckle, I hadn't given him any thought. But something felt odd. This was not about money or favors. It seemed like it needed to end correctly. I asked her for the hospital's name. 3 hours later, I was aboard a plane. I did not tell anyone. I did not text. I did not post anything online. I just gone. The hospital was modest and tidy, tucked away in a quiet neighborhood where you could hear birds outside the window. I went straight to the front desk and gave my name. The nurse gave me a kind glance and directed me to room 204. When I walked in, the lights were low. The curtains were halfway open. Machines beeped quietly in the background. Uncle Mark lay in bed, skinny and pallid. He gently turned toward the door. His eyes brightened up slightly. "Elias," he muttered. I froze for a second before walking inside and pulling up a chair. I did not touch him. I did not hug him. "I didn't think you'd come," he murmured, each syllable sounding like it cost him a sliver of power. "Neither did I answered. There was a lengthy silence, only the machinery humming between us. "I messed up," he finally admitted. "That night. Christmas." I had a quiet laugh. I wasn't sure what else to do. "You walked in and everyone froze," according to him. I was drunk. I said something cruel to break the tension. But it just made things worse. He coughed weakly. I still did not speak. "I heard about the trust, the cabin, the business stuff. I get it. I don't blame you." He sniffled. "You always were the one who kept receipts." Another pause. "I'm not asking for forgiveness. I just wanted to say this before it's too late. I saw you, kid. Always did. Even when they didn't." My throat felt tight. But I did not move. "I know it's late for that," he said. We sat silently for a while. I stared at him, the same man who had once taught me how to replace a tire, now a shadow of himself. Despite everything, I could not bring myself to dislike him. When I finally rose up to leave, he grabbed my wrist. "I'm proud of you," he muttered. "Don't let them pull you back in." I nodded. Then I walked out. Outside the room, I ran into Ryan. His eyes expanded. "You came?" I didn't respond. He looked weary, with a disheveled sweatshirt, oily hair and stress written all over him. "I didn't know it had gotten this bad," he remarked quietly. "With you. With us." I raised an eyebrow. "You told me we moved on without you. That wasn't heat of the moment stuff. That was something you'd been thinking for a while." He grimaced. "I thought you didn't care anymore. You were always gone traveling, working. I figured you were just better than us." "I was trying," I said, my tone rougher than I intended. "Trying to stay in touch. You all didn't just stop calling. You erased me. And I still sent gifts. I still showed up." Ryan stared at the floor. "I screwed up," he said. "No," I responded. "You all did. Together." He nodded slowly. "Can we fix it?" That was the question they all wanted to ask. I gave it serious thought. I sat with it. Then I eventually replied, "No." Ryan's eyes widened. "I don't hate you," I clarified. "But I'm done hoping to be noticed. I'm done being the backup plan for people who treat me like I don't belong until they need something. So that's it. For now. Okay?" Ryan seemed to want to say more, perhaps argue. But he did not. He simply stepped aside and let me pass. That evening, before leaving, I paid a visit to my childhood home. Just one more time. No one was home. They were probably still in the hospital. I did not go inside. I simply stood on the sidewalk, gazing at the front door. The same one I used to run through on my birthday, complete with skinned knees and balloons. Then I turned to walk away. When I returned to Canada, I did not cry. I did not become angry. I simply moved on with my life. I closed down all joint accounts. I sold my Tahoe property to a neutral third party. There's no drama. Simply a tidy transaction. Around a month later, Lena sent another note. She claimed Ben died quietly. She informed me that Dad cried for the first time in years, that Mom had been quiet. Ryan closed his business. She also stated that she understands why I did what I did. I thanked her. Then she questioned if I would ever return, even for a coffee. I told her maybe. But deep down, I already knew the answer. Not because I was upset. Not out of bitterness. But for the first time I was not simply surviving in someone else's story. I was finally living alone. My family kicked me out on my birthday after I refused to pay my brother's $100,000 debt. So I walked away, blew up their reputation with one email. "Happy birthday, Liam. my mother began, her voice upbeat and phony, as if she hadn't just guilt-tripped me an hour before for not volunteering to pay off John's vehicle loan. I sat at the end of the dining table, a slice of store-bought cake in front of me, and half-melted wax dripped from a crooked 30 candle. My father slouched across from me, one arm lazily stretched over the chair and the other holding a beer. My brother John, 28, unemployed and evidently averse to responsibilities, was scrolling through his phone with one hand while messaging with the other, using his new iPhone, which I had purchased. So I said, clearing my throat. My heart was racing, but I tried to remain calm. "We need to talk about the money." Dad grunted. Mom blinked. John did not look up. "I can't keep covering everything," I admitted. "I'm trying to build a future for myself. I've been paying the mortgage here, covering utilities, groceries. I paid off John's second DUI fine last year. I need to cut back." John looked up. "You're acting like it's charity." I stared at him. "It is." He laughed. "Wow, okay then." Dad leaned forward, eyes furrowed as if I had just offended the Pope. "Then start with your brother's six-figure debt. That's the real issue, isn't it?" Mom gave him a sideways look, as if she wished he hadn't said it aloud. John became quite still. "I'm not paying that," I replied quietly. "That's not my responsibility." The room got frigid. Nobody moved. Dad leaned back, his lips twisting into a scowl. "Well," she replied. "Guess we know where you stand." When I returned from work the next day, my belongings, including my clothes, books, tools, and the laptop I used to freelance, were neatly arranged on the porch. The locks had changed. There was a note pinned to the door. "Consider what you done." That is all it said. I remained there for quite some time, marveling at my mother's handwriting, which was crisp, exact, and unmistakable. I did not knock. I did not yell. I did not cry. I took a big breath, grabbed my stuff, and walked away. I then scheduled the message. The following morning, everything changed. To understand how we ended up with a birthday eviction and a note that felt like a slap, you have to go back 10 years. I was 20 years old when John totaled his first car. Of course they were drunk. Mom cried. Dad screamed. And I, the golden oldest son with a steady job and no record, paid the tow fee and gave him a $3,000 loan for repairs. He never repaid it. It was supposed to be a one-time occurrence, but it somehow established a pattern. When John dropped out of college, it was my responsibility for not assisting him with his studies. When he lost 3 jobs in a year, I received a lesson on how some people simply struggle more. When he overdrafted his account, Mom would call me, soft and guilt-ridden. "Liam, sweetheart, he's your brother. Can't you just cover it this once?" I always did. I paid the rent when John was evicted. I paid the insurance for his car, which he drove to parties while I walked to work. I bought groceries, paid our parents' property taxes when they fell behind, and still managed to pay for night classes to earn my electrical system certification. All the while, John spent his days in the basement, working on music and doing nothing productive. What is the worst part? He did not even pretend to be grateful. He acted as if it was owed to him. "Liam's doing great," he'd add, waving his hand as if I were a faceless ATM. "He's got it. That's what big brothers are for." My parents ate it up. I could have moved out. But every time I mentioned it, Mom would get teary-eyed and say, "This house only feels like a home with you in it." Dad would remark, "Don't be dramatic," and remind me that I only paid a percentage of the costs, such as the phone plan, which wasn't enough. "What about John?" He'd smirk and say, "Why leave when you've got it so good?" Yes, I had it nice. I was working 60-hour weeks and barely seeing daylight, while my brother borrowed money from me to buy new headphones. I was skipping lunch to save money, while Dad used my paycheck to repair the air conditioner and encouraged me to be thankful I didn't have to deal with a landlord. It all boiled over 2 months before my birthday. I had just gotten home from a 14-hour shift when I saw John preparing a party. My gaming PC, which I had built piece by piece over 5 years, was set up in the living room and connected to his sound system. His friends had passed out on the couch. Beer bottles cluttered the floor. My keyboard was sticky. I did not yell. I just unplugged everything and returned everything to my room. The next morning, Mom gave me a lecture. "You embarrassed him," she continued, her tone caustic. "His friends saw you storming around like a maniac." "They were using my stuff," I explained. "It's not just your house," she retorted. "Everything here is shared." The term shared struck me like a slap. Shared like the mortgage I paid, the groceries I purchased, and the electricity payment that physically came out of my account. That night, I reviewed my finances. I was really near. With just a few more months of savings, I'll be able to leave for good this time. Then John had a wonderful new business idea: cryptocurrency trading. He invested $25,000 from his school loans, which he had no intention of repaying, and lost everything in 2 weeks. He blamed the app, the market, and his buddies. He then turned to me. "You could spot me 10 grand, he remarked, as if he were requesting a ride to the shop. Just to get me back on track." I laughed. And for the first time in years I declined. That's when the tone changed. I wasn't dependable anymore. I was selfish, ungrateful, elitist. "You think you're better than us now?" Dad inquired one night after supper. "Just because you've got a little money in the bank?" "I'm not better," I said. "I'm just tired." The next morning, John sent a tweet that he assumed I wouldn't see. It said, "Some people only give when they believe they can control you. Cut them off and let their true face appear." He received over 300 likes. I didn't say anything. Then came my birthday, and I foolishly and naively believed that we may be able to keep things amicable. A calm dinner. A tiny cake. There's no drama. Instead, I faced an ambush. Dad kept his eyes on me the entire time, daring me to bring up money. John is cracking jokes about how I should open my trust money, which does not exist. Mom smiled too brightly, as if she could keep everything under control with enough forced enthusiasm. The dam broke when I eventually declared, "I can't keep paying for everything." "Then start with your brother's 6-figure debt," Dad remarked, not as a joke or a challenge but as an expectation. And when I replied no, they did not dispute. They simply threw me out like rubbish. But they made a mistake. They forgot who taught me to be silent, to be patient, to never react. This time, I had a plan. I did not respond to their note. I did not knock. I did not text. Did not cry. I just scooped up my things, threw what I could into the back seat of my old Toyota, and drove to the cheapest motel I could find. One of those wayside motels where the air smelled like cigarettes and the vending machine ate your money without hesitation. I sat at the edge of the bed, the note still crumpled in my fist. "Consider what you did." I did. I thought long and hard. Then I scheduled the message. See, throughout the years, I've learned a few things, one of which is that each family has its own tale, or folklore that they tell themselves. Ours went like this. Liam is dependable. Liam is always helpful. Liam always shows up. And because he always shows up, we can do whatever we like. They had no idea I'd been recording everything for the past 2 years, including every Venmo request, invoice, transfer, every time I helped someone out. I saved the receipt. Every passive-aggressive message, every guilt trip, every time they stated, "You're being dramatic," when I begged for boundaries was recorded, saved, and dated. Then there was the letter I wrote months ago, before my birthday, when I first considered leaving. It was not a farewell letter. It was a confession about everything. How I paid off my second mortgage without informing them since the bank called me, not them. How I discovered John had stolen my identity to apply for a $15,000 personal loan, which was denied, thank God, but the inquiry remained on my credit report. How my parents knew and advised me not to seek charges. "Family sticks together," they remarked. I was stuck. Until I did not. That morning, after I was kicked out of the house I had paid for, I hit send. I didn't simply send it to them. I forwarded it to our entire family. My godmother in Tampa, Uncle Rob in New Jersey, my mother's relatives, my father's siblings, their church group, and everyone else. Along with the receipts, screenshots, bank records, text messaging, vocal recordings, everything is properly ordered. I even attached a spreadsheet titled, "What Liam Actually Paid For." It became viral within our family in less than an hour. By lunchtime, my phone had 26 missed calls from Mom and 8 from Dad. John did not call. He sent one text message. "You didn't have to do that." It was frigid. I didn't respond. At 12:37 p.m., my Aunt Sylvia, whom I hadn't seen in years, sent me this message. "Good for you. I've always known they were using you. I'm proud of you, honey." Then came the fallout. Apparently, my parents' reputation in their small suburban bubble meant more to them than I realized. The picture of the ideal, close-knit, morally upright family was destroyed. People began asking questions. Why was Liam paying the bills while John was on vacation? Why did the note on the door resemble something from a Lifetime movie? Why did John get new headphones, footwear and tattoos while unemployed? Why did Liam reside in the basement as if he were a tenant, despite paying for everything? Dad tried spinning it. We were giving him structure, he informed a relative. It was all agreed upon. Wrong move. I had attached a recording from the night they kicked me out. I'd been recording with my phone, which I had placed into my jacket pocket before supper. The voice note was very clear. Dad. Then start with your brother's debts. Me. I am not paying that. Dad. Now get out. Mom. Consider what you did. They could not spin that. The kicker? I also reported a stolen identity case. I'd let it slide the first time. No more. When the police arrived at the house to question John about the bogus loan attempt, things became heated. A neighbor captured everything on video. Angry voices, a slammed door, and John ranting something about how he deserved a break. Someone, perhaps my mother, yelled, "We told you not to make this worse." That clip was shared on the local neighborhood Facebook group, and just like that, the family that used to gossip about other people's dramas became front-page news. I didn't see it happen. I was too busy moving into my new downtown apartment, a one-bedroom above a flower shop. Quiet. Sunlight in the morning. A kitchen that did not smell of previous disputes. I paid the deposit with money that I should have saved all along. That night, I sat on the couch with no TV, only my laptop and some takeout, and watched the madness develop from afar. They tried calling me again. Dozens of times. When I did not respond, Mom showed up at my workplace. She waited in the lobby, her eyes red, carrying a Tupperware of my favorite dish as if it had been used for years. I met her outside. She opened her mouth, but I interrupted her. "I'm not coming back," I explained. "Calm, even cold, Liam," she murmured. "You're tearing this family apart." I laughed. "No," I replied. "I just stopped holding it together." She flinched. And for once, I did not feel guilty. That was the moment everything changed. Not only the familial dynamic. I could finally see them clearly. Not like powerless parents. Not as a struggling brother. But as people who had made decisions repeatedly, they were now experiencing the repercussions. It's strange how silence can seem louder than screaming. For the first time in my life, I wasn't woken up by the sound of John's music rattling the drywall, or Dad throwing a tantrum while wearing a polo shirt. I wasn't avoiding Mom's passive-aggressive moods, waiting for the next emotional minefield. Instead, I experienced quiet. In the morning, I made coffee without checking to see if someone had used the last of the milk. I could leave my wallet on the counter without worrying that it would go gone. I wasn't required to justify every purchase, boundary, or breath. Nobody asked for money. Nobody requested explanations. Nobody texted me just to manipulate me. It was unsettling at first. I kept expecting the silence to cease, as if I'd walk in the door and find John sprawled on my couch, shoes on the cushions, begging if I could locate him again. But they never arrived. The calls did not stop at first. Mom left lengthy voicemails, her voice weak and laced with guilt. "Liam, this isn't you. You've always been the strong one, the helper. Please don't let pride ruin our family." Dad sent only one text message. "You should be proud of yourself." I did not respond. Eventually the communications slowed and ceased. 3 weeks after moving out, I received a letter. Handwritten. From John. It was surprisingly brief. "I am aware that I made a mistake. I was only doing what they always allowed me to do. But now everything has turned against me. Mom and Dad are in a mess. Nobody talks to us anymore. You blew everything apart. I hope it was worth it. No apologies. Only blame." That explained all I needed to know. I didn't respond. Instead, I set to work restoring what they attempted to take from me. I signed up for a coding boot camp, which I'd wanted to do for years but had put off because we need help with the bills this month. I began freelancing in the evenings, saving for the future I desired, not the one they forced me to fund. I found genuine friends. People who asked for nothing except honesty. People who were more concerned with who I was than with how much money I made. I joined a local climbing gym. I rediscovered my affinity for movement and risk. For pushing myself on my own terms. Not hauling people who refuse to move. Therapy was also helpful. It turns out that years of being the fixer leave unseen marks. My therapist referred to it as parentification, which occurs when a youngster is expected to act emotionally and financially like an adult. She helped me realize that I was never selfish. I was fatigued. Meanwhile, In the old house, they imploded. Mom needed to go back to work. She despised it. She'd spent the last decade playing home manager with someone else's money. Mine. Dad began drinking more. He apparently got into a heated argument with a neighbor who inquired about Liam's circumstances. According to what I've heard, John has finally landed a job at the gas station. It lasted for 6 days. He then blamed the manager, as he always does. Extended relatives withdrew. They had seen too much. I heard too much. The evidence did not support the myth of our happy little family, and I didn't care. For the first time in my life, I wasn't attempting to repair it. I did not go to Thanksgiving. I spent it with a friend's family, who joked at the dinner table rather than walking on eggshells. I brought pies. They called me family, and they meant it. At Christmas, I received a card from my godmother. Inside was a brief note. You deserved better. And you finally claimed it. I am proud of you. I sobbed while reading it. Not because I was sad, because for the first time, I felt understood. You know what happens after you start fire? In your previous life? Nothing. There are no big explosions. No last-minute reconciliations. Just silence. And it is the most beautiful thing I have ever heard. For the first time in 3 decades, my phone did not ring with guilt-inducing texts or last-minute money pleas. There were no urgent calls about John losing his license, Dad needing help with his taxes, or Mom crying because we no longer feel like a family. They expected me to crawl back. They always have. They assumed I'd feel guilty. They expected me to feel alone. But this is what happened. I felt free. I could breathe. I could stand in my own space, which I had paid for, furnished and cleaned, without fear of someone stealing my food, taking my keys, or threatening my future. I'd been carrying my family on my shoulders for so long that I forgot how it felt to walk erect. To live for oneself. To be unnecessary. They used to refer to me as the family's backbone. No, I was the fuse. And now that I'm gone, the fire they kindled around me can only spread back to them. 2 months after the incident, I ran into John. Of course, it was in a petrol station. He was behind the counter with a crooked name tag. Eyes are sunken. He still had that phony swagger, but it looked worn out, like a poor imitation of a better version of himself. Liam, he answered, smirked. Didn't expect to see you in town? I just nodded. He leaned in. You know you really screwed things up for them, right? I blinked. You mean when I stopped paying your debt? He shrugged. They're still dealing with the fallout. You really made a mess. I looked him dead in the eyes. You're mistaking me cleaning up my life for ruining yours. Then I paid for my gas and left him gaping at the door as if he couldn't believe the ATM had walked away. He still doesn't understand it. Neither of them do. Because people like John do not learn from the repercussions. Not till the funds run out. The spotlight fades. And I'm not going to remain around to see how that lesson plays out. Here's what no one tells you about leaving a dysfunctional family. The distance is not what hurts. It is the understanding that you have never been loved unconditionally. You were useful. Valued for your silence, sacrifice, and bank account. But love without respect is not love. It is leverage. So, when people ask, would you ever speak to them again? I do not hesitate. Because I finally value myself more than their approval. I used to want their affirmation as much as oxygen. Every good grade, every promotion, every loan I repaid. A fervent hope that this time they would notice me. However, they only saw what I could do for them. Never knew who I was beneath it. I now see myself. A man paid off 3 mortgages that were not his. A man stayed up late to tutor his brother, who never tried. A man who kept the lights on in a home that always made him feel like a visitor. And finally, a man declared, no more. I created a new life from the ground up. This time, the basis is not based on guilt or responsibility. It is serene. It is a decision. It is I spend my weekends hiking, reading, and attending classes. I'm learning photography, which I've been putting off for years due to other pressing financial obligations. I'm dating someone who does not need saving. Who asks about my day. Who doesn't call me selfish for setting boundaries. Sometimes late at night, I lie in bed and reminisce about the youngster I used to be. The one who walked gingerly through his own home. Who handed over his paycheck in a ritualistic manner. Who believed that if he worked hard enough, they would love him the proper way. And I whisper. You got out. You made it. You don't owe them silence anymore. Let them chatter. Allow them to twist the story. Let them label me ungrateful, theatrical, and cold. Because here's the truth: they'll never speak in public. Without me, their system failed. Their falsehoods were ineffective without me. Without me, the truth eventually emerged. Loud. Raw. Undeniable. And I didn't even need to yell. I just walked away. And occasionally, the quietest act of disobedience is keeping the door locked. Paid rent to parents, as they hid my $50,000 college fund and gave it to sister. I called Grandpa. Now they're out of the will, and I own the bakery. For context, I recently graduated from college, but my route was not simple. It all began when I was 18 and my parents pulled a stunt. Let me break it down for you. It was the summer following high school. I was excited to start community college in the fall. I chose a school near to home because, let's be honest, college is expensive, and commuting seemed like the sensible option. Plus, I had some savings from my part-time cafe work and was counting on my parents' help to get through this, so I believed I'd be fine. My parents sat me at the kitchen table one evening. I assumed it would be one of those normal, "we're so proud of you" conversations. But no. Instead, I received the "you're an adult now" speech. You know the one. It's time to live on your own terms. You need to understand the value of money. Blah blah blah. Then my mother said, "We've decided not to pay for your college. You'll have to figure it out on your own." My stomach fell. It wasn't like I expected them to pay for everything, but not a single penny? No assistance with tuition, books, or even gas for commuting? It felt like a slap in the face. But wait, things get better. My father, who is usually the quiet one, said, "If you want to live here, you'll need to start paying rent and your own groceries. It's only fair." I just sat there thinking, what the hell? I mean, I was still in my childhood bedroom, sleeping under middle school posters, and now they wanted rent from me on top of everything else? To set the stage, my folks are not in financial difficulty. My mom is an accountant, and my father is a project manager. They are doing nicely. They weren't having me pay rent because they needed the money. They were doing so to teach me responsibility. Meanwhile, my younger sister Lux, who was 16 years old at the time, was living the life of a princess. Lux has always been the golden child, a straight-A student, captain of the cheer squad, and everyone's favorite. My folks almost worship her. I'd want to say I confronted my parents right then and there, but I didn't. I didn't want to create drama or appear ungrateful. I reasoned, all right, I'll pay the rent and work my way through college. I've always been independent. But deep inside, I was outraged. Rent was not the only thing I had to worry about. Tuition, books, gas, and groceries all mounted up. I started taking on extra shifts at the cafe, often working late into the night. In addition, I took on modest baking jobs, such as creating cupcakes and cookies for parties. It felt like I was always working, and no matter how much I earned, it was never enough. But I kept going because I wanted to be ready when school started. Moving out crossed my mind more times than I can remember. I've even started looking for apartments near campus, but the rent in my region is outrageous. Like, how can people afford this? Every place I looked at was out of my price range, even if I got roommates. I rapidly realized that moving out was not an option. Not yet, anyhow. So I struck a pact with myself. I would stay at home till I graduated. I'd keep my head down, save as much money as possible, and then cut them off totally once I had enough. That became my motivation. Every late-night shift, every dollar saved, every missed outing with friends, it was all part of my plan to leave and never look back. However, sticking around proved difficult. Mom and Dad didn't make things any better. They began asking for rent before I even started lessons. They would frequently remind me of my rent due date, even if I was only a day or two away from paying it. It wasn't like I was late or anything. They simply loved to put it over my head. Meanwhile, they were showering Lux with presents as if it was Christmas every week. They once took her shopping for a new cheerleading uniform and ended up buying her entire wardrobe. She returned home with bags full of clothes, shoes, and accessories, grinning from ear to ear. I asked Mom if they might at least help me with my textbooks for the semester, which was starting soon. She just looked at me and said, "Ellie, you need to learn to budget better. Lux doesn't have these kinds of expenses." That hurt. It wasn't just the money. It was how unconcerned they seemed about what I was going through. Lux did not make things any easier. She is not a nasty person, but she is clearly spoiled. She gloated about her new clothes or griped about how difficult cheer practice was, while I was surviving on 3 hours of sleep, juggling a job and saving for college. One night I got home fatigued from a double shift and found her sitting on the couch with her new AirPods. "Oh, Mom and Dad got these for me," she answered nonchalantly, as if it didn't matter. "You should get some too. They're amazing." I simply looked at her and replied, "Yeah, maybe when I don't have to pay rent." She rolled her eyes and returned to scrolling through TikTok. There were times when I wanted to scream, telling my parents how unjust it was. But I knew it wouldn't make any difference. They had a golden child and I was just paying the rent. So I remained silent and concentrated on my escape strategy. College was meant to be an exciting new chapter in my life, but it seemed more like survival mode from the beginning. I expected to have enough time to find my feet, establish a rhythm, and perhaps even have some fun. But, nah. Between school, work, and my parents continually harping on me about rent, I was pretty much running on empty all the time. I was awake at 6 a.m. Every day, I'd get out the door at 7 a.m. and attend morning classes at my community college. I'd try to study between lectures, but by noon, I'd be hurrying to the cafe for my shift. Most days I'd work until 9 or 10 p.m., then head home and slump into bed. And on weekends? Forget about relaxing. That's when I'd start baking for little catering orders, because, surprise, working part-time wasn't enough. I'd want to claim I handled everything professionally, but that would be a lie. The cafe was usually somewhat chaotic. We were usually understaffed, and the pandemic had made folks especially antsy. So each shift felt like a marathon. I'd be behind the counter preparing lattes, then racing to the drive-thru, then dealing with Karen number 87, who thought her coffee wasn't hot enough, all while knowing I had a backlog of projects waiting for me at home. To make matters worse, my parents were of no help. They watched me dragging myself home late at night, but instead of offering support, they'd hit me with, "Don't forget your rent's due Friday," or, "We noticed the electricity bill went up, are you leaving your light on?" I wanted to scream every time. And of course, while I was struggling to make ends meet, Lux had no responsibilities. She has no employment, and all the leisure in the world to go to cheerleading practice, hang out with her friends, or spend hours scrolling TikTok. I'd come home to find her sitting on the couch with her favorite munchies, watching whatever new Netflix show she was infatuated with, while Mom made her a smoothie to keep her energy levels up. It was like living in two separate universes under one home. The financial hardship was unbelievable. The rent wasn't terrible compared to what I'd pay if I moved out, but it still seemed like a smack in the face to be paying for the luxury of being in my own home. Add in additional expenses, and I was continuously broke. There were weeks when I'd open my bank app and just stare at the balance, wondering how I was going to stretch $42 to my next payday. And begging for assistance? Forget it. I once asked Mom if she could pay groceries for a week because I had to buy a $200 textbook for class. She looked at me as if I had just asked her to mortgage the house and said, "Ellie, we're already doing so much for you by letting you stay here. Let me stay here," as if I weren't paying rent. As if I wasn't already contributing more than Lux, who continued to receive her stipend every month without being asked for a penny. Midterms were a particularly difficult period. I was drowning in assignments, not sleeping, and my hours at the cafe had been reduced because business was slow. I tried to compensate for the lost money with extra baking gigs, but there were only so many hours in a day. One weekend, I received a large order for a birthday party, 100 cupcakes and a personalized cake. It was excellent money, but it also required pulling an all-nighter to complete everything. I spent hours baking, icing, and decorating, and finished just in time to deliver the order and get to class. By the time I arrived home that afternoon, I was absolutely exhausted. I stepped into the kitchen to find Mom and Lux baking cookies for fun. Lux looked up and said, "Oh hey Ellie, you should join us. It's so relaxing." I wanted to throw the entire tray of cookies out the window. Instead, I murmured something about being weary and went into my room. I didn't wake up till the following morning. By the conclusion of the semester, I was absolutely exhausted. My grades weren't bad, but they weren't terrific. I was barely able to keep my head above water, and every time I considered how hard I was working just to get by, I felt a deep, boiling fury. It was unfair. I was doing everything I could to stand on my own 2 feet, as they desired, and they wouldn't acknowledge it. Meanwhile, Lux had everything delivered to her on a silver platter. I'm not sure how I made it through the first year. It felt like I was always sprinting uphill with a rucksack full of bricks. But I kept assuring myself that it wouldn't last forever. I just had to make it a little longer. What I didn't comprehend was that things weren't simply unjust. They were completely stacked against me. And when I eventually learned the truth, it hit me like a truck. By the time Lux reached her senior year of high school, it appeared like my parents were launching a full-fledged campaign to declare her the family's golden child of the century. Don't get me wrong, I knew they favored her, but this was next-level crap. My parents treated Lux's college plans as if they were a life-or-death mission. They took her on university visits months in advance, transforming them into small family holidays. Every time they returned, Lux had a new bounty of university merch: hoodies, water bottles, planners, as if she had already won the lottery. Meanwhile, I was simply trying to survive. My finances were so tight that I was always behind on something: tuition payments, books, car upkeep, you name it. I couldn't afford to take as many classes as I wanted, so my graduation date began to grow longer and longer. At this pace, I'd be fortunate to graduate before Lux. Mom walked into the kitchen one night as I was studying. I was already on edge since I had just learned I had forgotten to submit an online assignment. Again. She dropped it without even saying, "How's it going?" "We're thinking of getting Lux a car for college." I stared at her, attempting to process. "She's going to need something reliable," Mom replied, as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world. "You know how hard it is to get around without a car?" I nearly laughed. "You wouldn't even help me get a bus pass when I started college, and now you're buying Lux a car?" Mom gave me the "don't be dramatic" look. "Ellie, you've always been more independent. Lux needs more support to succeed." I did not say anything. I simply returned to my notes, pretending I wasn't seething inside. But here's the thing. It wasn't just the car. That was only the cherry on top. My parents had made it apparent that they were going all in on Lux's college education. Tuition, covered, rent, paid, monthly allowance? Of course. The same parents who told me I needed to learn the value of money were essentially giving Lux a blank check. It was like seeing someone live out a dream you never got to have. The favoritism did not end there. Mom began spending hours studying dorm decor with Lux, purchasing bedding sets and matching storage containers. Dad was suddenly a technology expert, assisting her in selecting the ideal laptop. They even went down to create a college prep budget, which resembled a shopping list for a spoiled teen. I'll never forget the night they gathered in the living room, hunched around the coffee table with campus brochures and spreadsheets. Lux was showing off a Pinterest board of dorm ideas, while Dad was jotting down notes like he was organizing a corporate merger. "What is going on?" I inquired, already knowing the response. "We're assisting Lux in choosing between schools," Mom added, without glancing up. "This is a huge decision. We want to ensure she is prepared." Prepared? Correct. When Lux began receiving acceptance letters, it was as if my parents had won the lottery. She was accepted into her top pick school, and they threw her a celebratory dinner complete with her favorite cuisine and a cake that read, "Congrats Lux," in pink frosting. I didn't even acquire a good job after enrolling in community college. Throughout the evening, Mom kept saying how proud she was and how hard Lux had worked for this. She turned to me and said, "Ellie, you must be very proud of your sister. She's really going places." I wanted to shout, "Did you work hard?" Lux had no idea what hard effort was. She had been coasting through life on genius and family favoritism, whilst I was drowning in student loans and caffeine. After that, I began avoiding family dinners entirely. It was easier to concentrate on my own life than to see them raise Lux's pedestal higher and higher. The final straw arrived a few weeks before Lux's move-in date. I returned home from work one night to see a shiny used SUV parked in the driveway. At first, I assumed one of their friends had stopped by. But then Lux dashed outside, squealing. "They bought me a car," she exclaimed, literally jumping up and down. I just stood there and stared at it. Later that night, I overheard Mom and Dad discussing Lux's monthly stipend. Apparently, they intended to give her enough to cover food, gas, and a little extra for fun. I couldn't afford anything else, so I ate ramen and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I considered saying something, calling them out for how unjust it all was. So what was the point? They'd simply say the same thing they always did. Lux needs more support. Or, it's not about favoritism. I kept my mouth shut. Lux, of course, was totally unaware. She'd come into my room every now and then to show me images of her dorm setup or express her excitement to begin her college trip. She once said, "Ellie, you're so lucky you learned to be independent so young. I'm not sure whether I could handle everything you do." Lucky. She believed I was lucky. I wanted to laugh in her face, but instead I simply answered, "Yeah, it's been great," and returned to my homework. The favoritism was no longer bearable. It was so obvious that I began to wonder if my parents considered me as their child, or simply a tenant who happened to share their DNA. I didn't tell anyone about how I was feeling for a long time. What was the point? My buddies were supportive, but they didn't fully understand. Bringing it up at home was like shouting into a blank. However, one night, I found myself contacting Grandpa Hank. Growing up, I spent hours in his bakery learning how to properly measure flour, crack eggs without spilling shells, and create the perfect frosting swirls on cupcakes. It was his way of telling me that hard work can be enjoyable as well. He never criticized me or put pressure on me to be perfect. He simply let me be myself. I hadn't spoken to Grandpa Hank in a long time. He and Grandma had been enjoying their best life since he retired a few years ago. The man worked his entire life to create his bakery business from the ground up, and when he chose to retire, he put it in the hands of one of his veteran managers, so he and Grandma could travel the world. They had always wanted to do it, and once he hung up his apron, they went for it. The disadvantage was that Grandpa wasn't particularly tech-savvy. He barely knew how to use his phone, let alone navigate social media, so staying in touch was difficult. He'd send the occasional postcard or phone call, but I mostly learned about their adventures via my parents. They'd barely been back for a short time when I called him that night. I suppose they choose to slow down and spend more time at home. I hadn't contacted him earlier because, frankly, I didn't want to unload my issues on him. He was retired, happy, and finally enjoying his life. The last thing I wanted to do was ruin it by dumping all my drama. But that night, I couldn't keep it in anymore. When he took up the phone, I felt my shoulders relax somewhat. "Hey, kiddo," he remarked, his voice warm and friendly. "What is going on?" I did not hold back. I told him everything. How I was drowning in expenses, how my parents were devoting all of their time and money to Lux's college plans while I was required to pay rent. I complained about the car they bought her, the allowance they planned to give her, and how I was trying to keep up in school. Grandpa listened patiently, allowing me to express myself fully. I could hear him make little acknowledgement noises every now and again, as if he was putting something together in his mind. Then he unexpectedly interrupted me. "Ellie," he began slowly. "Didn't your parents use the money I gave them toward your education?" I blinked. "What money?" There was a long gap, and when he spoke again, his tone shifted. It wasn't angry, yet, but there was a sharpness to it, as if he was striving to remain calm. "When you were 16, your grandma and I set aside $50,000 for your education fund. We handed money to your parents since they agreed to use it to pay for your tuition and expenditures. Are you telling me that they never mentioned anything to you?" I felt as if I had been hit in the gut. "They never said anything," I said with a trembling voice. "I've been paying for everything myself. All of it." Grandpa let out a long sigh that seemed to carry years of disappointment. "Ellie, the money was for you. We gave it to them to ensure that you got off to a good start and did not have to struggle. If I had realized what they were doing..." He drifted off, but I could hear fury creeping into his voice. It took me a minute to understand what he was saying. I'd been informed my entire life that my parents couldn't afford to support me, and preferred that I discover independence on my own. But now I'm learning that they had $50,000 set aside exclusively for me, and they hadn't even told me about it. "They lied to me," I explained. "Ellie," Grandpa said, "they lied to you. That money was yours, not theirs, not Lux's, yours." I wasn't sure what to say. Part of me wanted to cry, but largely I felt numb. The previous few years of scraping by, working myself to the bone and falling behind in school, all felt a lot heavier. "What do you think they did with it?" I inquired, my tone barely above a whisper. "I don't know," Grandpa replied. And for the first time I could hear genuine rage in his voice. "But I'm going to find out. There was a long gap before he said, "Ellie, you're not alone in this. I will manage it. You just focus on school, okay?" Hearing him say that made me feel something I hadn't felt in a long time. Relief. For years I carried everything on my own, believing that no one cared or noticed. But suddenly, for the first time, I felt like someone was on my side. "Thanks, Grandpa," I responded, attempting to maintain a calm voice. "Anytime, kiddo," he replied. "And Ellie, don't let it crush you. You are stronger than they give you credit for." After we hung up, the numbness gave way to anger. How could my parents have done this to me? How could they hide something that was supposed to make my life easier from me, knowing how much I was struggling? It wasn't only about the money. It was the fact that they chose to let me suffer while elevating Lux. They had lied to Grandpa, taken from me, and then had the nerve to claim that I should be thankful for the scraps they provided me. That night, I was unable to sleep. My thoughts kept returning to all the times I'd begged for assistance, just a little, just enough to get by, and they'd dismissed me. Mom told me I needed to budget better while they were off getting Lux a new phone, or scheduling another campus visit. I reflected on all the sacrifices I'd made, working late hours, skipping meals, and delaying graduation because I didn't think there was any alternative. And the entire time, they had $50,000 in their pocket, which could have changed everything. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. But I also felt something else. Hope. Grandpa was not the type of person who made hollow promises. If he claimed he would handle it, I believed him. For the first time in years, I felt less alone in this disaster. That concept didn't take away the pain, but it gave me something to hold on to. A few days after my initial conversation with Grandpa Hank, my phone displayed his name. "I spoke with your parents," he began, without even saying hello. "Ellie, you're not going to believe the excuses they gave me." I braced myself. "What have they said?" "They told me they used the $50,000 your grandmother and I gave them for family expenses," he remarked, his tone stern. When I asked what that meant, they replied, "Your mother admitted they'd been saving it for Lux's college instead." I felt my stomach drop. $50,000. That was more than enough to cover my tuition, rent, and all of the other expenses I had been working so hard to pay off for years. They'd taken it all to ensure Lux had a stress-free college experience. "They had no right," Grandpa insisted, practically enraged. "The money was for you. I made it plain that they had to repay it, every dime, and if they don't, they're out of willpower." "I can't stay here anymore, Grandpa," I replied abruptly. "I can't look at them, knowing what they did." "Then don't," he said promptly. "There is a guest room here with your name on it. Pack your belongings and come over tonight." Moving out of my parents' house was the most straightforward decision I'd ever made. I didn't even bother to tell them I was going. As soon as I hung up with Grandpa, I started packing my luggage. Lux passed past my room at one point, lifting an eyebrow when she noticed the clutter. "What is going on?" she inquired, completely oblivious to everything that had occurred. "I'm moving out," I said quickly, stuffing another bunch of items into a suitcase. She blinked. "Wait. What? Why?" "Ask Mom and Dad," I murmured, shutting up my suitcase. I did not owe her an explanation. I didn't see my folks that night, they were both out. I put a brief note on the kitchen counter that simply read, "I am going in with Grandpa. Don't call me." And suddenly, I was gone. When I arrived at Grandpa's house, he was waiting for me at the door. "Come on in, kiddo," he called. "This is where you belong," he said, pulling me into an embrace. The guest room was nice, with a large bed and a window overlooking Grandpa's garden. It immediately seemed more like home than my parents' house ever did. That night, for the first time in years, I went to bed without feeling as if the entire world was crushing me. However, the peace did not endure long. The next morning, the calls began. Mom was first. I didn't respond, but she left a voicemail that was so dramatic that I nearly laughed. "Ellie, how could you have left like this? Do you have any notion how this affects our appearance? You are overreacting. Come home so we can speak it out." "Yes, no thanks." Then Dad called. He was less dramatic, but as aggravating. "Ellie, we understand you are upset, but this is not the way to handle things. We are family." We can work this out together. Sure. So they wanted to sort things out? Where was that energy when I was drowning in bills and pleading for assistance? By the end of the day, I had ignored a dozen calls and texts from each of them. The texts were a mixed bag of emotions. One minute they were apologizing, the next they were blaming me for turning grandpa on them. Mom sent one SMS that stuck out. Ellie, you do not appreciate how difficult this has been for us. We were simply attempting to do what was best for everyone. Can't you see it? I stared at it for quite a while, before finally responding. No, Mom, you were not attempting to do what was best for everyone. You were trying your best for Lux, and you didn't care who got injured in the process. Her response arrived nearly immediately. That is not fair. We did not intend to hurt you. We believed you could handle it since you have always been so strong. There it was again. The same tired explanation. I didn't bother responding. The next day they began to visit Grandpa's house. I was sitting at the kitchen table helping him sift through some bakery paperwork, when I noticed Mom's car arrived into the driveway. I groaned. They're here. Grandpa didn't seem surprised. Let me handle this, he said, straightening up and approaching the door. I remained in the kitchen but could hear everything. Mom was already in complete breakdown mode when Grandpa opened the door. Hank, we need to talk to Ellie, she remarked. She's being completely unreasonable about this whole situation. Grandpa did not let her in. Do you mean the situation in which you stole $50,000 from her? I think she's being really reasonable. Mom stuttered, attempting to defend herself. We did not steal it. It was for the family. You thought wrong, Grandma interjected. You were aware that the money was intended for Ellie. You made her struggle while pampering Lux. You don't get to come in here and play like a victim. I wanted to cheer. Mom tries again. But Hank, we were just trying to. Grandpa shut her off. If you are not here to apologize, please leave. Ellie deserves better than you, and I will not stand by while you try to guilt her into forgiving you. There was a long pause until I heard Mom's car door slam. She didn't even get into the house. When Grandpa requested that they repay the $50,000 they had stolen from me, Mom and Dad's entire plan fell through. They had been coasting along as if nothing was wrong. But Grandpa was not fooling around. He gave them a deadline, and when they realized he wasn't lying, panic must have set in. He made it clear that they needed to repay every penny, or they would forfeit their spot in the will. The consequences hit Lux almost immediately. Mom and Dad had done everything they could to help Lux adjust to college life. She was staying in a dorm like any other freshman, but they had gone above and beyond to make her feel at home. Lux had it all: a little fridge, a high-end coffee maker, matching decor, and even some expensive equipment to help her focus. She never had to consider finances or work. Her main responsibility was to enjoy her college experience. Well, not anymore. With $50,000 to repay, Mom and Dad had to tighten their pocketbook strings. Lux's weekly care package? Gone. The spending money they intended to send her? Cancelled. Even some of the upscale amenities in her dorm had to be returned. Suddenly, Lux wasn't simply another spoiled golden child. She was a college student like everyone else. What is the best part? She needed to obtain a part-time job. Naturally, I found out on Instagram. Lux posted a selfie in the mirror of a store with this caption: "First day of work, girl. Haha. New adventures." I couldn't help laughing. She made it sound like a fun little hobby, but I knew she was miserable. Lux quickly cracked. One night she called me sobbing so hard that I couldn't understand her. Despite my better judgment, I took up. "Ellie," she said, "everything is ruined." I took a deep breath. "What has been ruined, Lux?" "My life," she exclaimed. "Mom and Dad are not sending me any more money. They claim they cannot afford it. Now I have to work and budget." She began sobbing again. I rolled my eyes so hard, I thought they'd become trapped. "Lux, welcome to the real world. You're finally experiencing what the rest of us go through every day." She did not appreciate it. "This is all your fault," she said, her voice hoarse with rage. "If you hadn't told Grandpa, none of this would have happened." That made me laugh. "Oh, I apologize. Did I ruin your little bubble of privilege? Because in my opinion, you are only now catching up to what I have been dealing with for years." Lux started to say something else, but I was in no mood to dispute. Look, I interrupted her. If you want to blame someone, talk to Mom and Dad. They're the ones that stole from me to support your idyllic little life. She hung up on me after that, which really spared me the hassle. The weeks that followed were nearly entertaining. Lux began making cryptic social media comments about how difficult life was, and how she felt betrayed by those she trusted the most. It was hilarious, given that she had spent her entire childhood being pampered and insulated from reality. She acted as if the world had ended because she had to confront even a fraction of the difficulties I experienced. One image caught my attention. A photo of her dorm desk with a cup of instant noodles and a message that read, "College life. It's not as glamorous as it seems." I stared at it for a moment, unsure whether to respond. I wanted to say something like this. You've been living like this for 2 weeks. Try it for years. But I stopped myself. What was the point? Lux would not understand. However, her pity party was not unnoticed. Her friends and fans bombarded her comments with offers of encouragement, writing things like, "Stay strong, Lux," or "You've got this," as if finding a part-time job and budgeting were insurmountable obstacles. According to family gossip, Lux was having difficulty adjusting to her new reality. She grumbled to anybody who would listen about how unjust things were. However, the sympathy was not as great as she had hoped. Most people were too preoccupied with their own issues to care about hers. Naturally, Mom and Dad attempted to lessen the blow. They gave her a few care packages, not as costly as before, but enough to remind Lux that she was their favorite. The irony of the situation was not lost on me. For years they told me that struggling was good for me, and would make me stronger. Now that Lux was struggling, they were doing everything they could to keep her from completely falling apart. But even with their assistance, Lux was not thriving. She was surviving, yes, but that was it. Her grades began to slide, she struggled to keep up with her job, and the flaws in her perfect facade began to show. And honestly, I did not feel sorry for her. Meanwhile, Grandpa provided me with more than just a place to stay. He ensured that I had everything I needed to get back on track. He assisted me in organizing my money, urged me to take a full course load in order to graduate from college sooner, and even got me involved in the operations of his bakery. It was fantastic to be with someone who genuinely cared about my future. My parents continued to try to contact me. Initially, it was constant. Mom left the phone after voicemail, her tone alternating between remorse and apology. "We're sorry, Ellie, okay? We made mistakes. But we are still your parents. We love you." Sure. They loved me, but not enough to treat me fairly when it mattered. Dad's messages were more restrained, but also frustrating. "Ellie, we understand you're upset, but you have to view it from our perspective. We were attempting to do what was best for our family. This family requires your assistance right now. Please come home." I did not respond to any of them. What was there to say? They were not regretful about what they had done. They were sad they had been caught. They merely wanted me back so they could exploit me once more. The calls eventually slowed down. I believe they knew I was not going to forgive them, simply because they asked me to. Grandpa sat me down in the kitchen just before I graduated. "Ellie," he continued, sliding a folder across the table. "I've been thinking about the future of the bakery." I opened the folder and discovered a stack of documents outlining the business's activities. Grandpa grinned at me, his eyes crinkling as they often do when he felt proud. "You've been quite helpful, and I can tell you genuinely care about this location. I want you to take control when you are ready." I looked at him, absolutely surprised. "Are you serious, Grandpa?" "Of course I'm serious," he replied. "You've earned it, Ellie, and I am confident you will make it much better." Hearing it from him was everything. For so long, I felt as if my efforts were in vain, that no one noticed how much I struggled. But Grandpa did. He always has. Following that, I focused on taking over the bakery. I put myself into learning everything I could about the firm, from personnel management to budgeting. Grandpa was right there behind me, guiding me through each step. By the time I graduated, I was ready to take the lead. Grandpa formally handed over the business, and we had a large celebration in the bakery. Friends, staff, and even some of my lecturers came to congratulate me. I hardly talk to my folks these days. They're still attempting to patch things up, as if a few apologies can suddenly make everything better. They aren't aware that Grandpa withdrew them from the will months ago. They're probably still hoping to weasel back in. But honestly, it isn't my concern. I am too busy running the bakery and creating something true for me. If they want to squander their time, that is their decision. Allow them to watch from the sidelines. I'm moving forward. And I am not looking back. My dad threw me out at 16 for defending my brother at dinner. He called me ungrateful, then said he was proud in front of strangers. I'm Riley, a 16-year-old stuck navigating his boot camp vibe with my mom and little brother Derek, who's 10, and already better at staying on dad's good side. The rules were unbreakable. Home by 9 p.m., dishes done before bedtime, no backtalk. My friends called him the General, and I was half joking, half terrified. I'd always wondered if there was more to him than the tough guy act. Growing up under Dad's roof felt like living in a pressure cooker. He wasn't cruel, but he was relentless, and if I brought home a C, he'd sit me down for a lecture about owning my future. I got my answer last summer, but it came at a cost. It all began with a fight that shook our house to its foundation. If I missed a soccer practice, he'd make me run laps in the backyard until my legs burned. "Life's not a free ride, Riley," he'd say, his voice like gravel. Mom would try to smooth things over, saying he just wanted us to succeed, but it felt like he was training us for a war we didn't sign up for. Derek got off easier because he was younger, but even he knew to keep his head down when Dad was in a mood. I didn't hate him, but I wished for a moment when he'd just be normal, maybe crack a joke or tell me he was proud without a butt attached. Deep down, I wondered if he even liked us, or if we were just his responsibility. Things were already tense the summer I turned 16. I'd been working part-time at my father's business, hauling mulch and trimming hedges under the July sun. It was grueling, and Dad didn't cut me any slack. "You're not here to goof off." He'd snap if I took a water break for too long. I was saving up for a used car, dreaming of the freedom it would bring. But every paycheck felt like a drop in the bucket. At home, Dad was extra edgy because his business was struggling. A big client had bailed, and he was scrambling to cover payroll. Mom kept trying to cheer him up, but he'd just grunt and disappear into the garage to tinker with his tools. Derek and I tiptoed around him, knowing one wrong move could set him off. It all came to a head one muggy evening in late July. Dinner was quiet, just the clink of forks and Mom's nervous small talk about her garden club. Derek was rambling about a science fair project, something about building a model rocket, when Dad cut him off. "Focus on eating, not yapping," he said, not even looking up from his plate. Derek shrank back and my jaw tightened. I couldn't stop myself from muttering, maybe he'd talk less if he didn't shut him down all the time. The room froze, Mom's fork caught in midair, and Derek's eyes widened. Dad's head snapped up, his gaze boring into me. "What have you said?" he asked, his voice low and dangerous. I knew I should back down, but something in me broke. I responded, "You're always on us." Derek was simply excited. "And you act as if it were a crime. You treat us as if we are failing you every day." Mom gave a gasp. "Riley, honey, let's not." But Dad lifted his hand, silencing her. He leaned forward, his knuckles white around the glass. "Do you think you can talk to me like that at my place after everything I've done for you? Is this everything you do?" I laughed bitterly. "You mean treating us like dogs and pretending we're never good enough? I'm working hard for your company, but all I receive is criticism." My voice was shaking now, and I could feel Derek's gaze, but I couldn't stop. Dad rose up, towering above the table. "Riley, you're out of line. You don't understand what it takes to keep this family afloat. Maybe I would know if you ever spoke with us," I shouted while standing. "You're not a father. You're the boss." The words remained in the air, and for a split second, I believed he might hit me. Instead, he pointed to the door. "Get out now." I did not think so. I simply grabbed my footwear and rushed out, slamming the front door so fiercely that the windows rattled. The night air was thick, and crickets chirped as if nothing had happened. I strolled down our street, my pulse racing, remembering the fight. Part of me felt liberated, as if I had finally shouted what I had been holding back for years. However, another part was afraid. What if Dad never lets me back in? What if I burned down my entire family? I ended up at a park a few blocks away, sitting on a bench near an empty baseball field. My phone vibrated. Mom texted, "Please come from home, Riley." He didn't mean it. I didn't respond. I wasn't ready to face him. I sat there for hours watching the stars come out, trying to figure out why Dad was so hard on us. I remembered stories Mom told me about his childhood, how his own father walked out when he was a kid, leaving his mother to raise 3 boys alone. Dad had to work early, dropping out of high school to help pay bills, which would explain why he pushed us so hard, but it didn't excuse treating us as if we were never enough. Around midnight, I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel path. My gut wrenched, anticipating a cop to instruct me to move along. Instead, it was Dad. His work jacket was hung over his shoulder, and he appeared tired, not angry, but simply exhausted. He didn't say anything at first and simply sat on the bench a few feet away. I expected a lecture, but he simply glanced at the field, his hands clasped between his knees. Finally he spoke, his voice as gentle as I had ever heard it. "I used to play ball out here. Shortstop, wasn't half bad." I blinked, surprised. Dad never talked about his past. "Not like that. Why'd you stop?" I inquired cautiously. He shrugged, a faint sad smile pulling on his lips. "Life got in the way. Had to grow up quickly." He stopped and then added, "I didn't want that for you and Derek. This is why I pushed you." Perhaps I pressed too hard. I wasn't sure what to say. This was not the father I knew, who had just kicked me out. He seemed almost apologetic, but I was still angry, still hurt. "You didn't simply shove," I responded, my voice taut. "You made us feel as if we were failing you, like we're not even your children, but rather projects." He flinched slightly, and I saw something flicker in his eyes. Regret, perhaps. He didn't argue or defend himself. He simply nodded, as if taking it all in. "Come home, Riley," he urged calmly. "We'll talk more tomorrow." I followed him back, not because I wanted to forgive him, but because I was too tired to argue any longer. The stroll was quiet, but not the typical strained silence. It seemed as if we were both trying to find out what happened next. When we returned home, Mom held me so tightly that I couldn't breathe, and Derek peeked out from his door, asking, "You okay?" I nodded, but my mind was spinning. Dad had shown me a crack in his armor, a glimpse of someone other than the general. But I had no idea what to do with it, or if it was even possible. The morning following our fight, I expected the house to feel like a battleground. I'd yelled at my father, called him out in a way I'd never done before, and he'd turned up in the park, not to drag me home, but to actually talk. That soft-spoken guy who mentioned playing shortstop wasn't the father I knew, and I didn't know what to think of him. Half of me wished he meant it, that he'd relax, but another half feared he'd revert to his old ways, yelling orders as if nothing had occurred. I sat in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering if last night was just a fluke or the beginning of something new. The kitchen downstairs was noticeably quieter than normal. Mom was frying pancakes, her normal cheerfulness cranked down, and Derek was scribbling on a napkin, sneaking glances at me as if I were a bomb poised to explode. Dad was sitting at the table sipping coffee, his work boots already on. I lingered in the doorway, half expecting him to begin a sermon on respect. Instead, he looked up and nodded quickly. "Morning, Riley," he remarked calmly, as if we hadn't yelled at each other 12 hours ago. I said good morning and slid into my chair, grabbing a pancake to avoid eye contact. Mom gave me a slight smile, but the air was dense. Everyone is waiting for someone to make the first move. Eventually Dad cleared his throat. "Got a job today at the community center," he added, without looking at any of us. "They need the garden redone. Could use an extra hand." He stopped, then asked, "Riley, you in?" I froze. Fork is halfway to my mouth. Dad never invited me to work with him. He's just told me. And after last night I assumed he would want me as far away as possible. Derek's eyes widened, and Mom's brows furrowed, but I kept my expression neutral. "Sure," I answered, attempting to seem casual as my heart was racing. Is this his method of making amends, or am I falling into a trap? The community center was a rundown brick facility a few kilometers from our house, with a patchy lawn and a garden that appeared to have been neglected for years. Dad's team was already there, unloading shovels and soil bags off the truck. I'd previously worked with them, but today felt different. Dad did not tell me to get moving or critique my technique. He simply handed me a rake and said, "Start over there by the fence." I nodded, waiting for the catch, but he moved away to chat to his foreman, Pete, about drainage plans. I set to work raking dead leaves and uprooting weeds. My mind is whirling. Is this his version of a peace offering? Or was he simply too tired to fight? As the morning progressed, I kept stealing looks at Dad. He was in his element, directing the crew with that strong tone, but he wasn't as severe as usual. He even laughed once when Pete tripped over a hose, a quiet giggle that I couldn't distinguish. Around midday, a woman from the community center emerged. Miss Rivera, who oversaw the after-school programs. She was short with a no-nonsense demeanor, yet her smile was warm. "This is looking amazing, Tom," she told her father. "The kids will love it," Dad said, wiping sweat from his forehead. "Just doing our job," he replied. But I noticed a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Miss Rivera turned to face me, her smile expanding. "You must be Riley. Your father describes you as a hard worker." I almost dropped my rake. "Dad said that about me?" I muttered a thank you, my face heating, and looked at him. But he was busy arranging a wheelbarrow and pretended not to hear. Miss Rivera continued to speak, describing the garden as a secure location for the children, where they could plant vegetables and learn about nature. "It means a lot to have volunteers like you," she explained. And I realized she assumed I was here by choice, not because my father dragged me along. I didn't correct her. But the fact that Dad had bragged about me to someone else, no less, stayed with me. We took a break for lunch, sitting on the tailgate of Dad's vehicle. The crew was joking around, but Dad remained silent, eating his sandwich and looking at the half-finished garden. I sat next to him, picking at my chips and trying to muster the bravery to say something. Finally, I went for it. "This place is kinda cool," I added, keeping things light. "Better than hauling mulch for rich people's lawns." He snorted, which could have been a joke. "Yeah, well, this one's pro bono," the lawyer replied. "Ria's been bugging me for months, saying the kids deserve something nice." I raised an eyebrow. "Dad, free work?" That was new. "Why did you say yes?" I inquired, truly interested. He did not respond right away. He took a gulp of water and continued. "Grew up around here. This center was all I had some days. Kept me out of trouble." His voice was low, as if he was expressing something he didn't normally say. I waited, hoping he'd continue, and after a moment, he did. "My brothers and I would come here after school. Mom was working. Dad was gone. They had an old basketball court out back. He used to shoot hoops until dark." He hesitated, his gaze remote. The place was a dump, but it belonged to us. I stared at him, attempting to picture it. Dad, who was only a few years older than Derek, used to dribble a basketball on a cracked court. He had never talked about his childhood in such detail before. Mom had mentioned his father departing, but Dad always dismissed it as unimportant. I am now hearing him talk about the community center. I caught a glimpse of another. Someone who had been a youngster with hopes, rather than the person who governed our house like a military outpost. "I had no idea you played basketball," I answered calmly, not wanting to scare him away. He shrugged, a little smile pulling at his lips. "It wasn't bad." "Too short for varsity," I joked, and for a little moment it felt like we were just two guys conversing, not father and son about to butt heads. But Pete called him over to verify some measurements, and the moment had passed. I returned to work, my mind ringing. Dad had opened up a little, and it was bothering me. I wanted to think he was trying, but years of his tough man persona had me skeptical. What if this was only a one-time occurrence, and he went back to yelling the next day? The afternoon became busier. Miss Rivera enlisted the support of a group of summer program participants, who primarily ran around, tossed dirt, and asked a million questions. Leo, a thin child of about 8, seized onto me and followed me around like a shadow. He said, "You're strong," as I hauled a bag of soil. "I bet you can lift a car." I grinned, flexing slightly. Perhaps a small one. Leo chuckled and pointed to Dad, who was instructing another kid how to plant a seedling. "Is that your father?" I looked over and thought he was terrifying. Dad was stooped down, his large hands gently stroking the ground around a small plant. His face was concentrated, but not stern. "Yeah," I answered. But he's not so bad. Seeing Dad with those kids seemed strange. He wasn't barking orders or yelling at them for messing up. He was patient, explaining how deep to dig, and even smiling when one girl splattered muck on his clothes. Leo started chatting, explaining how he came to the center every day because his mother worked late. "Miss Rivera is nice, but I wish we had a real garden," he stated. "My grandmother used to grow tomatoes." I nodded, recalling what Dad had said, and how this land had been his lifeline. Maybe that's why he came here, to give back what he'd lost. By the time we finished, the sun had fallen, and the garden was beginning to take shape. Clean rows of soil, a few seedlings, and a cleared area for a bench. Miss Rivera thanked us, her eyes beaming as if we had given her the moon. Dad only nodded, but I knew he was happy. On the way home, I expected him to say something about last night to clear the air, but he didn't. Instead, he switched on the radio. He sang an old rock tune that I didn't recognize and tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. It was the most relaxed I had seen him in months. When we pulled into the driveway, Mom was waiting on the porch. Derek kicked a soccer ball close. "How did it go?" she inquired, her tone hesitant, as if she were testing the waters. Dad said, "Fine," and then glanced at me. Riley did well. My jaw almost hit the ground. A compliment from Dad without a buttock attached. Mom smiled, and Derek dashed over to inquire whether I noticed any exciting tools. I ruffled his hair while still processing. Dad turned around before heading inside. "We're going back there tomorrow," he said. "You coming?" It wasn't a command, more of a question. I nodded. "Yeah, I'm in." That night, I lay in bed, repeating my day. Dad in the community center, talking about his childhood and laughing with the youngsters. It was like meeting a stranger who had my father's face. But I was not naive. One day did not erase years of him being harsh on us, making me feel like I was never enough. Still, something had changed, as if a door had cracked open. I wasn't sure if he'd leave it open, or if I'd have the courage to walk in. I only knew that I wanted to try for the first time. The next few days at the community center were like entering a parallel universe. Dad remained stiff, harsh, concentrated, and quick to call out anyone who slacked off. Yet there was an undercurrent. Something softer that I couldn't quite pinpoint. After our battle and that night at the park, I noticed a fracture in his armor. Working with him on the garden project was expanding it. He wasn't suddenly all warm and fluffy, but he was distinct, less like the general, and more like a guy attempting to meet me halfway. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for him to return to his old habits. But each day at the center eroded my misgivings, and I began to see glimpses of a man I'd never met. We spent every morning at the center that week, gradually beautifying the garden. The crew brought in new soil, constructed gravel roads, and created raised vegetable beds. I was on seedling duty, planting tomatoes and peppers under Miss Rivera's supervision. The summer program kids were constantly around, which made things crazy, but also enjoyable. Lo, the 8-year-old who had described Dad as intimidating, was my unofficial sidekick, talking about everything from superheroes to his grandmother's food. "You think these tomatoes will be as good as hers?" he inquired one day, digging at the earth. "Better?" I asked, smirking. "We're pros," he said, laughing. And I noticed Dad observing us from across the garden, with a slight look of approval on his face. That nod stuck with me. Dad didn't give out praise very often, and when he did, it was usually backhanded, like, "Not bad, but you could have done it faster." But lately, he's been different. The day before, when I figured out how to fix a wobbly trellis without being asked, he'd clap me on the shoulder and say, "Good thinking, Riley." The center wasn't just changing how I saw Dad, it was showing me a side of him. I'd spent years chasing his approval, and now that it was coming without strings, I wasn't sure how to deal with it. Miss Rivera pulled him aside one afternoon to talk about adding a small fountain, something about it being calming for the kids. I was nearby stacking bags of mulch close enough to overhear, and she said, "This place hasn't looked this good since I was a kid." Dad shrugged, his usual response, but he stayed, his voice low. "I'm just glad it's helping," he said. Miss Rivera smiled. "It's personal for you, isn't it?" Dad hesitated, then continued. "Yeah. I owe this place a lot." I froze. my hands motionless on the mulch bag. He'd hinted at his connection to the center before, but hearing him admit it to someone else felt different, like if he was telling her a secret. I wanted to question him more, but the time passed, and he went back to supervising the team, but his comments stayed. That evening, as we drove home, I took a gamble. You said you owe the center. I started keeping my eyes on the dashboard. What do you mean? He tightened his hold on the steering wheel, and I thought he was going to shut me down, but then he let out a long, heavy sigh. When I was a kid, things were difficult, he added. My mother worked 2 jobs. My brothers and I spent a significant amount of time alone. This area used to be nothing more than a rec room and a busted court. It provided us somewhere to go and kept us from going wild. He looked at me, his eyes softer than usual. Miss Rivera was one of the counselors then. She wouldn't let me quit. I blinked, attempting to picture it. Dad. My tough-as-nails father. As a scrappy boy who required someone like Miss Rivera to keep him in line. I found it difficult to comprehend. You never told us that, I said quietly. He snorted a half-laugh. It's not exactly a bedtime story, Riley. But he didn't sound furious, just worn, as if holding that memory was more than he let on. I wanted to press to find out what else he'd withheld from us, but something urged me to let it go. For now, this was sufficient. Back home, things remained a little weird. Mom was thrilled. Dad and I were getting along, but Mom continued watching us as if she was expecting another fight. Derek was his typical self, alternating between homework and begging me to play video games. But even he sensed the change. Dad's not yelling as much, he said one evening, stretched on the couch. I ruffled his hair and chuckled. It's weird. Yeah, odd is one term for it, but it was also hopeful, which worried me. Hope made you vulnerable, and I wasn't sure I was ready to trust Dad's new side. The following day at the center, things were intense. The paving stone delivery arrived late, and the crew was hurrying to complete the paths before Miss Rivera's large community event the next weekend. Dad was in full foreman mode, but he wasn't snapping at anyone. Instead, he was moving quickly, double-checking measurements, and helping with the hard lifting. I was moving stones with Pete the foreman when he leaned over and remarked, "Your old man's different this week. You do something to him?" I shrugged. I am not sure how to respond. Maybe he is just in a good mood. Pete laughed. Tom is in a good mood. That is a first. But Peter was correct. Dad was different. When one of the younger crew members dropped a stone and broke it, I expected him to lose it. Instead, he simply answered, "He happens. Grab another one." The guy was as surprised as I was. Later, when Leo and a few other youngsters tried to help by carrying tiny pebbles, Dad didn't push them away. He crouched down and demonstrated how to properly lay the stones. His speech is patient, almost compassionate in this situation. "See?" he murmured, directing Leo's hands. "It needs to be strong." Leo smiled, and I felt a pang in my chest. This was the dad I'd always wanted, but watching him with strangers' children made me both jealous and proud. That afternoon, Miss Rivera served lemonade to everyone, and the youngsters raced around giggling and splashing each other. Dad and I sat on a bench to gather our breath. He remained quiet, watching the chaos with a faint smile. "Reminds me of the old days," he remarked almost to himself. "You and your brothers?" I inquired, sipping lemonade. He nodded. "Yeah, we'd make a mess and drive the counselors crazy, but they never kicked us out." He hesitated, then continued. "Made me believe that I could be more than simply another screw-up." His words struck me hard. Dad. A screw-up. The guy who ran a business, kept our family fed, never missed a bill. It didn't add up. "You're not a screw-up," I murmured, the words coming out before I could stop them. He gave me a shocked look before laughing softly. "Thanks, kid." But I got near. He didn't clarify, and I didn't press. But that moment, sitting there with lemonade and the sound of children laughing, felt like the closest we'd ever gotten. By Friday, the garden was practically complete. The beds had been planted, the walkways had been marked, and Miss Rivera was ecstatic about the event. A ribbon-cutting event with food and music. She kept thanking Dad, who simply waved her off. However, I could see he was proud. That night while we were cleaning up, Leo came up to me with a tiny tomato plant in a pot. Miss Rivera replied, "I could give this to you," and he put it into my hands for being amazing. I chuckled and ruffled his hair. "You are quite fantastic yourself." Dad was close, coiling a hose, and he looked over, his eyes crinkled at the corners. "Better take care of that," he responded. "Leo's counting on you." As I drove home, I clutched the plant on my lap, feeling strangely protective of it. Dad was humming along to an old radio song about rambling men. And for once, the stillness between us wasn't oppressive. I wanted to tell him I was delighted we were doing this, but the words seemed too huge. Instead I said, "Lo's a good kid." Dad nodded. "Yeah, reminds me of you at that age. Always curious." I glanced at him, my throat tightening. Was this a compliment? A memory? Whatever it was, it seemed like a gift. When we arrived home, Mom had dinner ready. Spaghetti, Derek's favorite. And the house felt warmer, as if the strain from last week had finally subsided. Derek was chatting non-stop about his rocket project. Dad actually listened, asking questions rather than dismissing him. Mom caught my eye, and her smile indicated that she too saw it. After supper, I placed Leo's plant on my windowsill and promised myself I would keep it alive. As I lay in bed, I reflected on my father, the child he once was and the man he was growing into. He was still harsh and hard-edged, but there was something more to him. I was only beginning to understand the layers. I had no idea what tomorrow would bring. However, for the first time, I was not terrified to find out. The garden at the community center had been completed, and the ribbon-cutting ceremony was scheduled for tomorrow. I had spent the entire week working alongside Dad, catching glimpses of a guy I barely recognized. Someone who joked with children, shared stories from his history, and even threw me a compliment or two without lecturing me. It was as if the battle we'd had, the one that sent me screaming out to the park, had sparked something in him. But I was not naive. Dad was still the one who dominated our house with an iron hand, and made me feel like I was never enough. As we approached the weekend, I wondered if this new side of him would endure, or if it would fade like a mirage once the project was completed. What I didn't expect was that the next several days would reveal more of my father than I'd ever seen, forcing me to determine what kind of son I wanted to be. Saturday mornings were crazy. Volunteers were busy setting up tables, stringing lights and transporting food trays for the occasion. Miss Rivera was everywhere, directing traffic with a megaphone and a smile, as children from the summer program rushed around, half helping, half causing havoc. Dad's crew was there putting the finishing touches on the garden, smoothing gravel walks, watering seedlings, and assembling a wooden bench as a surprise. I was tasked with putting up signs pointing to the new garden, my hands sticky with tape and sweat. Every time I looked at Dad, he was moving, carrying tools or talking to Miss Rivera, with a focused but relaxed expression. He seemed happy in a way that I wasn't used to. Leo, my pint-sized shadow, discovered me as I struggled with a crooked sign. "Riley, will you come to the party?" he inquired, bouncing on his toes. "Going to have cake?" I giggled while adjusting the sign. "Don't miss it, mate. Will you save me a piece?" He nodded sincerely, as if it were a holy pledge, before darting off to chase a butterfly. I watched him leave, feeling a strange combination of pride and protectiveness. Leo reminded me of Derek, full of energy and yearning for someone to acknowledge him. It reminded me of Dad, who had been patient and nice to Leo all week, something he rarely did with us. Why was it easier for him to express that side to strangers? The gathering began at noon, with music blasting from speakers and a swarm of neighbors, children and local officials milling about. Miss Rivera gave a speech thanking everyone, particularly Dad and his crew. "Paul Harper's given us more than a garden," she remarked, her voice shaking slightly. "He's given our kids a place to develop." The audience applauded, and I noticed Dad move uneasily, his hands tucked in his pockets. He wasn't a huge attention seeker, but I could tell he was moved. When Miss Rivera summoned him up to cut the ribbon, he tried to wave it off, but she persevered, and the audience cheered him on. I took a picture with my phone. Dad, scissors in hand, appears awkward but proud. It was the first time I'd considered capturing him in that way. After the ribbon was cut, the garden was declared open. Children crowded in, touching the plants, running down the walls, and climbing on the bench. Leo grabbed my hand and dragged me to show off his tomato plants, which we planted together. "They're growing already," he added, pointing to small green shoots. I grinned and kneeled to have a better look. "You're a natural, Leo," he smiled, then dashed off to join his friends. I rose up, dusting off my jeans, and noticed Dad looking at me again, his expression soft. "You're good with him," he said, walking over. "He looks up to you," I replied, embarrassed. "He is easy to like." Dad nodded and said, "You're easy to like too, Riley." My breath caught. Was that affection from Dad? I stammered a thank you, my face flushed, and he clapped me on the shoulder before departing to assist Pete with cleanup. The remainder of the day was a blur, eating BBQ, playing games with the kids, and avoiding Derek, who'd arrived with Mom and was attempting to lure me into a water balloon fight. Mom was in her element, visiting with neighbors and stealing extra cookies for Leo and his friends. Dad remained busy, but I watched him slowing down, taking breaks to chat to others, and even laughing when Ms. Rivera taunted him about his elaborate garden design. It was surreal to see him like this, as part of a community rather than just the guy who barks instructions at home or work. I kept thinking about what he'd said about owning the center, and how I needed a place like this as a kid. It left me wondering what else I didn't know about him. As the sun sank, the gathering came to a close, and the majority of the attendees dispersed. Miss Rivera drew me aside as I was stacking chairs. "Riley, I need a favor," she explained, her eyes serious. "Marcus is a kid who has been coming to the facility for years. He's 14. He's a good child, yet he is suffering. I could use someone to talk to. Maybe show him the ropes in the garden." I paused. I was not a counselor, just a high school student. But her expression was so genuine. And I thought about Leo and how much he looked up to me. "Sure," I replied. "I can try." She smiled with relief. "Your father said you'd be wonderful for it. He is proud of you, you know." My stomach flipped. Dad is quite proud. He had never said it outright. Not like that. I nodded, too astonished to respond, and returned to stacking chairs, my mind spinning. That night at home, the house felt strange. Warmer, as if the air weren't as heavy. Mom hummed in the kitchen. Derek was sprawled on the couch, while his father was fiddling in the garage as usual. I went out to see him, which I hadn't done in years. He was cleaning his tools, and the radio was playing an old country tune. I leaned against the workbench and watched him work. "Today was cool," I admitted, testing the waters. He glanced up and nodded. "Yeah, Rivera runs a good show." I took a deep breath and went for it. "You didn't have to do all of that, including the garden, for free. Why would you care so much?" He set down his rag, his hands quiet for a moment. "I told you I owed that place," he added quietly. "But it is more than that. Those kids, Leo, Marcus and the rest, act as if I'm not their father, and Mom is stretched thin. I didn't have somebody to teach me how to be a guy. We had to figure it out the hard way." He halted, his gaze catching mine. "I don't want that for you, Derek, or them." My throat tightened as I gulped. This was the most he had ever opened up. And it wasn't just about the center. It was about us. "You're doing okay with us," I said. The words, clumsy, but honest. He returned to his tools with a tiny smile that didn't require words. The next morning, I awoke early to see Leo's tomato plant still growing on my windowsill. I chose to return to the center, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. Marcus was there, a lanky lad with a reserved expression, kicking a soccer ball against the wall. I introduced myself, feeling embarrassed, but he nodded, and we ended up planting several more seedlings together. He didn't say much, but when I showed him how to space the plants, he paid attention and mimicked my movements. It felt wonderful. Like I was passing on what Dad had taught me, even if he hadn't intended to. Dad arrived later, dropping off the extra tools Miss Rivera had requested. He saw me with Marcus but said nothing. Just gave me that nod again. The one who said more than words. I realized that this was who he was. Not just the tough guy, but the man who had tried to be better than his own father, who had planted a garden for children he didn't know, and who was trying to be there for me in his own unique way. I wasn't sure what happened next, School was about to start, and Dad's business was still unstable. But for the first time, I felt as if we were on the same team. Back at home, Derek was working on his rocket project, and I helped him attach some fins, laughing as he spilled glitter all over the table. Mom watched us with warm eyes. And when Dad walked in, he didn't yell at Derek for the mess. Instead, he sat down and asked, "That thing is going to fly?" Derek lit up as he described his plan, and Dad listened. Really listened. I caught Mom's eye, and she smiled, as if she knew we were all on our way. As I proceeded to bed, I noticed Leo's plant, its leaves catching the moonlight. It was little, frail, and growing. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My relatives mocked me as washer girl, at 17. 1 year later, I exposed their $4.3 million scam, got their mom arrested, and took over the business. Okay Reddit, this is going to be a long one. I, 19, female, need to write this down, 'cause honestly, my head's been spinning with everything that's happened. Really never thought I'd be sharing my life story here, but whatever. Here goes. It all started when my dad got diagnosed with cancer. I was 14, just starting high school, thinking my biggest problem was going to be algebra or something. Dad had been feeling tired for a while, but we thought it was just work stress, you know? Then one regular Tuesday after school, Mom sat me down in our kitchen and told me he had stage 4 pancreatic cancer. The next 6 months were like watching a movie of someone else's life. Dad got super sick super fast. Lost all his hair, lost so much weight. His favorite Chicago Bears jersey looked like a tent on him. He tried to keep joking around, still helped me with my math homework, even when he could barely sit up. The last thing he said to me was, "Don't let your mom's cooking kill you before I get back," when they took him to the hospital for the last time. That was just so Dad. Always trying to make me laugh. He died on a Thursday. I remember because it was supposed to be pizza night. We'd always get a deep dish on Thursdays, and had been doing it since I was little. Instead, I was sitting in a hospital waiting room with those stupid flickering fluorescent lights, watching my mom cry into her phone while telling our relatives. I thought that was going to be the worst part of my life. Boy, was I wrong. Mom totally lost it after Dad died. Started dating 2 months later. Said she needed to feel alive again or whatever. That's how she met Ralph. Rich guy, real estate developer type. He started coming around all the time, bringing Mom fancy gifts, taking her on weekend trips. I tried to be happy for her. I really did. Dad wouldn't want her to be sad forever, right? But then she married Ralph less than a year after Dad died. Didn't even tell me they were engaged. I found out when she told me to try on a junior bridesmaid dress she'd already bought. The wedding was at some fancy country club in Newport Beach. All of Ralph's rich friends were there, looking at us like we were some charity case Ralph had adopted. I spent most of the reception hiding in the bathroom, trying not to cry. That's when everything really changed. Mom and Ralph moved into his massive house in Newport Beach. We're talking about one of those places with a pool and a tennis court. But guess what? There wasn't room for me. Mom said I'd be more comfortable living with Dad's sister, Aunt Astrid, in Chicago. More comfortable for who, Mom? So I got shipped off to Chicago like some package nobody wanted. Aunt Astrid lives in this huge house in Lincoln Park with Uncle Marcus and my cousins, Michael, 17 male, and Rebecca, 18 female. We used to be super close when we were kids. They'd come visit every summer and we'd spend weeks making up stupid games and building blanket forts. But man, everything was different once I actually moved in. Suddenly I wasn't their fun summer cousin anymore. I was this unwanted extra person in their house. They started acting like I was taking up their space, eating their food, breathing their precious air or something. Michael would accidentally knock over my stuff all the time. Rebecca would make these little comments about how her clothes were too nice to lend me when I first got there and didn't have winter stuff. Aunt Astrid was the worst though. Made it super clear I was a burden. Started charging me rent, even though I was still in high school. Who even does that? The really messed up part. Mom just stopped calling. Like completely. She'd send money sometimes, not enough to actually cover the rent Aunt Astrid charged, but that was it. When I tried calling her, she was always too busy with her new life. Too busy at yoga. Too busy at charity events. Too busy to talk to her own kid. I'd see pictures on Facebook of her and Ralph on vacation in Europe, at fancy parties, living this whole other life where I didn't exist. She even archived all our old family photos, the ones with Dad and me. Said they didn't match her new profile aesthetic. Like I was just some old furniture that didn't go with her new decor. I started having these dreams. When I was back in our old kitchen, where everything was normal. Then I would wake up crying in this weird bedroom at Aunt Astrid's house, staring at these fancy wallpapers that cost more than my whole wardrobe, feeling like I'd lost both parents instead of just one. So after that first month at Aunt Astrid's, she hit me with this rent increase because of property taxes or whatever. I'm like, I'm 15, but okay, guess I need a job. That's when my cousin Rebecca, oh so helpfully, tells me about this 24-hour laundromat that's hiring in what she calls the sketchy part of Chicago. It's this run-down building, wedged between a closed-down doll store and this super sus phone repair shop that I'm pretty sure never actually repairs any phones. The owner, this old guy named Jerry, takes one look at me and goes, "You're way too young to work the midnight shift." But then I told him I could start that night and wouldn't complain about the pay, and suddenly my age wasn't such a big deal anymore. So my life became this crazy schedule that honestly still gives me anxiety thinking about it. Midnight to 6 a.m. at the laundromat, where I had to deal with the weirdest people you can imagine. The worst part wasn't even the weird customers, it was how cold that place got. The heating barely worked, and Chicago winters are no joke. I'd wear like 3 hoodies just to survive my shift. Never put that in the job description, did they? But one job wasn't enough to cover Aunt Astrid's rent, plus basic stuff like, food and school supplies. So I also started working at this gas station called Quick Stop from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. This is where my dear cousins decided to make my life extra fun. See, Quick Stop was right by their fancy private school, where tuition probably cost more than I made in a year. Michael and his friends thought it was hilarious to come in during my shifts and just trash the place. They'd knock over the chip displays I just organized, spill their Slurpees, accidentally all over the floor, leave opened bags of beef jerky everywhere. Rebecca was worse though. She was sneakier about it. She'd come in with her cheerleader friends, and they'd do this thing where they'd talk super loud about me like I wasn't there. Oh my God, can you imagine having to work here? Like I'd literally die. Or, you, look at her uniform. It's so polyester. Then they'd take these awful pictures of me trying to clean up their messes and post them on their social media. The school stuff got bad too. I was going to the public high school nearby, and somehow Rebecca made sure everyone there knew about my jobs. People started leaving quarters on my desk for laundry. Someone stuck a name tag on my locker that said "Washer Girl." Real creative, guys. Thanks. I was basically sleeping through all my classes. 'Cause who can stay awake when you're working from midnight to 6 a.m., trying to do homework from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m., then working again from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m.? My grades started dropping. Teachers kept asking if everything was okay at home. I just told them I was adjusting to the move. The only good thing about the laundromat job was this homeless guy named Pete, who'd come in most nights. He wasn't like the other weird customers. He showed me how to fix the quarter machine when it got stuck, and taught me which customers were okay to let slide when they were a quarter short. One night Pete tells me, "Kid, you're living life on expert mode right now." Made me laugh for the first time in weeks. He disappeared when winter hit. I still worry about what happened to him sometimes. Uncle Marcus owned the building, but I never saw him there. He had this property management company handle everything. Sometimes I'd see these fancy cars driving real slow late at night. Later found out he'd send people to check on the place. Guess he was watching me more than I knew. Meanwhile, Mom's sending these random texts like, "Hope you're doing well," but never actually picking up when I called her. Instagram was full of pictures from yacht parties and charity galas. Must be nice having so much time for charity when your own kid's working 2 jobs to survive. Aunt Astrid kept finding reasons to raise the rent. Utilities went up. HOA fees increased. Your room is prime real estate. Like, yeah, I'm sure that converted storage room in the basement with the weird mushrooms growing in the corner is really prime Chicago real estate. I started hiding cash in this old teddy bear Dad gave me before he died. Had this whole plan that once I saved enough I'd get my own place. But every time I got close to a decent amount, something would come up. School fees, winter boots when my old ones fell apart. That time Michael accidentally backed his car into mine, and I had to pay for repairs myself. But the final straw came one day when I came home from my gas station shift and found my room completely torn apart. The bear was ripped open, stuffing everywhere. And guess what? All my savings. Gone. Rebecca swore she was just cleaning and had no idea about any money. Yeah, right. That same week, Aunt Astrid comes down to my basement room and tells me rent's going up again. Not just a little, we're talking double. Said something about property values in the area increasing. I did the math and realized even with both jobs I couldn't afford it anymore. But here's the thing. I'd been taking classes at this community college nearby. Nothing fancy, just basic requirements, trying to get ahead while still in high school. The counselor there said I could maybe get financial aid if I took more classes. That meant I had to make a choice. Keep paying Aunt Astrid's crazy rent, or try to get an education. So I picked education. Didn't really have a plan, I just knew I couldn't stay there anymore. Packed up what could fit in my Toyota. The car had these weird rust spots all over it and the heat only worked if you kicked the dashboard in exactly the right spot. But it was mine. First night sleeping in that car was actually kind of peaceful. Parked behind the laundromat. Used my work keys to sneak in and use the bathroom. Had this whole setup. Reclined the driver's seat all the way back. Used my work backpack as a pillow. Layered like 5 blankets I'd borrowed from the lost and found box. Thought to myself, this isn't so bad. Then winter hit. Real Chicago winter. The kind where your spit freezes before it hits the ground. My car's battery started dying because of the cold, so I couldn't run the heat much. The hardest part wasn't even the cold, or the lack of sleep. It was trying to look normal at school. Like try explaining to your chemistry teacher why your homework's all wrinkled and smells like laundry detergent, or why you're wearing the same 3 outfits over and over. The school counselor kept trying to talk to me, but what was I going to say? Oh yeah, I live in my car, but don't worry, it's parked in a really nice alley. Then my dear cousin Michael decided to play detective. Guess he got suspicious about why I wasn't around the house anymore. Followed me one night after my laundromat shift. Next day, their TikTok had this whole video series called My Homeless Cousin, a documentary. They filmed everything. My frost-covered windows, me trying to study using the light from the laundromat sign. Even catching me changing clothes in the back seat once. The videos went viral in their rich kid circle. People started driving by the laundromat at night, honking their horns, throwing stuff at my car. The cops started coming around more too. Every couple of nights, there'd be a knock on my window. Can't sleep here, miss. So I'd drive around until they left, then come back. Spent a lot of nights just driving in circles, watching my gas gauge get lower and lower, praying I'd have enough to get to work the next day. You know what's weird though? I started noticing this black SUV parked across the street some nights. Always in a different spot, but always there. Tinted windows, engine running. First I thought it was cops or maybe some creep, but they never bothered me. Just sat there like they were watching. The temperature dropped to -5 degrees Fahrenheit one night. The kind of cold that makes your eyes hurt. My car wouldn't start. The phone was dead, and the laundromat was closed for repairs. Thought, well, this is it. This is how I die. They're going to find me frozen like those rats in the alley. Wrapped myself in every piece of clothing I owned and tried to think warm thoughts. That's when someone knocked on my window. I looked up, and there's Uncle Marcus, standing in the snow like it's totally normal to be out at 2 a.m. in Arctic temperatures. He just goes, I think we need to talk. Turns out the black SUV, that was his. He'd been watching me through the laundromat security cameras for weeks, sending people to check on me. Said he wanted to see what I was made of. Who does that kind of messed up test? But honestly, at that point I was too cold to care about his weird teaching methods. So there I was, basically turning into a human popsicle in my car. And Uncle Marcus is just standing there in his expensive wool coat, looking at me through the window. I'm thinking he's going to lecture me or call the cops or something. Instead he says, my office has better heating. Like this is some totally normal situation. His office was this small room above the laundromat I'd never been in before. Turns out he had this whole private space up there. Desk, mini fridge, coffee maker, even a little bathroom. While I'm defrosting my fingers around this cup of actually good coffee, He just sits there watching me like he's trying to solve a puzzle. Finally he goes, "You know, your dad and I used to sleep in a car too." What? I almost dropped my coffee. See, I'd always known Uncle Marcus as this crazy rich real estate guy who wore suits that probably cost more than my car. But then he starts telling me this story I never knew. Apparently he and my dad grew up super poor. Like their mom worked 3 jobs, and they still couldn't afford rent most months, kinda poor. Uncle Marcus pulls out his phone and shows me this ancient photo of 2 skinny teenagers sitting in a van, eating beans straight from the can. "That's your dad on the left," he says. And yeah, same goofy smile I remembered, just on a much younger face. The whole time he's telling me this story, I'm sitting there trying to process it. Like, how did they go from homeless teenagers to, well, this? That's when he tells me about the laundromat. The original owner used to let them hang out inside during really cold nights. They'd help him fix machines, clean up, whatever needed doing. When the owner got sick, he offered to sell them the place. Dad had just started college on a scholarship, but Uncle Marcus had been working construction and saving every penny. So the owner sold it to him for basically nothing. That was his first property. Then he starts pulling out all these old documents from his desk. Property deeds, contracts, business plans, all with my dad's notes in the margins. When your dad got sick, Uncle Marcus continues, he made me promise 2 things. First, to look out for you. Second, to make sure you learn how to look out for yourself. Then he gives me this look and goes, "Gotta say, you're doing better at the second part than I expected." I'm sitting there trying not to cry. Failing pretty badly at it, to be honest, when he drops the real surprise. Turns out he owns like half the block around the laundromat now. Apartment buildings, stores, even that sketchy phone repair place. And he's been watching me through the security cameras this whole time, sending his guys in the SUV to keep an eye on me. You worked 2 jobs without complaining. Kept your grades up, found ways to survive that most people wouldn't think of. Even kept that laundromat running better than the manager I hired. He actually smiled when he said that last part. Jerry told me you fixed the quarter machine. Took my maintenance guy 3 tries to figure that out. That's when he pulls out this key. Says it's for the apartment above his office, a whole studio apartment I didn't even know existed. He told me it's mine. No rent, as long as I keep working at the laundromat and keep my grades up. I tried to say no, like this felt too much like charity or something. But he shut that down real quick. This isn't charity. This is an investment. You've got your father's brains. And your own kind of determination. I'm investing in that. Then he shows me this whole file he's kept. Copies of my school records. Work reports from Jerry. Even screenshots of those awful TikToks Michael and Rebecca made. They thought they were shaming you, he says. All I saw was someone who refused to break. It's weird, you know? All this time I thought he was this cold rich guy who didn't care. Who let his wife treat me like garbage. Turns out he was testing me. Messed up way to do it, yeah. But I kind of get it now. He wanted to see if I had what my dad had. That thing that makes you keep going when everything's against you. Before I left his office that night, he said something else about Dad. Told me about their last conversation when Dad was in the hospital. Dad made him swear not to just hand me everything. Said I needed to learn to be strong on my own first. But Uncle Marcus added, he also said to know when enough was enough. And kid, you've more than proved yourself. I spent that night in a real bed for the first time in months. The apartment wasn't fancy, just 1 room with a kitchenette and bathroom, but it was warm, clean, safe. But the morning after Uncle Marcus gave me the apartment, I woke up to my phone blowing up with texts from Aunt Astrid. Turns out Michael had driven by the laundromat on his way to school and saw me walking down from the upstairs apartment. He took pictures, because of course he did. Aunt Astrid shows up at the laundromat during my shift, wearing her designer workout clothes and looking like she's about to explode. Starts screaming about how I'm trying to steal her husband, how I've been seducing him or whatever. Like, yeah, Aunt Astrid, I totally seduced him by being homeless and fixing washing machines. Super sexy. The customers were all staring, and this one old lady who comes in every Wednesday to wash her cat's blankets actually started recording the whole thing on her phone. Aunt Astrid saying all this crazy stuff about how she always knew I was trouble, how I'm just like my mother, trying to take advantage of rich men. I'm just standing there with a mop in my hand, wearing my gross work uniform, thinking, Is this really happening right now? Then Jerry comes out from the back room and tells Aunt Astrid she needs to leave before he calls the cops. She leaves, but not before telling me, "This isn't over." That night, I heard Astrid and Uncle Marcus having this huge fight upstairs in his office. Their voices were muffled, but I could make out Aunt Astrid screaming about "that girl," and "how dare you." I felt so ashamed, like I'd ruined their marriage or something. Later, Aunt Astrid slept at her friend's house that night. When I saw Uncle Marcus the next morning, he had dark circles under his eyes, and just gave me this tired nod. But the weird thing is that my mom suddenly started calling me, for the first time in months, acting all concerned. "Honey, I'm hearing some disturbing things." Like she had any right to be concerned after abandoning me. I'm sure someone, probably Rebecca, sent her the rumors. Then she and Ralph show up at my apartment unannounced. Mom's wearing one of her new designer outfits. Her eyes scan my tiny studio apartment. "Oh honey," she says. But it sounds more calculating than concerned. "This is quaint." Ralph stays by the door like he's afraid poverty might be contagious. "What are you doing here?" I asked, not offering them a seat. There's nowhere to sit anyway, unless they want to join me on my unmade bed. Mom starts pacing my tiny space. "We've been hearing things about you and your Uncle Marcus." The way she says it makes something twist in my stomach. "What about Uncle Marcus?" "Come on, sweetie." She tries for a conspiratorial smile. "I know what you're doing. It's clever, really. I would have never thought of it at your age." "Thought of what?" "Getting close to Marcus like this. Working in his business, playing the poor abandoned niece. I'm sure he's promised you quite a bit." The realization hits me like a slap. "You think I'm trying to get his money? Well, aren't you? Living in this place, working in that laundromat, spending all that time with him. It's obvious what you're doing." I laugh, and it comes out harsh. "Obvious to who? You? The woman who shipped me off to Chicago and forgot about me? That's not fair." "No, you know what's not fair. You disappeared when Dad died. You married Ralph. What, 10 months later? Send me to Aunt Astrid like I was some old furniture that didn't match your new decor." "I was grieving," she says. But she's looking at her expensive watch, not at me. "You were upgrading," I snapped back. "Trading up for a fancier life with your real estate husband and your charity galas. And now what? You're worried I might get some of Uncle Marcus's money before you do?" Ralph steps forward then, all fake authority. "Now listen here, young lady. Your mother and I are concerned about your welfare." "My welfare?" The laugh bubbles up again, uglier this time. "Where was this concern when Aunt Astrid was charging me rent at 15? When I was working 2 jobs and sleeping in my car?" Mom waves her hand dismissively. "Don't be dramatic. Astrid would never." "Check my hospital records from when I got bronchitis sleeping in that car. Check the pay stubs from the gas station and the laundromat. Check the rent receipts Astrid made me keep." "Oh wait, you can't. You were too busy posting pictures from your yacht parties to even answer my calls." "That's ancient history," Mom says. But she's fidgeting with her wedding ring. Dad's wedding ring that she had upgraded with bigger diamonds. "We're here to help now. Ralph has a friend who runs this wonderful boarding school in Switzerland." Now you want to help?" My voice rises. "Or did you just find out Uncle Marcus is teaching me about the business? Worried I might actually learn something? Get a piece of what you think should be yours?" Mom's face changes then. Gets harder. Drops the concerned mother act completely. "Marcus was your father's brother. Anything of his should go to me. His wife, ex-wife I correct, who remarried less than a year after he died. I deserve," she starts, but I cut her off. "You deserve it? Dad helped build this business. He and Uncle Marcus started with nothing, while you were busy planning charity galas with Ralph. I'm learning how to fix washing machines and manage books, and actually help people, just like Dad did." "Your father was a teacher," she spits out. "He played around with Marcus's business like it was some hobby." "Get out." I point to the door. "Go back to your perfect life with your perfect husband. Go plan another charity gala. Go archive some more family photos because they don't match your aesthetic. Just get out of my apartment." Ralph tries one more time. "Now see here." "No, you see here." I'm surprised by how steady my voice is now. "I know exactly why you're both here. You heard I was working with Uncle Marcus and got scared. Scared I might actually earn something you think should be yours. But here's the thing. I'm not you. I'm not here for anyone's money. I'm here because Uncle Marcus gave me a chance when you threw me away. Mom's face goes red. How dare you? How dare I? How dare you come here pretending to care about my welfare, when all you care about is your bank account? I walk to the door and open it. By the way, Mom, that pantsuit makes you look desperate. They leave. Mom muttered something about ingratitude, and Ralph was already on his phone. I close the door and slide down against it, shaking. Through the thin walls I hear Mom's voice. I told you this would happen. That little gold digger is going to try to take everything. So after the whole drama with Mom and Ralph showing up, things got weirdly quiet for like a week. I was at work one night when Michael came running into the laundromat. He looked scared. Turns out he was using Aunt Astrid's iPad. A message popped up from someone saved as D that just said, "Everything's ready for next week. Astrid baby, we're finally going to be free." Michael, being the nosy kid he is, opened the messages. Guess Aunt Astrid never logged out of her accounts on that iPad. Y'all. The D was Ralph. As in my dad Ralph. As in my mom's husband Ralph. They'd been texting for months. Michael found all these emails too. Plans for them to take a bunch of money from Uncle Marcus's business and run away together. They'd been planning it for almost a year. Every time Aunt Astrid raised my rent, that money went straight into some secret account. Michael showed up because he didn't know what to do. For the first time in his life, this kid who'd made fun of me for being poor, was realizing his mom was about to steal everything, and leave him behind. I called Uncle Marcus. Not going to lie. Part of me wanted to just let everything blow up after how they treated me. Would have been some nice karma. Uncle Marcus came down to the laundromat right away. Michael was still shaking when he showed Uncle Marcus all the messages. I've never seen Uncle Marcus look so blank. Like his face just shut down. He made some calls. Turns out his lawyer had been suspicious about some business accounts for a while. The numbers weren't adding up. But Aunt Astrid handled all the paperwork. Uncle Marcus trusted her with everything, so nobody looked too close. The lawyer looked through every account, every transaction. Know how much they were planning to steal? $4.3 million. They'd already moved almost $1 million to offshore accounts. All those times Aunt Astrid complained about property taxes and utility bills? She was stealing that money too. But the real blow. Some of that money came from Michael and Rebecca's college funds. Their own mom was stealing their future to run away with my stepdad. Uncle Marcus had this whole team of lawyers and accountants come in. They found all these fake companies Aunt Astrid had set up. She'd write checks to these companies for maintenance or supplies, but the money just went to more secret accounts. While all this was happening, Aunt Astrid was acting totally normal. Still posting her workout selfies on Instagram, still running her PTA meetings, still pretending to be this perfect mom. Ralph was the same, taking my mom to charity events, buying her expensive stuff, playing the devoted husband. The lawyers said we needed to wait, get more evidence before confronting them. But Rebecca found everything on the iPad too. She came to my apartment one night, mascara all over her face from crying, asking if she could stay with me. First time in her life she didn't have a perfect place to sleep. It was weird having her there. This girl who'd made fun of me for being homeless was now basically homeless herself. She couldn't stand being in the same house as Aunt Astrid after learning everything. She slept on my tiny futon, used my cheap shampoo, wore my Target clothes, kept saying sorry for how she treated me. But honestly, watching her realize money doesn't make you a good person was enough. Uncle Marcus had his IT guys tracking all the accounts, watching every transaction. The plan was to catch them right before they tried to run, but Aunt Astrid must have figured out something was up because she started moving money faster. The next morning was Michael's 18th birthday party. Aunt Astrid had planned this huge thing at their house, hired a DJ catering, even got some mini golf set up in the backyard. She was acting extra nice to everyone, probably because she thought it was her last weekend there. Uncle Marcus decided that was when we'd confront them. Have all the evidence ready, get everybody in one place. I remember Rebecca asking if we should warn my mom first, but Uncle Marcus said no. We needed to see her genuine reaction to know if she was involved. The morning of Michael's birthday party was weird. Like super weird. Aunt Astrid's running around arranging centerpieces and checking the catering while literally planning to disappear with my stepdad the next day. Rebecca and I were helping set up, both knowing everything was about to explode, trying to act normal. Michael looked like he was going to throw up every time his mom hugged him. Uncle Marcus had this whole plan. His lawyer would show up unexpectedly with some urgent paperwork during the party. They'd gather everyone in the living room and then drop all the evidence. The FBI was actually waiting nearby. Yeah, actual FBI agents. Because apparently stealing millions from legitimate businesses while planning to flee the country is kind of their thing. My mom showed up early, all excited about the party. She hadn't talked to me since the whole Switzerland boarding school thing, but she was acting like everything was fine. Ralph came in behind her carrying this huge wrapped present. Found out later it was some fancy gaming system. Guess he was trying to buy Michael's silence or something. The party started at 2 p.m. All these rich kids from Michael's school showing up in BMWs and Mercedes their parents bought them. The DJ's playing music, people are swimming in the pool. Everything looks completely normal, except Rebecca, Michael and I are just watching Aunt Astrid and Ralph, who keep checking their phones and whispering to each other. Around 4 p.m. the lawyer showed up. He's carrying this thick folder and looking super serious. Aunt Astrid's face when she saw him. I wish I had a picture. She knew. They gathered everyone in the living room. Some of Michael's friends tried to stay, but Uncle Marcus was like, "Family only," in this voice that made them leave real quick. My mom was complaining about interrupting the party. But then the lawyer started laying out documents on the coffee table. Bank statements, emails, transfer records, pictures of Aunt Astrid and Ralph together from some private investigator. With each paper he put down, the room got quieter. Then he played a recording. Aunt Astrid and Ralph talking about their plans, laughing about how stupid everyone was for not noticing. My mom stopped breathing when she heard Ralph's voice. Just straight up froze. Aunt Astrid tried to say the recording was fake, but then Uncle Marcus pulled out her iPad, the one Michael found the messages on, and started reading their texts out loud. Y'all, the screaming that happened next. Mom launched herself at Ralph, started hitting him with her purse, which had like a million metal things in it, BTW. Aunt Astrid tried to run for the door, but the FBI guys were already there. Some agent lady just goes, "Astrid Anderson, you're under arrest for wire fraud and embezzlement." They took them both away in handcuffs. Ralph kept yelling about how he had a good explanation. Aunt Astrid was crying about how weed ruined her life. But you know what the worst part was? Neither of them even looked at their kids. Like your son's 18th birthday party just got turned into a crime scene, and you can't even say sorry? Mom had a complete breakdown, like full-on hysterics. Turns out Ralph had been using her money too. She'd signed a bunch of papers without reading them, because she trusted him, she said, and he'd basically stolen everything she had left from Dad's life insurance. The next few weeks were crazy. The FBI investigation found even more stuff. Aunt Astrid and Ralph had been planning this for over a year. They had fake passports, offshore accounts, this whole secret life ready to go. They'd stolen from pretty much everyone, the business, the kids' college funds, even charity money from those fancy events they were always going to. While all this was happening, Uncle Marcus was watching how everyone handled it. Rebecca and Michael basically moved into my tiny apartment. We had this whole system. Michael slept on the futon, Rebecca shared my bed, and we all shared one bathroom. Which was interesting. They both got jobs at the laundromat. Rebecca's actually really good with customers when she's not being mean to them. And Michael? Kids have a talent for fixing machines. He figured out this problem with the industrial dryer that even the repair guy couldn't fix. Mom went to rehab. Not for drugs or anything, just to deal with everything. She'd been so focused on looking perfect, having the perfect rich life, that she'd ignored all the red flags about Ralph. Uncle Marcus really stepped up. He's been teaching us all about the business. Says he wants us, me, Rebecca, and Michael, to run it together someday. We each have different strengths. I'm good with numbers, like my dad was. Rebecca's great with people when she tries, and Michael's got this weird genius thing with machines. Last week we all went to visit Dad's grave. First time we'd been there together. Uncle Marcus told us more stories about him, about how he'd helped build this whole business while still being a teacher, because he believed in helping people. Aunt Astrid and Ralph are in jail now. Turns out stealing millions and planning to flee the country is kind of illegal. They're both trying to blame each other, which would be funny if it wasn't so sad. Michael and Rebecca still struggle with it. Like imagine finding out your mom cared more about running away with someone else's husband than she did about you. But you know what's weird? We're actually better now. Like, all of us. Mom's dealing with her issues instead of hiding them behind designer sunglasses. Rebecca and Michael learned what it's like to actually work for things. I learned that sometimes letting people help you isn't a weakness. Sometimes I look around at my life now and can't believe how different everything is from a year ago. Like, I'm sitting here in the laundromat office. My office now. I manage the place. And it hits me. Although I lost my family, I'm doing much better now. TLDR. Found out aunt and stepdad were secret lovers planning to steal millions and run away. They got arrested at a birthday party. Mom had a breakdown, went to rehab. Cousins learned humility through laundry. And we all somehow became a real family. Also, Dad was playing 4D chess from beyond the grave. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. They changed the locks and demanded $26,000 rent. So I evicted my stepmom and sister from the house I secretly owned all along. I simply nodded and replied, "Understood." I then walked away. The next morning, she discovered a note at her door and began shouting so loudly that the neighbors came outside. There's a type of sleepiness that doesn't stem from a lack of sleep. It lives in your bones, behind your eyes, and in that hollow region of your chest where joy is meant to reside. That is how tired I was when I arrived home. I'd been on duty for 18 hours straight, not merely charting and monitoring vitals. I had shattered a rib while performing chest compressions on a youngster whose parents were still in the waiting room. I pronounced 3 people dead. I had brought 2 back. I had dried blood on my sleeves and the stink of antiseptic sunk deep in my skin. What I needed, was a shower, a calm lunch, and perhaps 4 hours of sleep before returning to the hospital in the morning. That was it. That was my entire wish list. So, when I pulled into the driveway and my key didn't fit, my brain couldn't register it right away. I turned it again, jiggled it, and peered at it as if it was apologizing. Then the door opened. My stepmother stood there in yoga pants and a wine-stained tank top with her phone in one hand and an attitude in the other. "Oh," she replied, as if she had forgotten I existed. "You're back early." Behind her, my stepsister sat on the couch in my hoodie, browsing TikTok as if she owned the room. Her partner, who hadn't worked a day since moving in, was halfway through a bag of chips I'd purchased. "The key doesn't work," I explained. "Right," she said. "We changed the locks. Rent's gone up. You want to stay here? It's $26,000 back rent, plus utilities. Your sister needs a vacation. And frankly, you're a doctor. You can afford it." She said it as though she was doing me a favor. I stood there holding my duffel bag, my sneakers stuck to the welcome mat. I did not say anything for a time, just looked at her. Really looked. My father married a woman while I was still learning how to shave. The one who urged me to call her Lisa since stepmom sounded too official, yet never treated me like a family member. "Did Dad approve this?" I inquired. She smirked. "Your father's overseas. This is my house. When he's gone, I make the rules." I peered past her and into the living room. My old textbooks were still arranged on the floor, exactly where I'd left them. My name remained on some of the utility invoices. I paid them last month. "Understood," I said. I nodded once, turned, and returned to my car. I didn't slam the door or yell, I just drove away into the night, the pain in my chest greater than any shift I'd worked. I slept in the hospital's call room, on a plastic mattress covered in a scratchy blanket that smelled like disinfectant. They celebrated while I slept, albeit fitfully and briefly, probably toasted with boxed wine to their brilliant plan of extorting me. Perhaps my sister posted about it online. A TikTok with a petulant message about how freeloaders can't receive free rides forever. What they didn't realize was that I had been waiting for this moment for years. I drove back the next morning, while they were still sleeping, most likely nursing hangovers and delusions. Knocked once, then placed the envelope in the center of the doormat, where she would be sure to see it. Then I parked down the street and waited. 15 minutes later, exactly on time, because she routinely checked the front step about 9:30 a.m. Like clockwork, the front door creaked open. Lisa appeared in fuzzy slippers, clutching a cup with the words, "Number 1 Mom," in peeling glitter. She bent down, picked up the letter, opened it, and screamed. Not a harsh gulp, not a single cry of astonishment. A full-throated, soul-shaking scream indicating that someone has died. Lights turned on at the house across the street. A dog began barking. The curtains have moved. The neighbors came out. From the safety of my car, I watched her expression contort. Rage, panic, confusion, as if someone had just told her the world was over. She called for her daughter. My stepsister stumbled outside, squinting in the sunlight. I took one look at the page and started shrieking. I did not move. Did not smile. Did not flinch. I just waited. Because this was just the beginning. I used to think that house was safe. When I was younger, it was the spot I went after soccer practice, school, heartbreaks, and bruised knees. The refrigerator was always stocked with orange Gatorade. My father usually smelled strongly like soap and hospital-grade sanitizer. He'd arrived home late but still managed to sit next to me while I finished my schoolwork, dozing off with a medical journal in his lap. My mother kept the house warm, literally and figuratively. She enjoyed throwing blankets, cinnamon candles, and cuddling for too long. Then she died. I was 12 when the vehicle accident occurred. She went from picking up party favors for my birthday to disappearing. My father did not cry at the funeral. He kept it together for me. But I recall how hard he clutched my shoulder in the pew, as if letting go would cause us both to collapse. For a while, it was just us. Two individuals float in the same lifeboat, trying not to shake it. Then came Lisa. I was 15 when they married. She had a daughter named Mahina who was my age, but we could not have been more different. Mahina was the type of girl who called adults by their first names, believing it made her mature. She blasted music in the kitchen, rolled her eyes incessantly, and replaced her phone every 6 months. I was the silent one, the studious one. She considers me to be the odd one. Dad was deployed the following year, on a long-term contract overseas through a military medical program. He said it was only temporary. He said he'd be back before I knew it. Lisa promised to hold down the fort. Lisa did not hold anything down. She just took over. Everything changed overnight. The throw blankets vanished. The cinnamon candles were replaced with sterile lavender plug-ins. The framed photo of my mother disappeared from the entryway. Nobody talked about it. I recall once asking whether it could be kept in my room. Lisa looked at me as if I had requested to hang roadkill on the wall. "Don't you think it's time we all moved on?" She meant, "Don't you think it's time I completely erased your mother?" I kept my head down. Concentrate on school. I enrolled in college early, studying pre-medicine. I tried everything I could to stay out of the house. Internships, summer jobs, anything. I only returned during holidays or when I was between leases. Even then I paid my portion. More than my fair share, actually. When Lisa stated she didn't want to deal with plumbers, I covered her groceries, shared her utilities, and repaired the leaking sink in the downstairs bathroom. She never thanked me. Mahina brought her boyfriend into our home when we were 19. He was older, tattooed, unemployed. Lisa claims to have misunderstood. He virtually moved in. We ate our food, streamed video games at maximum volume, never paid anything. He's family, Lisa explained. It's strange that I was never referred to in that way. By the time I finished medical school, I had given up hope of ever being treated fairly. But I still paid my payments. I still helped out. I didn't want drama. I didn't want a conflict. I desired peace. And I thought that if I was generous and quiet enough, they'd leave me alone. They did not. It was as if someone flicked a switch when I first started earning a proper wage. Suddenly, every dinner conversation centered upon money. Lisa would make passive-aggressive remarks about how expensive it is to raise children, and how I had been living there for free for so long. Then it became less passive. More aggressive. She began asking whether I would consider donating a bit more, despite the fact that I already paid more than anyone else. She added that Mahina had never had a proper vacation and deserved one. Then, one night, while I was microwaving leftovers I'd purchased, She flatly demanded that I pay rent back for all of the years I'd lived in her home. Mahina spoke up from the couch. It's only fair. You're a doctor now. I did not respond. I just stood there, staring at the slowly revolving lasagna in the microwave. Consider how bizarre it was to be financially mugged in your own kitchen. A few days later, the locks were changed, and that was when I handed them the letter. It was not angry. It was not emotional. It was only business. A tidy, formal eviction notice stapled to a copy of the property deed bearing my name on it. They had no idea, and never questioned, that the house had been officially transferred to me when I reached 21. My father bought it before he married Lisa. He owned it outright, and he gave it to me in trust, quietly, without speaking to her. Just in case, he had stated. I want you to be protected. No matter what. I never brag about it. Never used it as leverage. I kept paying the bills. Keep playing nice. I hoped that one day they would treat me like family. Instead, they replaced the locks and wanted $26,000. So I gave them 30 days to go. They did not take it well. Lisa screamed down the street as soon as she spotted the letter. Mahina dashed in, grabbed the papers out of her grasp, and yelled something I couldn't hear from the car. But, based on the expression on her face, it was hardly thank you. They did not believe it. We're going to call a lawyer, she told me later in a voicemail. This is fake. You had this forged. You think you're clever, but you're not. Then followed the texts. How could you do this to us? This is betrayal. After everything we gave you. Your father will hear about this. I didn't respond. Because the house was never theirs. They just never imagined the day when I'd quit pretending. Meanwhile, I crashed with Jordan, a friend from medical school. The type of guy who always keeps protein powder in the blender and never asks too many questions. I told him the fundamentals. Family problems. This is a temporary issue. He offered me the spare room, gave me a blanket, and said, cool, just don't steal my socks. The calls did not stop. Lisa. Mahina. Including the lover. They all took turns on the guilt carousel. You're really going to kick out your own family? We cared for you when no one else did. After everything we have given you. Which was funny since I strained my brain and couldn't think of a single time Lisa offered me something without strings attached, side-eye, or a backhanded comment, unless you count nervousness. She gave freely. I ignored the calls. I let the texts build up. I expected them to rage for a few days and then become silent. Wrong. Lisa changed tactics. She went online. A mysterious Facebook post appeared 2 days later. It is a sad day when someone you have raised turns their back on you. Some individuals have forgotten who fed them all these years. Subtle, truly Pulitzer-worthy content. Within hours, her high school buddies were leaving comments with prayer hands and wine emojis. Mahina chimed in with a TikTok saying, POV. Your brother evicts you because you asked him to pay rent for once in his life. She added a sad face and a popular audio clip for added flavor. I received texts from extended family I hadn't heard from in years. Is everything fine with Lisa? She says you're being aggressive. She mentioned the lawyers. What's happening? I did not respond to those either. Instead, I mailed a folder to my lawyer, a copy of the trust deed, the transfer, the eviction notice, screenshots of Lisa's Facebook post, and Mahina's TikTok. Then I created a new folder called Proof, and began storing everything. They were out of control, and I was documenting everything. Lisa called back several days after receiving the letter. This time, I picked up. Are you really doing this? She said, skipping high. I am. You're going to regret it. This house was a gift for this family. It was a gift for me. Literally. Check the deed. She blurted out something about moral rights and betrayal. She said she would talk to my father. I told her to go ahead. He'll be home shortly. Please wait. I said, looking forward to it. And then hung up. The truth was, I had already spoken to him. Dad called me the night the eviction notice went out. He sounded exhausted. I'm not confused, not angry. Just be quiet. I figured it would come to this, he told me. Did you know? I didn't realize they'd lock you out, but I knew they were pushing you too hard. I have been hearing stuff. It turns out he had been hearing stuff through the grapevine. Mutual friends. Neighbors. People who saw the posts online contacted him with worry. Initially, he refused to believe it. But the more he heard, the clearer things became. They weren't simply ungrateful. They were aggressively trying to push me away. He let me know he was by my side. He didn't say anything else over the phone. Please email me the documentation. I'll handle it. A few days later, the locks were changed, and that was when I handed them the letter. It was not angry. It was not emotional. It was only business. A tidy, formal eviction notice stapled to a copy of the property deed bearing my name on it. They had no idea, and never questioned, that the house had been officially transferred to me when I reached 21. My father bought it before he married Lisa. He owned it outright, and he gave it to me in trust, quietly, without speaking to her. Just in case, he had stated. I want you to be protected. No matter what. I never brag about it. Never used it as leverage. I kept paying the bills. Keep playing nice. I hoped that one day they would treat me like family. Instead, they replaced the locks and wanted $26,000. So I gave them 30 days to go. They did not take it well. Lisa screamed down the street as soon as she spotted the letter. Mahina dashed in, grabbed the papers out of her grasp, and yelled something I couldn't hear from the car. But, based on the expression on her face, it was hardly thank you. They did not believe it. We're going to call a lawyer, she told me later in a voicemail. This is fake. You had this forged. You think you're clever, but you're not. Then followed the texts. How could you do this to us? This is betrayal. After everything we gave you. Your father will hear about this. I didn't respond. Because the house was never theirs. They just never imagined the day when I'd quit pretending. Meanwhile, I crashed with Jordan, a friend from medical school. The type of guy who always keeps protein powder in the blender and never asks too many questions. I told him the fundamentals. Family problems. This is a temporary issue. He offered me the spare room, gave me a blanket, and said, cool, just don't steal my socks. The calls did not stop. Lisa. Mahina. Including the lover. They all took turns on the guilt carousel. You're really going to kick out your own family? We cared for you when no one else did. After everything we have given you. Which was funny since I strained my brain and couldn't think of a single time Lisa offered me something without strings attached, side-eye, or a backhanded comment, unless you count nervousness. She gave freely. I ignored the calls. I let the texts build up. I expected them to rage for a few days and then become silent. Wrong. Lisa changed tactics. She went online. A mysterious Facebook post appeared 2 days later. It is a sad day when someone you have raised turns their back on you. Some individuals have forgotten who fed them all these years. Subtle, truly Pulitzer-worthy content. Within hours, her high school buddies were leaving comments with prayer hands and wine emojis. Mahina chimed in with a TikTok saying, POV. Your brother evicts you because you asked him to pay rent for once in his life. She added a sad face and a popular audio clip for added flavor. I received texts from extended family I hadn't heard from in years. Is everything fine with Lisa? She says you're being aggressive. She mentioned the lawyers. What's happening? I did not respond to those either. Instead, I mailed a folder to my lawyer, a copy of the trust deed, the transfer, the eviction notice, screenshots of Lisa's Facebook post, and Mahina's TikTok. Then I created a new folder called Proof, and began storing everything. They were out of control, and I was documenting everything. Lisa called back several days after receiving the letter. This time, I picked up. Are you really doing this? She said, skipping high. I am. You're going to regret it. This house was a gift for this family. It was a gift for me. Literally. Check the deed. She blurted out something about moral rights and betrayal. She said she would talk to my father. I told her to go ahead. He'll be home shortly. Please wait. I said, looking forward to it. And then hung up. The truth was, I had already spoken to him. Dad called me the night the eviction notice went out. He sounded exhausted. I'm not confused, not angry. Just be quiet. I figured it would come to this, he told me. Did you know? I didn't realize they'd lock you out, but I knew they were pushing you too hard. I have been hearing stuff. It turns out he had been hearing stuff through the grapevine. Mutual friends. Neighbors. People who saw the posts online contacted him with worry. Initially, He refused to believe it. But the more he heard, the clearer things became. They weren't simply ungrateful. They were aggressively trying to push me away. He let me know he was by my side. He didn't say anything else over the phone. Please email me the documentation. I'll handle it. I believed him. But Lisa did not. She assumed she could still lie her way through this. A week before the eviction deadline, I received another text. We aren't leaving. This is not legal. I'm his wife. That house is half mine. That was when I sent the second official letter, via my lawyer. Certified mail. It explained the trust. It clarified that the house was my father's distinct property, purchased prior to marriage, and that he had complete legal authority to give it to me. The documents were clean. The trust is airtight. There are no loopholes, no errors, just facts. I anticipated silence. Instead, they doubled down. Mahina created another TikTok. This time she was crying on video, claiming that her nasty brother was dumping them on the street. Lisa shared another dramatic Facebook status. Some people forget where they are from. We gave him everything. Now he wants us homeless. I took a screenshot. I've included it in the proof folder. That same day, I received a call from one of my neighbors, a sweet elderly woman who used to bake cookies when we were youngsters. They've been telling people you forged the deed, she explained, frightened. That's fine, I responded. I'm not here to win Facebook. I'm here to recover my home. Then came the cherry on top. 3 days before the deadline, I returned to my car after a long shift and discovered a piece of paper glued to the windshield. A printed note, sloppy typed. If you go through with this, we will make sure everyone knows who you truly are. Don't test us. No signature. Only cowardice and desperation. I smiled. I took a photograph. I added it to the folder. Because that's the thing about threats. When you've lost your patience, tranquility, and tolerance, there's nothing else to threaten. Allow them to talk. Let them post. Let them yell. I had the deed. I had the law. And most significantly, I'd had enough. The deadline was approaching. So was my father. The eviction deadline was on a Thursday. I did not sleep the night before. Not because I was nervous, but because I was ready. That state of readiness in which your chest tightens, and your thoughts are laser-focused. I had the documents printed. I had an attorney on standby. And my patience was buried deep beneath 6 years of stillness. They had not packed, of course. They had not. The drapes were still drawn. Mahina's boyfriend's automobile remained in the driveway. Someone had placed a pizza box on the porch, as if that would scare me away. At precisely 10 a.m., I arrived. Not wearing scrubs. Not right after a shift. I took a day off, wore a button-down shirt, even combed my hair. If they're going to regard me as the villain, I might as well look presentable. I knocked once. Lisa answered. No makeup. Arms crossed. She didn't seem surprised to see me, just arrogant. We're not leaving. Then this will be the last time I ask nicely. Do you believe you can bully your way into your father's house? I held up a copy of the deed. It's not his house, it is mine. You have 30 minutes. She laughed. Actually, I laughed. Do you really believe you can kick out your own family? It's already done. The documents were submitted many weeks ago. You've ignored every deadline. Mahina approached the door next, her eyes swollen as if she hadn't slept, or had just ended her third tantrum of the morning. It's illegal. You're throwing us into the street. No, I replied. You decided not to leave. I gave you every chance. She looked behind her. We called Dad. He is on his way. Good, I hope he arrives before the sheriff does. Right on cue, an automobile drew up to the curb. My father strolled out, tanned and slower than I remembered, but his presence remained dominating. Even when wearing a cardigan, a man's military history remains. He started up the path and looked at me first. Not Lisa. Not Mahina. Me. Have you got a minute? He started up the path and looked at me first. Not Lisa. Not Mahina. Me. Have you got a minute? We took a step back, just enough so that the others couldn't hear. I read everything, he explained. All documents. Each message you forwarded. I am sorry it came to this. I should have arrived home sooner. It is handled, mostly. He nodded and handed me an envelope. What is this? Divorce papers. I filed them overseas. This is only a notarized confirmation. I looked at the envelope and then back at him. She never cared about this family, he told me. She valued control. About appearances. About bleeding you dry. I noticed it too late, but I see it now. I did not say anything. I did not need to. Then he said softly, almost sheepish, I met someone overseas. She is kind, gentle. She reminds me of your mother in ways that make me feel like myself again. I blinked hard. I'm not replacing her, he clarified hastily. But I think I deserve happiness too. You do. We turned back to the house. Lisa and Mahina were now on the porch, eyeing us like hawks circling their final line of protection. My father walked up first, calmly. I know everything, he stated. Lisa blinked. Everything? The lies, the posts, the threats, how you treated my son. I have nothing more to say to you. Mahina opened her mouth, perhaps about to say something dramatic, but he cut her short. This is not your house. It never was. Pack your belongings, now. Lisa grabbed his arm. Are you going to toss us away after all these years? He shook her off gently. You threw yourself away. Mahina turned to me, desperate. You can't just. I can. And I did. I did not raise my voice. I did not flinch. I just stood there, while two people who had before scoffed at my tiredness and termed it weakness, realized I wasn't tired any longer. I was finished. They attempted to stall, attempted to protest. They said they needed more time. That was unfair, that I had ruined everything. But in the end, they packed. Lisa went first, tossing items into garbage bags and muttering about lawyers and revenge. Mahina stormed around the house for hours, banging cabinets and crying on phone calls that never seemed to go her way. By sundown, the home was silent. By midnight, it was mine again. I moved from room to room barefoot, all lights on. Not because I had to see, but I could. For the first time in years, the space did not feel like a trap. It felt like home. There is no stress in the walls. No phony grins at the dinner table. There is no guilt for simply existing. Just silent. Just peace. I brewed coffee at 2 a.m. Nobody could complain about the noise. I stood on the porch, a shawl around my shoulders, and observed the street Lisa used to call her kingdom. It appeared smaller now. Less menacing. Like something I'd finally outgrown. And when I looked back, I didn't see any ghosts of old arguments or half-swallowed wrath. I saw possibilities. Clean the floors. The walls are empty. There is space to breathe. My residence. My rules. My tranquility. It's been 6 months. Mahina has moved in with her boyfriend's parents. That did not last long. According to what I've heard, they kicked them both out after a few weeks due to bills, attitude, and staying up all night yelling at Xbox gamers via headset. Lisa attempted to sue. She lost. Then she tried to guilt-trip my father. That did not work either. He now lives full-time overseas. Happier. Healthier. With someone who truly respects him. He informed me last month that he hasn't felt so serene in decades. As for me, I still work lengthy shifts. But now when I get home, the key works. The refrigerator is mine. The quiet is mine. Nobody begs for money. No one slams the doors. Nobody thinks I owe them anything just for being alive. Some evenings I find myself waiting for the next demand. As if I'm still programmed to expect it. But it never arrives. They are gone. And I am free. But be honest. Have I gone too far? Would you have done the same? Please let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. My stepbrother mocked me at Thanksgiving after I offered him $15,000 and a $60,000 job. Now, he's jobless, blaming me for his life falling apart. Growing up, my stepbrother was the golden child, and I liked it that way. When my parents tore up my report card because I had a mix of A's and B's, and held a party for my stepbrother Charles, who had all C's, I was pleased for him. Even when I was chastised for being too quiet and ungrateful at the dinner table, while Charles received twice as much dessert for bringing his plate to the sink, I was pleased for him, because I knew that in the long term, this would only help me. I also knew it would eventually create a schism between us. Of course, I was correct on both of those points. Charles failed his junior year of high school, whereas I graduated with all honors, due to how hard my inferiority complex forced me to study. Charles was practically in legal debt by the age of 17, whereas I moved out as soon as I turned 18 and paid for the apartment with my own money. My parents stopped talking to me as soon as I moved out, and I returned by never returning home for the holidays. The only thing I did was send Charles $200 in cash every 2 months so he didn't have to rely entirely on our parents. Aside from that, we didn't talk. All I knew about him was that he had somehow landed a job as a supervisor at a nearby McDonald's. Honestly, I preferred it that way. I didn't want any of my relatives to know how I was going. I waited until I graduated from college, got a good car, an apartment, and had a steady job before seeing them again. I expected this to be the final demonstration. Instead, I had an unforgettable Thanksgiving. I arrived wearing an Old Navy outfit and holding a huge check and a job offer for Charles. My stepfather was the one who opened the door. I almost gasped when I realized how much older he appeared. Meanwhile, my mother's face was injected with Botox. To my astonishment, they genuinely invited me in. But I never let my guard down, and it wasn't until we all sat down in the living room, stepbrother, stepdad, and mom, that their facade of compassion came undone. We started off by updating each other, and I discovered Charles had been fired from McDonald's after only a year and had been unemployed ever since. I saw this as an opportunity to tell him about the job. Well, I told myself, I work at a bank, and we're currently looking for— Oh, look at me, I get paid for using a calculator and wearing a suit, interrupted the man. I stared at him blankly as my parents laughed their heads off. It had been nearly 8 years since I last saw him. He wasn't still a man-child, right? I dismissed it as a silly joke and attempted to continue, but every time I did, he'd start making strange faces or calling me a desk monkey under his breath. I sighed. And for the first time, I recognized Charles for what he was: a deadbeat loser. So I turned down the job offer and instead handed him the $15,000 check from my pocket. But instead of thanking me or simply nodding in my direction, he went too far. Bet your dead daddy's real pride you turned out to be a money parasite, huh? My face sank. I was so angry that my neck and cheeks began to burn. I rose up and walked towards him, fists clasped at my side. In answer, he stood up, but instead of addressing me, he ran away and locked himself in the restroom. My parents sat motionless on the couch, refusing to participate. I simply stepped up to Charles and began gently unlocking the door from the outside, tormenting him. Hey Charles, did you know I was going to offer you a job that had a starting pay of $60,000 today? Silence. But hey, if you'd rather beat your hot dog all day while watching girls who will never want you, all from the childhood bedroom that you never moved out of, then more power to you. Silence. I didn't even bother to open the door after that. I've just departed. A little part of me was irritated that I let him retain the check, but I was more relieved that I could help him out. However, Charles did not necessarily want the check. He did not want the job either. Instead, he intended to wreck my life. I hadn't realized it at the time, but Charles had been so offended by my statements that he was determined to use them to wreck all I had ever worked for. About a week later, I began receiving strange calls at work. Someone would ask for my name and then hang up when I answered. Then my email inbox was swamped with subscription confirmations. Someone had joined me up for every pornographic site mailing imaginable. My business email address, not my personal one. I updated my passwords and moved on, assuming it was a one-time occurrence. Then my neighbors began giving me odd stares in the corridor. Someone had posted leaflets throughout my condo complex, stating I was running an unlawful company from my apartment. The flyers included my entire name and unit number. I recognized Charles right away. But how did he know where I lived? The check I handed him had my bank's address rather than my home address. After a few days of anxious thinking, I remembered my mother had requested my address last year, in order to send me a Christmas card. She never sent anything, but Charles had certainly received the information. The situation immediately deteriorated from there. I began receiving goods that I had never ordered. Expensive items that would arrive COD, meaning I had to pay for them or deny delivery. My car was keyed in my building's parking garage. Someone reported a noise complaint to my condo association 3 nights in a row. These were all bothersome, but tolerable. What pushed me over the line was receiving a call from my supervisor asking whether everything was fine. Apparently, someone claiming to be my stepbrother called HR to say I was experiencing a mental health crisis and needed to be evaluated. That may have significantly harmed my professional reputation if my boss hadn't known me well. I was done playing defense. It's time to find out what Charles was up to and put an end to it. I contacted my mother for the first time in years and asked how Charles was doing. She began a 20-minute rant on how he was between opportunities but had huge plans. The key element was that he was still living at home, in his childhood bedroom. Just as I had suspected. I needed to know exactly how far he was willing to go. More importantly, I needed to ensure he was aware that messing with me would have disastrous consequences. My days of being the quiet, compliant stepsister were over. If Charles wanted a war, he had no idea what he was getting himself into. I decided if Charles was going to interfere with my life, I had to be clever about how I responded. Simply confronting him would only make matters worse. The jerk undoubtedly anticipated me to barge into my mother's house and shout at him, which would further add to their "she's unstable" storyline. No. I needed to be more strategic. The first thing I did was secure my digital life. I changed my passwords, enabled two-factor authentication, and put up a Google alert for my name. I contacted my bank, credit card providers, and all 3 credit bureaus to place fraud warnings on everything. The last thing I needed was Charles attempting to open accounts in my name. Then I addressed physical security. I told my building management about the incident, but kept it vague. Just mentioned that I had a troubled family member who could cause problems. He pledged to notify security and ensure that no packages were accepted without my express approval. I also purchased an inexpensive camera for my front door, a standard Ring doorbell, nothing fancy. Throughout everything, I was attempting to figure out my next step. I wasn't going to sit back and accept Charles's nonsense, but I also didn't want to descend to his level. I decided to take a little trip to my hometown that weekend. Not to confront Charles, but to gather intelligence. I drove down Saturday morning and parked a few blocks away from my parents' house. Their neighborhood had not changed much. Same old houses and broken sidewalks. I was sitting in my car wondering what the heck I was doing, when I noticed Charles walking out the front door. He was dressed in the same dirty sweatpants from Thanksgiving, but with a grimy hoodie. Real fashion icon. I sunk in my seat as he walked past without looking at me. He walked toward the convenience store on the corner. I chose to follow him. Not too close, but enough to see what he was up to. He went out and bought cigarettes and a case of cheap beer before returning home. But he did not go inside. Instead, he walked to the side yard, where there was an old shed. My parents never utilized the shed for anything other than storing their lawnmower. But Charles unlocked it and went inside, where he stayed for around 20 minutes before returning to the house. Interesting. I waited until both my mother's and Timothy's automobiles had left the next day before making my move. Sunday mornings, they always went to the diner for breakfast, which has been a tradition since I was a child. Charles, I assumed, would be either sleeping or engrossed in his video games. I was interested in checking out the shed. The lock was inexpensive and simple to pick. Thank you. YouTube videos. Inside was, well, it wasn't what I expected. Charles had created a small office of sorts. There was a desk with an outdated laptop, a printer, and piles of paper. Pictures of me hung on the wall, including photos from my social media before I locked everything down, printouts of my job profile, and even a map with my condo circled in red. It seemed like something out of a horrible suspense film. What truly piqued my interest was a notebook titled Operation Payback. Charles, you are truly original. I looked through it and discovered a complete record of everything he'd already done to me, as well as a slew of new things he planned to do. Some were childish, ordering pizzas to my house at 3 a.m. Others were more concerned. He had jotted down the names of several of my coworkers, as well as instructions about how to reach them. I photographed everything using my phone. This wasn't simply some bothersome sibling rivalry. This was straight-up harassment. I gently returned everything exactly as I had found it and snuck out, making sure to lock the shed behind me. On the way home, I called my friend Barbara, who works in information security. She has always been my go-to person for technical guidance. I addressed the matter without delving too far into the family strife. "This guy sounds like a total loser," she commented. "However, even losers can wreak damage. You must protect yourself." Barbara came over that evening and helped me improve the security on all of my gadgets. She also had some thoughts regarding how to identify the source of any future digital harassment. We got takeout and spent the entire evening locking things down. "You know," Barbara continued between pieces of pad thai, "you could just report him to the police for harassment." I shake my head. "Not yet. I'd like to see what he does next." "Do you play with fire a lot?" Barbara lifted her brow. Perhaps I was. But something inside me wanted to handle this on my own. Plus, involving the police meant potentially dealing with my parents, which I wasn't prepared for. The next few weeks were quiet. Perhaps too quiet. I watched my camera footage every day, but there was no evidence of Charles. No strange calls, no packages, nothing. I almost thought he had given up. Then I received a call from an unknown number while at work. Against my better judgment, I responded. "Hello, is this Giselle?" A woman's voice inquired. "Yes, who is this?" "This is Karen with Credit Secure. We found some odd behavior on your accounts. It looks like someone attempted to open 3 credit cards in your name yesterday." My stomach sank. I spent my lunch break dealing with an attempted identity theft. Fortunately, the fraud alarms I'd set up had avoided any serious damage. But Charles's actions were clearly rising. This wasn't simply bothersome, it was potentially unlawful. That evening my phone buzzed with a message from a number I didn't recognize. "Do you have credit problems? Perhaps you should be more careful about who you piss off." I did not respond. I just stored the number as evidence. But now I'm actually angry. It had gone too far. The next day at work I couldn't concentrate. My thoughts kept returning to Charles and his idiotic retribution ideas. During my afternoon break, I decided to check my personal emails. And there it was, an email from my mother with the subject line, "We need to talk about Charles." I opened it with feverish fingers. It was brief. "Giselle, I'm not sure what is going on between you and your stepbrother, but he has been acting strangely since your arrival. Could you kindly call me?" Mom. At least she used her stepbrother this time. Some things change. I did not call her. But I did have a plan. If Charles wanted to play nasty, I could too, but smarter. First step, I called the McDonald's where he used to work and requested to talk with the manager. I introduced myself as a possible employer conducting a reference check on Charles. The manager, a man named Richard, laughed. "Reference for Charles? Lady, the only advice I would give that person is to remain far away. He was the worst employee I have ever had. Showed up late, departed early, stole from the register, and harassed female coworkers. We didn't fire him. He was arrested in the parking lot for selling marijuana. We never got him back on schedule after that." Interesting. Quite different from the "manager was jealous" scenario my mother had recounted. I thanked Richard before hanging up, then proceeded to step 2. I called Charles from a burner number I had set up. "Yo," he replied. I tried to disguise my voice slightly. "Hello, is this Charles? I heard you might be able to set me up." I was taking a chance here, but Richard's remark about selling marijuana made me think Charles might still be dealing. "Who is this?" He sounded suspicious but curious. "My name is Quinn. Jason at the motor shop gave me your number. You said you could help me with some party supplies." There was a pause. "Sure, I can help you out. What are you searching for?" We decided to meet at a convenience shop near my parents' house that weekend. I hung up, feeling both triumphant and terrified. I had no intention of purchasing narcotics from my loser stepbrother. I simply wanted proof of what he was up to. The remainder of the week went without incident. I took Friday off work and drove down to my hometown, staying in a cheap motel under a fictitious name. Paranoid? Maybe. But it's better to be safe than sorry. On Saturday morning, I parked across from the convenience shop and waited. Charles arrived on time, gazing around uneasily. I wore a baseball cap and sunglasses while sitting in my car with the window cracked so I could hear. I observed him pace around for almost 10 minutes before taking out his phone. 1 minute later, my burner phone called. I didn't respond. He tried 2 more times and texted, "Where are you now?" I did not respond. He waited another 15 minutes, clearly upset, before giving up and walking back to my parents' house. But he did not go inside. He headed back to the shed. I gave him some time before grabbing my phone and following. This time, I did not enter the shed. Charles ranted to himself while I stood near the window, recording with my phone. Stupid no-show. Wasting my time. It could have been a setup. Regardless, we must concentrate on the plan. I heard him moving papers around. Then, "Alex will not know what hit her. By the time I'm finished, she'll regret she never returned." That's when I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. The distinct click of a rifle being handled. I almost dropped my phone but managed to continue recording. "Should have seen her face when I mentioned Dad," Charles said, laughing. "Always was a sensitive little—" I had heard enough. I carefully moved away and returned to my car, my heart racing. The recording was not perfectly clear, but it was enough to make me very apprehensive. Was Charles truly threatening, or was he just talking big to himself? I choose not to take chances. When I returned to the motel, I transferred the recording to my laptop and called Barbara. "I think my stepbrother might actually be dangerous," I said to her, attempting to maintain my voice. "Define dangerous," Barbara responded. "Like, I think he might have a gun and be planning something serious." Barbara remained silent for a minute. "Alex, you need to go to the police." "I know, but—" "There are no buts. This isn't about family turmoil anymore. If you are genuinely concerned about your safety, you must report it." She was correct, of course. But I hesitated. Going to the police meant that this entire situation would become official. My parents would become engaged. It would be a mess. Then my phone received a notification from my condominium's security app. Someone was trying to get into my unit. The camera captured a delivery worker carrying a huge item. I hadn't ordered anything. I immediately called my building's security desk. "This is Giselle from Unit 412. I'm out of town and don't expect any deliveries. Please do not accept any packages for me." "Too late, ma'am," the security guard replied. The delivery person stated that it was perishable and required immediate signature. "Your stepbrother signed for it." "My stepbrother? I do not have a stepbrother in town." There was an awkward moment. "Tall guy, big build, beard. He said he was house-sitting for you while you were away. He had the key and everything." I felt like throwing up. "That is not my stepbrother. Someone is impersonating a relative. He does not have authority to be in my apartment. Please contact the police immediately." I hung up and contacted Barbara, who lived approximately 15 minutes away from my building. "Barbara, Charles is in my condominium. He somehow obtained a key. Building security has called the police, but can you walk over there?" "On my way," she said without hesitation. While I began the 3-hour drive home, Barbara texted me updates. The cops had come, but Charles had already left. The perishable item turned out to be a package of rotting fish that he had placed on my kitchen counter. Charles's style is classic, childish and filthy. The police took a report, but indicated there was little they could do because nothing was stolen and the damage was minor. They told me to change my locks and get a restraining order. When I arrived home, Barbara had already phoned a locksmith, who was just finishing up. Despite Barbara's efforts to clean things up, my apartment still smelled like fish. I was exhausted, angry, and scared. But most of all, I was tired of being Charles's punching bag. "I need to end this," I said to Barbara as we sat on my balcony to avoid the scent. "Not just stop him, but make sure he can never pull this kind of crap again." "What are your thoughts?" Barbara seemed concerned. "Something legal," I told her, "but effective." The following day was Sunday. I knew my parents would be having their customary diner breakfast, and Charles would most likely be sleeping in. It's perfect timing for me to make some phone calls. First, I called a friend who worked at the DMV. I wasn't seeking anything unlawful, simply confirmation of my suspicions. Charles's driver's license was suspended 6 months ago due to unpaid citations and driving without insurance. Nevertheless, I had seen him driving my mother's automobile only yesterday. Next, I called a college friend who had become a paralegal. She helped me grasp what constituted harassment and identity theft in our state, as well as the evidence required for a restraining order. I had plenty. I then called my boss. I described the situation briefly, and requested Monday off to deal with some family concerns. He was understanding. Finally, I called my mother. She responded on the third ring, sounding astonished to hear from me. "Giselle, are you okay?" "Not really, Mom. We need to talk about Charles. In person. Can I come over tomorrow morning?" There was a prolonged pause. "I suppose that's all right. Timothy will be at work, but..." "Good. I would rather chat to you alone initially. I'll be there at 10 o'clock. I spent the remainder of Sunday prepping. I organized all of my proof, including images of Charles's Operation Payback shed, recordings, and credit fraud efforts. I backed everything up to the cloud and made physical copies. If Charles taught me anything, it was to be thorough. Monday morning, I dressed conservatively in a basic blouse and slacks, professional but not threatening. I didn't want my mother to think I was coming to attack her, even though a part of me resented her for enabling Charles all these years. When I arrived, my mother appeared apprehensive. She had clearly made an effort. Her hair was done, and she was dressed better than her regular loungewear. The house was also spotless. It reminded me of how she used to feverishly clean before my stepfather returned home from work. "Is Charles here?" I inquired as I stepped inside. She shakes her head. "He went out early. He said he had some business to take care of." "Great. That could be anything, from selling narcotics to vandalizing my car again." I'd parked a block away, just in case. We sat in the living room, awkwardly positioned at opposite ends of the couch. My mother kept fumbling with her wedding band, an anxious habit she'd had for as long as I could remember. "Mom, I need to show you something," I explained, pulling out my evidence folder. "Charles has harassed me since Thanksgiving. It began with pranks but has progressed to identity theft and breaking into my home." My mother's face changed through a variety of expressions, including astonishment, incredulity, defensiveness, and then a kind of resigned acknowledgement. "He's been troubled," she murmured softly. "Ever since you came back, he feels like you're showing off, making him look bad." "Mom, I paid him $15,000 and offered him a job. How does this make him look bad?" She did not have an explanation for that. I showed her everything: photos of Charles's shed, screenshots of credit card fraud attempts, and building security footage of him walking into my unit. With each piece of evidence, she appeared to retreat a little deeper into the couch. "I don't know what you expect me to do," she finally answered quietly. "I expect you to cease enabling him. He is not a child anymore, Mom. He's an adult who chooses to injure others, including me. And I've had enough." I took out the final document, a restraining order application that I had completed earlier that day. "I am filing this today. Charles will be legally forbidden from contacting me or approaching my home or office. If he violates it, he will be arrested." My mother started to cry. Not theatrical sobs, just quiet tears streaming down her cheeks. "He's my son. And I'm your daughter," I said, shocked at how calm my voice was. "But you have never protected me from him. So now I'm protecting myself." The front door banged, making both of us jump. Charles raced into the living room, face flushed with rage. "What the hell are you doing here?" he demanded, looking at me. I rose up and kept the coffee table between us. "I'm talking to Mom about your little hobby of harassing me." Charles gazed at the documents strewn out on the table, then at our mother's tear-stained face. "Something seems to snap in him. Do you think you can just come in here and turn her against me after ignoring the family for years? You don't know what we've been through," my mother whispered. "Charles, calm down." But her voice was hardly audible. "No. I'm sick of her thinking she's superior to everyone. Coming back with her beautiful job and condo, gazing down at us." I maintained my voice level. "I've never looked down on you, Charles. I attempted to help you." "Can you help me?" He laughed bitterly. "You left me here with them," he said, gesturing toward our mother. "What has it been like for you? Being the only one on whom they could focus, criticize, and exert control. You escaped, and I felt double the pressure." That was not what I was expecting him to say. I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. "That doesn't justify what you've done," I stated firmly. "It's harassment, identity theft, breaking into my house." Charles's face altered, as a smirk replaced his rage. Prove it was me. I pointed at the evidence on the table. Already did. The sneer wavered. He looked down at the papers and then back at me. So, are you going to call the cops on me now? If I have to. He made a step toward me, and I automatically moved back. That's when I saw the bulge in his jacket pocket. Is that the gun I heard him handling? My mother also witnessed it. Charles, what is in your pocket? He ignored her, focusing his attention on me. You always think you're really brilliant, don't you? Little Miss Perfect has the perfect life. My life is not perfect, Charles. I simply worked for what I have, rather than trying to bring others down. Did you work for it? He exclaimed, making both myself and my mother flinch. You had every edge. Dad always liked you more. Teachers were always more helpful. Even when you departed, it was simpler because no one expected anything from you. I was perplexed. Timothy never liked me more. He barely tolerated me. I had always imagined that Timothy disliked me. He was chilly, critical, and seemed irritated by my very existence throughout my youth. It never occurred to me that his feelings toward me might have altered since I left. Not Timothy, Charles said angrily. My father, your stepfather. You were not the only one who had to meet unattainable standards. You weren't the one who was constantly compared to his brilliant stepdaughter after you left. Well, that was an unexpected story twist. I looked at my mother, who was gazing anywhere but at us. Is this true? I asked her. She sighed heavily. Timothy has changed since you left. He was pleased with your independence. I started wondering why Charles couldn't be more like that. I nearly laughed at the irony. Charles was the golden child all those years, and he seems to have been living in my shadow ever since I left. But that didn't excuse his actions. Charles, I continued gently, noting his hand returning to his pocket. Whatever occurred in the past doesn't explain what you're doing today. This has to stop. Or what? He challenged me. Or I'll file a restraining order today. And I will file charges for identity theft and breaking and entering. Charles, that's some serious jail time. He took his hand from his pocket, but instead of a pistol, he held my mother's car keys. Best of luck proving anything. I'm out of here. Charles, please wait. My mother called, but he was already walking for the door. I remembered what my DMV friend had said. If you drive while your license is suspended, you will face further charges. He froze, his hand on the doorknob. What are you talking about? Your license was suspended 6 months ago. I checked. Charles turned slowly, his face full with fury and disbelief. Did you verify my license? What gives you the right? The same right you had to check my credit history, I guess, I said quietly. Difference is, I didn't try to ruin your financial future. He looked at the keys in his palm, then at me, and finally at our mother. For a brief moment, I thought he might throw the keys at me. Instead, he slapped them down on the foyer table before storming out the front door on foot. My mother and I sat in silence for a long time after he went. He needs help, I finally said. Professional help that you and Timothy can't provide. She nodded slowly. I understand. We had known each other for a time. Every time we suggest it, he threatens to leave and I can't lose another child. Her remark struck me unexpectedly hard. Had she considered me lost? I dismissed the concept for the time being. You are not helping him by allowing him to continue like this. He is wrecking his life, and attempting to destroy mine. What are you planning to do? She asked gently. I gathered my proof and placed it back in the folder. Charles has to make that decision. If he stops harassing me totally, I will not seek a restraining order or press charges. But if there is another incident, I will go to the police with everything I have. I stepped up to leave, but my mother grabbed my hand. Giselle, I'm sorry for everything, for not protecting you when you were younger, for letting things get this bad with Charles. It was the first genuine apology I'd ever received from her. I wasn't sure how to answer, so I simply nodded and slowly moved my hand away. I'll let myself out, I said. As I headed towards my car, I felt lighter. Not because I had defeated Charles, but because for once, I had stood up for myself without giving in. The ball was now in his court. Charles was ready to serve it back with a vengeance. and I had no idea. 2 days later, while at work, my personal phone phoned with a number I did not recognize. I nearly disregarded it, but decided to respond. "Hello, is this Giselle?" a female voice inquired. "Yes, who's this?" "This is Patricia from Westside Hospital. We have your stepbrother Charles here in the emergency room. You're listed as his emergency contact." My heart skips a beat. "Is he okay? What happened?" "He's stable, but he's been in an accident. He's asking for you." I informed my supervisor that I had a family emergency and drove to the hospital, my mind racing. Was this a legitimate operation, or one of Charles's schemes? There is only one way to find out. When I arrived at the ER, I was shown to a curtained bed where Charles lay, pallid and drawn. His right arm was in a cast, and he had a deep cut on his forehead. "You came," he replied, surprised to see me. "What happened?" I inquired, remaining near the foot of the bed. "Tried to cross the highway on foot. Wasn't paying attention." He glanced away. "Clipped by a truck." "Why were you crossing the highway?" He shrugged his good shoulder. "Going to a friend's place." The nurse then entered and checked Charles's vitals. "The doctor wants to keep him overnight for observation because of the concussion. Do you have his insurance information?" Charles appeared to be panicked. "I told you I don't have insurance." The nurse glanced at me hopefully. I felt conflicted. Despite everything Charles had done, seeing him injured and vulnerable moved me. A sense of obligation that I couldn't shake. This was the same boy I'd grown up with. The child who had been influenced by the same dysfunctional family from which I had escaped. I could have gone away. I sort of wanted to. But instead I took out my wallet. "I'll handle the paperwork," I assured her. "Can you give us a minute?" Charles refused to look at me after she left. "You don't have to pay for this." "I know. I can't pay you back." "I know that too." We sat in awkward silence for a moment. "Why'd you come?" he finally inquired. "After everything I did." I considered the question. "Because despite everything you're still family, and I wanted to make sure you were actually hurt, and not just luring me into another trap." He nearly smiled at that. "Fair enough." I leaned forward to ensure he was staring at me. "This is it though, Charles, my last act of goodwill. If you ever try to mess with my life again, I won't hesitate to use everything I have against you. Understand?" He nodded slowly. "Yeah. I get it." "Good. Now I'm going to pay your hospital bill and give you one more chance to turn things around. What you do with it is up to you." As I stood to leave, he said, "Alex." I turned. "What?" "I'm sorry for the dad's comment at Thanksgiving. That was too far." It was not a complete apology, but it was something. I nodded and went to find the billing department. I didn't know if Charles was actually sorry, or just saying what he thought I wanted to hear. All I knew was that I was finished being a victim. Whether Charles changed or not, I would be fine. I had made a life for myself that no one, not Charles, my mother, or Timothy, could take away. I paid Charles' hospital bill, gave the physicians my contact information, and went out into the sunshine, feeling for the first time, entirely free of my family's dysfunction. Whether this marked the end of Charles's vengeance, or simply a brief truce, I was prepared for whatever came next. When I left the hospital that day, I had no idea if I had made the biggest mistake of my life, or had finally broken through to Charles. Part of me was waiting for the other shoe to drop, as if the entire event was a clever ruse to get me to pay his medical fees. But according to the physicians, his injuries were genuine. The concussion was minor, but the broken arm would require weeks to recover correctly. I tried to push Charles out of my mind and concentrate on work for the following few days. I'd done everything I could, paid his medical bills, given him another chance, and made it obvious that there would be no more opportunities after this one. The ball was in his court now. A week after the hospital appointment, I received a notification. My mom texted me inquiring if I had heard from Charles. Apparently he had not returned home after being discharged. I told her I hadn't heard anything and suggested he might be staying with a friend. She didn't appear convinced, but thanked me nonetheless. 2 more weeks passed. No Charles drama. There was no harassment. There are no unusual packages. There were no credit card fraud attempts. I began to relax a little, hoping that the hospital fright had finally brought him to his senses. My doorbell rang on Saturday afternoon. I checked my security camera, and then froze. Charles stood outside my door, looking uneasy in clean jeans and a button-up shirt I had never seen before. His arm was still in a cast, and he had heavy circles beneath his eyes. I debated not responding, but curiosity got the better of me. I opened the door but left the security chain on. "What are you doing here?" "Can I come in?" he asked, avoiding my gaze. "I just want to talk." "Last time you were here you left rotting fish on my counter." He grimaced. "Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that. And everything else." I looked at him for a second. He looked awful. Thinner, exhausted and strangely nervous. Not the arrogant jerk who had been tormenting me for months. "Closing the door to undo the chain. And I'm recording this conversation on my phone," I said as I let him in. Charles nodded and followed me into the living room, but did not sit down. He simply stood there awkwardly, fumbling with the edge of his cast. "So?" I asked after an awkward silence. I wanted to tell you I won't be bothering you anymore. I got a job. Well, 2 jobs actually. Morning shift at a warehouse and evening shift at a gas station. It was unexpected." "Okay, good for you." "And I'm paying back Mom for all the money she's loaned me over the years, starting with the car insurance I let lapse." I raised an eyebrow. "What brought this on?" He shrugged. "The accident, I guess." He paused. "I had to sleep in my car for a few nights after the hospital. Had some time to think." "Wait. You've been living in your car? Why?" "Timothy changed the locks," Charles said flatly. "Said I couldn't come back until I got my act together and stopped harassing his stepdaughter." I was honestly shocked. Timothy had finally spoken up for me after all these years. "Anyway," said Charles. "I just wanted to say I'm sorry, for real this time. The stuff I did was messed up. You didn't deserve it." I wasn't sure what to say. Part of me suspected this was simply another manipulative ploy, but he appeared genuine. "Where are you staying now?" I inquired. "Got a room in a house with some other guys. It's not great, but it's a place to sleep that isn't a Honda Civic." Regardless, I felt a sense of sympathy. "Do you need money?" He shook his head hurriedly. "That's not why I came. I actually ... He reached into his pocket with his right hand and brought out an envelope. "I wanted to give you this." I took it with caution and glanced inside. It was cash. Not a lot. Perhaps a few hundred. "What's this for?" "It's the start of paying you back. For the hospital bill. And the check you gave me at Thanksgiving. I blew through that money like an idiot." I stared at him, trying to figure out if this was all genuine. "Charles, I know you don't need it. But I need to pay it back." He stared squarely at me for the first time. "I'm trying to fix things. Not just with you, but with everything." I placed the envelope on the coffee table. "Keep it. Use it to get on your feet. But if you really want to pay me back, just stay on whatever path you're on right now. That would mean more than the money." Charles appeared to be about to argue, but instead simply nodded. "Okay." As he turned to depart, I found myself wondering, "Do you want to grab coffee sometime?" "Not today, but maybe next week." The surprise on his face was nearly funny. Yeah, that would be." "Yeah." After he departed, I sat on my couch feeling strangely emotional. I wasn't foolish enough to believe that one chat could miraculously cure years of dysfunction, but there seemed to be a potential for something better. I contacted Barbara to update her on Charles's position. "So he just showed up and apologized?" "Just like that?" she asked, doubtful. "I know it's weird, but he seemed different, like genuinely humbled." "People don't change overnight, Alex." "It wasn't overnight. It's been almost a month since the hospital, and apparently he's been homeless for part of that time." Barbara sighed. "Just be careful, okay? Keep your guard up a little." She was correct, of course. One apology did not erase everything that had occurred. However, I couldn't help feeling cautiously optimistic. The following week I met Charles at a coffee shop midway between my house and his new room. When I arrived, he was already at the corner table, nervously tearing a napkin. We had an awkward small conversation about the weather and his new job. He inquired about my work, and I told him the sanitized version, still unwilling to reveal too much. "So, After we had exhausted all safe topics, I asked, "How are Mom and Timothy?" Charles grimaced. "Mom's upset that I moved out. Keep trying to convince me to come back home. Timothy's actually been weirdly supportive of me finding my own place." "Really? That doesn't sound like the Timothy I remember." "Yeah, well," Charles said. "After your visit there was a huge fight. Like bigger than I've ever seen. Mom was defending me. Timothy was saying I needed consequences. It got pretty ugly. I felt a pang of guilt. I didn't mean to cause problems." "You didn't. This was a long time coming. Timothy's actually been getting therapy for the past couple years. Something about managing his anger better." Charles laughed without a sense of humor. "Would have been nice if he'd done that when we were kids, right?" I couldn't believe what I heard. "Timothy? In therapy?" "Yeah. His doctor told him he had to get help or he was headed for a heart attack. Turns out being an angry jerk all the time isn't great for your health." We sat with that information for a moment. "Anyway," Charles said, "I think seeing all the evidence of what I'd been doing to you was a wake-up call. For both of them. And for me, honestly." The topic then went to childhood memories. Some positive, most negative. It was the first time we had fully discussed what it was like to grow up in that house. I understood our parents had hurt us in different ways. "You know what's wrong," Charles stated, as we prepared to depart. "I was so jealous of you for getting out. But I never tried to leave myself. It's not easy to leave when everyone's telling you that you can't make it on your own." He nodded attentively. "Yeah, but I'm figuring that out now, I guess." We decided to meet again the following week. As I drove home, I felt as if I were meeting my stepbrother for the first time. Charles and I formed a cautious friendship over the course of the next few months. We'd meet for coffee every few weeks, sometimes just conversing and sometimes sitting in comfortable silence. He was continuously working 2 jobs, had opened a bank account, and was gradually creating a life for himself. I kept expecting him to make a mistake, or admit that this was all a big scam. But it never occurred. He seems to sincerely want to change his life. Charles texted me 4 months after his unexpected visit to my condo, asking if we might meet at our normal coffee location. When I arrived, he was grinning. "I got promoted at the warehouse," he informed me as soon as I sat down. "Shift supervisor, better pay, regular hours." "That's awesome, Charles, congratulations." "And I'm quitting the gas station job. Going to use those evening hours to get my GED instead." I was actually impressed. "Wow, you're really doing this, aren't you?" He nodded, proud yet embarrassed. "Yeah. Turns out I don't actually suck at everything." "Who knew?" "I knew," I replied without thinking. "That's why I offered you that bank job back at Thanksgiving." His face dropped somewhat. "Yeah, about that. I'm sorry I was such a jerk. That would have been a good opportunity." "Well, maybe when you get your GED, we can talk about it again. My bank is always hiring." Charles looked up with amazement. "You'd still help me get a job after everything?" People deserve second chances when they're genuinely trying to change. And you clearly are. We spent the rest of our coffee session discussing GED requirements and what kind of opportunities would be available at my bank in the future. It was strange, yet pleasant to anticipate a future that included Charles in a positive way. That night, my phone vibrated. My mother called me. We've been communicating more since Charles's accident, but our chats are usually brief and perfunctory. "Giselle," she said, her voice quieter than normal. "I wanted to thank you." "For what?" "For whatever you said to Charles. He's doing so well now. Timothy and I are really proud of him." I felt an odd combination of emotions. "I didn't do anything, Mom. Charles made these changes himself. But you gave him a chance when you had every reason not to. And I know I didn't always do right by you when you were growing up." I grabbed the phone more tightly, unprepared for this talk. "Mom, you don't have to." "Yes, I do. I've been talking to someone too. A therapist." She laughed nervously. "Seems like everyone in this family is in therapy now, except you." "Who says I'm not?" I asked, even though I wasn't. "Fair enough. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry, for a lot of things. And I'm grateful that you're giving me, another chance too." I didn't know what to say, so I simply said, "Thanks, Mom." After we hung up, I sat on my balcony, gazing at the sky, reflecting on how much had changed in less than a year. From the disaster of Thanksgiving to whatever this new family dynamic would become. Charles successfully completed his GED 6 months later. I took him out to supper to celebrate, and he surprised me by inviting my mother and Timothy along. Even more astonishing was how enjoyable the evening turned out to be. Timothy was calmer and less dominant than I remember. My mother appeared more present, actively listening when people spoke rather than simply waiting for her turn to speak. At the end of the night, Charles approached me. "I have something for you," he explained, handing me an envelope. Inside was a check for $15,000, the same amount I gave him at Thanksgiving. "Charles, you don't have to do this." "Yes, I do. I've been saving up. The promotion helped, and I've been living super cheap." He laughed. "Plus, I got that entry-level position at your bank's downtown branch. Thanks for putting in a good word." "You earned that job on your own merits," I told him candidly. "Your interview scores were excellent. Still, I wouldn't be here without your help." He pointed to the check. "And that's just the beginning. I'm going to pay back every cent you spent on my hospital bills too." I attempted to disagree, but Charles was insistent. "This isn't just about money. It's about responsibility. It's about being the kind of person who honors his debts." Looking at his determined expression, I understood he needed this more than I did the money. So I accepted the check with a polite, "Thank you." Later that week, when having lunch with Barbara, she inquired about my family's situation. "Surprisingly good," I said. "It's like I've got this whole new family I never expected to have." "And you're sure Charles has changed for real? Not just putting on an act?" I took the question seriously. "I think so. It's been almost a year with no red flags. He's working hard, saving money, even talking about community college classes next year." Barbara nodded. "Well, people can change when they hit rock bottom. Sounds like that accident was his wake-up call." "That, and getting locked out by Timothy," I finished. "Sometimes the best thing for someone is having to face consequences." "So, what happens now?" Barbara inquired. "I don't know. We just keep building, I guess. One coffee meetup at a time." That evening, Charles texted me. "Downtown branch manager wants me to train for the personal banking team. This is all because of you." I replied via text. "No, it's because of you. I'm just glad you're doing well." His reply was simple. "Family dinner at Mom's this Sunday. I'll protect you from Timothy's new health food kick. Apparently kale is his personality now." I laughed aloud and typed, "Sure. I'll bring dessert." As I put down my phone, I realized something essential. The tangled family dynamic that marked my upbringing had vanished. We weren't perfect, not even close, but we were all trying in our own unique ways. And perhaps it was enough. Charles and I would never have a traditional sibling connection. We had too much history and wounds for that. But we found something that worked for us. A careful friendship based on mutual respect and sincere effort. And for the first time in my life, I felt as though I had a brother. Not merely a stepbrother who made my life miserable. Sometimes the family you create is not the one you were born into. Or even the one you grew up in. Sometimes it's the one you develop through difficult talks, second chances, and the decision to see people for who they want to be rather than who they've always been. Left out of my parents' wedding. After 25 years together, lied about, and called entitled. I posted the truth online. 3 hours later, their guests knew. I recognize that this appears to be an unusual circumstance, but I'm so angry and depressed that I feel compelled to express myself, even if no one is listening. So I, a 17 female, was recently forgotten during my parents' wedding. My parents have been together for over 25 years, but they have never married. That's why when my father, 50 male, proposed to my mother, 49 female, on their anniversary, which they've always celebrated on the day my mother discovered she was pregnant with my eldest sister, even though they'd been together before. Everyone, including me, was overjoyed and celebrated the occasion enthusiastically. This occurred back in February. They promptly began wedding preparations, deciding early on to hold a modest affair in Hawaii, with only their closest family and friends for an intimate ceremony. Almost immediately, my mother asked my sister, 25 female, to be her maid of honor, and my father asked my brother, 22 male, to be his groomsman. I was not surprised nor offended by this. My sister had always been a mommy's girl, and they both enjoyed spending time together, shopping and socializing, so they had a very strong relationship. The same goes for my father and brother. They were often playing football together and working on autos. My father even coached my brother's team in middle school. That usually left me as the odd one out. I attempted to participate in my family's interests and groups that met in our home, but was consistently turned down. Maybe they sensed that my interest in their activities was not fully genuine, or perhaps they simply didn't care. Regardless, I was used to being the last and least important member of my family. Mom had a sister, and Dad had a brother. My parents had each other, and my two siblings were closer than they had ever been to me, leaving me feeling lonely and alienated in my own house. During the wedding preparations, it was suggested that I be the flower girl, but my sister felt the role would be more suited to her daughter, 3 female, so the proposal was soon abandoned. Later, my maternal grandmother offered that I read a poem or give a little speech during the ceremony, but both of my parents declined because they wanted the wedding to be low-key, and they didn't believe a cliched and sappy speech would match their vision. I was still good with it all, even though it hurt to know that I would be the only family member who would not be in the wedding party or play any role on the big day. As the wedding date approached, my parents and siblings were increasingly involved in the arrangements. I observed my mother didn't invite me to dress shopping, and whenever they talked about the venue or the event, I was left out. I decided to wait and see if they'd notice I wasn't involved at all, so I remained silent, waiting for them to ask me something, anything about the wedding. But that never occurred. The wedding was scheduled for 3 weeks ago, toward the end of August. My mother casually inquired if I had my luggage ready the day before our trip, because we couldn't be late for the airport. I honestly informed her that I had not prepared anything. She looked perplexed for a moment before snapping at me for being unprepared. I immediately asked her if I had a ticket, and her face turned pale. Yep. They hadn't even purchased my ticket, and I'm not sure if I had a room or other arrangements once there. Even though I was the only member in my family without a steady income, I work as a part-time babysitter. My parents had purchased first-class tickets for my siblings and a couple of other friends attending the wedding, but had forgotten about me. My mother told me not to worry about it, and that they could just find me a cheap airline ticket at the last minute. But I merely responded by asking her, "So, do I even have a dress for the ceremony?" She went with my sister to buy hers and all of the other female guests months ago, but I was not included. That's when my father stepped in and encouraged me to suck it up, saying I'd never been a girly girl and could wear whatever I wanted. This irritated me because, while I'm not the most feminine girl on the earth, I would have liked to be a part of my parents' wedding. And it was about how I'd been excluded from virtually everything for months. We all got into an argument, with them calling me entitled and accusing me of making myself little on purpose, so they would forget about me. As if that is a reasonable reason to ignore a child. They ended up warning me that if I kept this attitude, I might as well skip the entire event. I replied with a defiant, "Fine," and went to my room. The next morning they all departed for Hawaii without me. The ceremony was tiny, but they all shared numerous photos on Instagram and Facebook about how amazing and magical the entire week was. People noticed I wasn't in any of the images and questioned my parents why. They responded that, regrettably, I had caught COVID before the trip and had to stay behind. My blood boiled at this. I'm not sure why this was the final straw for me, but it was. I decided to take a COVID test and posted a picture of myself holding the negative test with the caption, "Not sick at all, just forgotten." I tagged everyone who had questioned my absence from the trip and the wedding, as well as everyone invited to attend. I also mentioned in the comments that my parents had completely forgotten about anything relating to me until the day before they left, and that they had uninvited me. Most people supported me, but some couldn't believe it, and assumed there was more to the tale than I was telling. One thing is certain. I destroyed my parents' wedding, and my revelation overshadowed their special day. At first, I felt rather proud of myself for standing up on my own. But after a storm of texts from my family calling me every name in the book, and then when they returned, passionately blasting me for my childish behaviors and spoiled conduct, my pride rapidly faded, and I began to feel terrible. I despise my family and loathe being in this house, but I am a minor and cannot leave just yet. I do believe I could have handled the matter better, and I am now so depressed that I am questioning everything I did, from not speaking up earlier to how I exposed them. I also feel bad about the lack of connection between the rest of my family and me, and I wonder if I could have done more. So, am I an a-hole for wrecking my parents' wedding when they forgot about me? Here are some of the OP's comments. Commenter: not the asshole. Can you move in with grandma? Their track record of rejecting you anytime you attempt to cooperate with them suggests that this was not an isolated incident. It's as if they don't consider you family. If you have somewhere to go, no judge will force you to return to their home at the age of 17. Get your stuff, take your documents and leave. OP: hello and thank you for your comment. I would prefer to live with my grandmother, but I am starting college soon. I was able to arrange for it to begin later in the school year, and my school is in the same city where we live. But my grandmother lives in another state, so I'd have to quit to leave. I have no other relatives here, only friends, and I don't want to be an imposition. Grandmother and other relatives. OP: my grandmother was unable to attend the actual wedding. She lives in another state and travel is tough for her due to mobility challenges, so we only see her when we visit my mother's hometown. I know she read my Facebook post and phoned to inquire how I was doing, but I put on a brave front for her and haven't contacted her since, though we've texted. I'm not sure if she has a better understanding of what happened, or if my parents have told her a different version of the tale, but she is extremely nice to me and has always called out my parents for favoritism. I'm really fatigued from everything lately, and the last thing I want to do is burden her, so I haven't called her since shortly after the wedding. To another commenter: no, my extended family wasn't present. My grandmother has trouble traveling, and my uncles live in the same town as her, but they were not invited. When I mentioned they bought tickets for the family, I referred to my siblings, their significant others, and my niece. They also took a handful of pals along with their partners. In total, I believe there were 13 people. Any idea why they ignore you? OP: I have no idea, except that they are incredibly close-knit amongst themselves, and I don't appear to fit in. I've never enjoyed the same hobbies or activities as them. I'm an introvert that enjoys being at home, watching movies, and reading books. Meanwhile, both of my parents enjoy being the life of the party, and frequently arrange gatherings at our home for their friends, which my siblings also enjoy. I was shy as a child and would always hide in my bedroom or basement to avoid people. Although as I grew older, I became more involved in these events, although my parents didn't seem to mind. That is the only explanation I can think of for their actions, but I still don't think it's adequate. Responds: if it's real, could OP be an affair child? She is quite a few years younger than her siblings, and it would explain a lot. OP: I have no idea about that. It's something I've never considered. I believe my parents have always been a close couple who spend a lot of time together and appear to be quite happy. Therefore, I doubt my mother would cheat. Responds: first-class tickets for the wedding party and other guests but not their youngest child? How is this even possible? Then they don't fix it by getting you a first-class ticket, but an economy ticket because it is cheaper. Did she even have accommodations? No dress either. Just wear whatever? Now it's your fault that they are thoughtless? Hell no. FFS. These parents suck. OP: I believe she meant cheaper airline, because it was more likely that way for me to arrive on time, given that their aircraft was apparently fully booked. Again, I'm not sure about the accommodations. They made no mention of it. I just know that they all stayed at the same hotel where the ceremony took place. Update 1. Hello everyone. I meant to post an update earlier, but I'm still a bit of a mess right now. I decided because my post received such a large response, and so many people commented and messaged me, I should write about the most recent developments. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who left comments on my post and gave their own experiences or perspectives on my issue. Thank you very much. A few days earlier, I couldn't get out of bed, and my family's comments had convinced me that I was to blame for all that had happened. However, after seeing the answers to my article and all of your support, I felt reassured with my acts and thoughts toward my family. I'm still fighting feelings of guilt and melancholy, but anytime I start to spiral, I remember how much this community of strangers has supported me, and I try to calm myself down with your comments. Thanks to your suggestions and guidance, I eventually decided to phone my grandmother and tell her the whole thing. Just to clarify one point before continuing on, I noted it in the comments, but I think I should post it here as well. My grandmother, 77 female, did not attend the wedding. She lives a few states away and has mobility concerns, so she no longer travels. We went to see her around Easter and she mentioned that I might read a poem at the wedding, but it was the last time I saw her in person before everything happened. She has always been very affectionate to me, and has previously chastised my parents for their favoritism. But she is unable to play a more active role in my upbringing because she lives so far away. I'm constantly concerned about troubling her because of her age and health. She had a mild stroke a few years ago and is now back to normal, but I'm still worried. Anyway, I contacted her and told her everything that had transpired during the wedding, including how my parents didn't even purchase me a ticket to accompany them. When I told her, she came to the same conclusion as the majority of the commenters. It was simply impossible that they had forgotten, and they did so on purpose. I cried on the phone with her, explaining how I was feeling, how this has been going on forever, how I feel in the aftermath, and, most importantly, my need to go. She was really lovely and soothing to me, telling me that I didn't have anything else to worry about because she had my back completely. She encouraged me to take it easy, but to make preparations for the future, and that she would assist me. After that 2-hour chat, I felt better, and I decided to listen to her and get started on planning for the upcoming school year. I have a friend who is going to rent a studio near our future campus. She has a wonderful relationship with her parents, but she has 5 younger siblings and wishes to be more independent, which is why she opted to move out. I asked if I might move in with her temporarily, and promised to pay her rent as soon as I obtained a job. She immediately agreed and advised me not to worry about rent or anything else until I was in a better situation. We had a good cry together when I told her about my parents' wedding incident. So, this happened a few days ago. I had planned to do the update then, but my grandmother called my dad and siblings to scold them on how they were treating me. My brother just texted me a half-hearted apology, stating he didn't realize I wasn't included. He just assumed I wouldn't enjoy the vacation, and tweeted the picture to cause drama. My sister, on the other hand, berated me, and told me that I continued making public my own problems, and blaming them on my family, despite the fact that they were all innocent. My folks have been acting strangely since returning from their trip. At first, they berated and chastised me. Since then, we've been ignoring each other. After my grandmother summoned them, they entered my room and told me that if I wanted to put this whole thing to rest, I needed to stop talking about it, and that it could have already been resolved if I had kept my mouth shut. I just requested them to leave my room and contacted my grandmother again to inform her what had happened. She then informed me that she and my uncle had purchased plane tickets to come down and see me. This was something I was concerned about because my grandmother's health isn't great, and this level of work is too much for her. I understand how difficult it is for her to get on a plane, so I attempted to discourage her from coming and assured her that everything would be fine. But she refused to listen, telling me that she was long overdue for a chat with my parents and that she wanted to meet me. I'm worried about her, and I feel like I forced her to take a lengthy, difficult trip because of me, and that maybe I should have handled this myself. I really want to see her and embrace her right now, but I'm afraid of her. At the very least, my uncle, Mom's older brother, will accompany her, but I hope she does not exhaust herself or that nothing bad happens to her, because that would shatter me. They arrive tomorrow and haven't notified my parents about their vacation. My grandmother begged me to keep it a secret until she arrived. I'm hoping she can persuade my parents to see the error in their ways, or at the very least help me break the news to them that I'll be moving out shortly and will have no contact with them. I do not know. I'm concerned about her having to do so much for me and troubling her, but I also appreciate and love her for doing everything for me. Update 2. Hello. I apologize for not updating or commenting sooner. As you can tell from my previous posts, it's been a really hectic week. There have been a lot of messages and comments on the post, and I haven't had time to respond to anyone until now. I apologize for it. You've all been so supportive and compassionate about me and my story, and it's been both eye-opening and horrifying to realize how many other people have had similar stories of neglect and abuse. I just wanted to thank everyone for taking the time out of their day to send some kind thoughts to this online stranger. We apologize for the lengthy nature of this update. I'll just resume where I left off. So my grandmother called to say she was going to see me and help me out. I was quite concerned since my grandmother has a difficult time traveling, so taking this trip would put her under a lot of stress, and I felt responsible for her, because I was the one who contacted her. She came early Monday morning with my uncle, and I went to pick her up at the airport. And that was a very powerful and emotional experience. As soon as I saw her, I went to her arms and burst into tears. I'm not sure if I was able to tell her anything at the time because I was crying so hard, and I had so many things to say. Thank you for coming, for being so good to me, for having my back. I'm sorry for forcing you to take this trip. I feel terrible at home. I'm not sure if my parents love me, but I know you do. Am I an affair child? When I saw her, I was overwhelmed with all of this, plus shame and anxiety, at once. But she grabbed me tightly in her arms and assured me that everything would be fine. My uncle hugged us as well. I'm not sure how long we stayed like this, but it must have been a while before my uncle informed me we needed to start going. We got a taxi and proceeded to their hotel. My grandmother had watery eyes, and I could feel her heavy breathing, which terrified me, yet she hugged me and smiled the entire time. She had rented a double room for me to stay with her for these few days, and once they were settled in and I was calmer, we sat down and I told them everything. Years of neglect and emotional abuse. How I felt awful after the trip, but also for years. How my parents tried to make me feel guilty for all that had happened. And how I was concerned about my future. But, at the time, my first objective was to get out of that place, even if it meant sacrificing my academics. How I made plans to move in with a friend while also hunting for work. I told them about this post, and how some people assumed I was an affair child, and how I was beginning to doubt that as well. It was a lot, and I could tell they were both deeply moved by what I was saying. But they kept soothing me and making me feel safe enough to open up to them. After I shared all of my fears with them, my grandmother assured me that I had nothing to worry about, and that she would always be there for me. First and foremost, she informed me that I was not an affair child, and that both my parents were overjoyed when my mother became pregnant with me. She knew that adultery was the ultimate deal breaker for my mother, and she assumed the same was true for my father. Apparently, favoritism began when I was about 3 or 4 years old. My parents were often moaning about having a young child in the house. They were worried that they could accompany my older siblings to their activities, but not me. I was also quite shy, and a bit of a crybaby, which they could not tolerate, setting me apart from my siblings. She informed me that she knew my parents had saved more than enough for my education. They're quite wealthy, so it had never occurred to me until now, that they may take the money I needed for my schooling. However, if they tried not to pay for my education, Mom would take care of it, and would not allow me to drop out due to financial constraints. She also promised to help me with rent, and an allowance to move out. She was incredibly generous, and I thanked her for everything. However, I also said that this experience had been eye-opening in the sense that I had never recognized how financially fortunate I had been my entire life. Despite their flaws, my parents have always treated me well financially. I went to private school, have a significant monthly stipend, and have had a card for years. They have never complained about any of my purchases. Seeing the stories here made me realize how fortunate I've been, and how being reliant on them my entire life had left me vulnerable to losing everything. I want to be independent, not just from my parents, but from everyone. I feel as if I need to learn to stand on my own. To be honest, writing this, and reading all of the stories of individuals in truly bad situations, makes me feel like a spoiled brat my entire life. She demanded that I accept her assistance until I no longer required it, and I consented. But I would continue to hunt for work, and try to manage on my own. We rested for a bit at the motel because we were all fatigued from the morning. In the afternoon we took a cab to my home. When I walked in, my parents were surprised to see my grandmother and uncle with me. But before they could say anything, my grandmother instructed me to go pack all of my essentials while they talked. I rushed upstairs where I could hear my grandmother and uncle berating my parents for everything they had put me through. At first, I could hear my parents defending themselves, but they finally quieted down. When I arrived downstairs with 2 suitcases and a backpack packed with everything vital from my room, they were all in the living room. My father turned crimson red, and my mother sobbed like a kid. When she saw me, she extended her arms in my way, apologizing. But I simply responded, "Save it," in the coldest tone I could conjure. My father said I didn't have to be a jerk, but my uncle and grandmother told him to stop up. I exited the premises at that point, and waited for the cab outside. At the motel, my grandmother told me that I would not have to return to them. They informed her that my college tuition was never in dispute. They had planned to throw me an elaborate birthday party to compensate for the wedding disaster, and to give me a car as an apology for everything. But my grandmother was having none of it, because it was evident to her that they were just attempting to save face. They were making these decisions on the fly, and a party and a car would not compensate for what they had put me through. My mother apparently broke down when she discovered I had questioned my paternity. She began crying. But my grandmother told her that given that they had consistently excluded me from all family functions since I was a youngster, what more could they expect? She assured me she'd make sure they paid my school, unless I wanted to cut relations with them and have her pay until I could pay myself. I asked her to do that. I felt awful because I felt it wasn't her job, but I really don't want anything else from my parents anymore. My grandmother is fairly well off, although not as wealthy as my parents. However, she told me that everything was okay, and that everything going to me would be deducted from my mother's inheritance. The next day, my buddy, her parents and grandmother accompanied us to the studio where we planned to relocate. My grandmother immediately said no when I arrived. I knew from the photographs that the studio was very small and dusty, but we discovered water damage and mildew in the bathroom and kitchenette. There was also corrosion on the ancient appliances. I was aware of all of this beforehand, but I believed I could deal with it, at least for a while. However, the fact that this studio was at street level in a bad neighborhood, in a building that didn't seem particularly safe, and had bullet holes on the walls, which I didn't even notice until my friend's father pointed them out, was what made me and my friend change our minds. So Granny and my friend's parents agreed to hunt for an apartment for us in a better area and help cover the bills. Both my friend and I want to be independent, but we know that with our anticipated minimum wage employment, in such a high-demand region, we won't be able to get anything better on our own. As a result, the plan is to look for a 2-bedroom apartment, and my buddy and I will pay what we originally anticipated for the studio, with her parents and my grandmother covering the difference. I know I'm still spoiled to anticipate aid from my grandmother, but after seeing the studio in person, I honestly wouldn't have felt secure there. My friend's parents, who were aware of my situation, offered to let me live with them until we found a suitable apartment, for which I am really thankful. I've been staying in the motel with Granny since she leaves in a few days. Apparently, my friend, her parents, and my grandmother discussed this before approaching me to ensure I had a safe place to stay until we moved into the apartment, which is yet to be discovered. I teared up as I thanked them, seeing how many people had rallied around me to give assistance. Since then, I've been transferring some of the belongings I left at my parents' house and setting up my space at a friend's. Every time I return, my mother cries and apologizes, and my father has also expressed regret. But I remain distant and frigid towards them. My sister called and told me that our mother was a mess and that I was a dick for what I had done, but before she could finish, I hung up and blocked her. I was about to block my brother as well, but then I noticed he had sent me a very long message apologizing repeatedly for all he had done to me, and for not recognizing our parents were treating me so badly. He says he's been doing a lot of self-reflection in the days after Grandma called, and he realizes he was wrong for presuming I wasn't on the trip because I didn't want to attend, and for simply allowing our parents to exclude me for years. I replied briefly, thanking him for his remarks but stating that I needed space and was not ready to accept his apology. I believe he is sincere because he has never been mean to me in the same way that my sister has. He has simply been distant. But I also feel like I need to keep him away for the time being. Also, since everything is so new, it feels proper to maintain contact with my family. Maybe in the future he will show me that he is just as vicious as everyone else, and I will block him. However, as long as he respects my boundaries, I feel better not cutting him off totally. I've also scheduled an appointment with a therapist who specializes in neglected teens, and my first preliminary visit is next week, funded by my grandmother, which makes me even more eager to find a job as soon as possible to relieve her of the burden, even though she has repeatedly told me that she is willing to do everything for me. That's where things are right now. I'm not sure whether I'll blog again, maybe when I start school or move into my new apartment, but for the time being, I'm simply trying to spend time with my grandmother and uncle, learn to grow, and overcome the emotions of shame and melancholy that have plagued me for so long. I'd like to thank everyone in this community again for being so lovely and helpful to me, as well as those of you who have messaged me with your personal tales of being kicked out, or having to learn how to make it on your own at a young age. You've made me feel a lot less alone and shown me that things can improve if I work hard for them. I feel lucky to have such a wonderful support system in my grandmother, uncle, and buddy. But you're all right. Reaching out has been the finest move I could have made. Opening out about my sentiments to those that love me, as well as all of my internet pals, has truly saved my life. So thank you. I am more grateful than words can express. OP's comments. Commenter. I'm curious. What did your folks say when you returned to recover your belongings? OP. Every time I've gone there, my mother has cried and said, "I'm sorry again." I haven't spoken with her, so she hasn't brought up specifics. I also have not given her a chance. My father has largely remained silent, staring at me whenever I enter and depart. However, when he apologized, he used the phrase "I'm sorry for everything," rather than mentioning any wrongdoing on his part. I'm not sure if they're startled by what's happening right now. I am overwhelmed and haven't had time to comprehend it, or if they don't believe they have done anything wrong and are simply acting for grandma. I don't know myself, so I can't really respond. Commenter. Don't take off your nose to spite your face in terms of college funds. Your parents are responsible for paying the entire bill. Don't burden yourself with that expense when they can cover it. This is the least they can do. OP. My grandmother has previously told me that it is unacceptable for me not to attend college because my parents would not pay, and she will not allow me to acquire a student loan. I asked if she would co-sign, and she flatly refused, saying she would rather pay herself than see me upset about the money. I will not endanger my education for my parents, but since I have the choice of having my grandmother pay, that is what I will do. Because I would rather not get this money from my folks. Knowing them, they would hang on to this truth for the rest of my life as if I owed them. I'm incredibly fortunate that my grandmother will take care of things. I feel as if I don't deserve her. Commenter. I hope you're not feeling guilty about coming from a wealthy family. OP. You aren't pampered. You appear to be more self-aware than many other people from your background. Working and living independently from your family will allow you to explore the world. I honestly don't believe you're a pampered, affluent child. Working for what we need and want can help us build our character and teach us a variety of skills, including how to deal with tough people and situations professionally, the value of each hour and money earned, teamwork, societal institutions, and more. I'm glad you have a safety net with your grandmother. Don't listen to anyone who would judge you for it. Many of us are living hand to mouth and paycheck to paycheck, and I would not wish that on someone starting out in life. If you ever want to provide an update on how things are doing, I will surely read it. Thank you for sharing such a terrible time in your life. OP. I feel more sorry than angry about my background and how naive I've been my entire life to all of my advantages. This self-awareness that you mention is something I've learned in the previous few weeks. Because when I first battled with my parents, I didn't think about money or how I'd support myself. That has always been a given for me, which is good since I am not yet 18. But after posting here and seeing posts from people who have had to deal with the financial consequences of being neglected, cutting off their family, or leaving home at a young age, I realized how out of touch I was. I'm angry for all the other Redditors who haven't had the same opportunities as I did, and I'm angry at myself for being so casual about money and privileges that I believe most people do not have. I want to be self-aware enough to, 1. Thank those who are assisting me and appreciate what they are giving me. And 2. In the future, I want to be independent while also being aware of how difficult it is for other people who did not grow up in a 5-bedroom house in an expensive neighborhood with private school and all of the other benefits I've received. Update 3. Hello everyone. It's been a while, and I apologize for not responding to messages or providing an update sooner. I've been quite busy, and I'm trying to detach myself from everything that has occurred to me. But I'm back with an update on how things are going, in case anyone is interested. To continue where I left off, I relocated to a friend's house when my grandmother visited me, and we were able to stand up to my neglectful parents. My grandmother and uncle left just a few days after I last provided an update, and it was a very sad time for us both. For the first time in my life, I felt safe and loved by someone in my family. I'm sure there have been times in my life when I didn't feel so sad and alone, But that week with my grandmother made me feel as if someone was always in my corner. I will be eternally grateful to her for being there for me. After she returned to her hometown, I moved into my friend's parents' home while we looked for an apartment. She was already working as a private instructor for small children, and helped me secure the same job, so we are now co-workers. The position is fantastic, and the income is reasonable for a first job, so I was overjoyed to be hired. We also located an apartment. It is close to campus and has 2 bedrooms, a large living room, and a kitchen. It's not big, but it's clean, and in a neighborhood primarily populated by college students, so it's fairly lovely. Plus there are plenty of great places to hang out and meet new people. We're now in the midst of relocating, and I'm writing this post from my new bedroom. I had my 18th birthday a few weeks ago, and it was fantastic. I went to a restaurant with some pals and had a good time. The only drama I've had with my parents since the disaster is that they came up at my friend's house on my birthday, requesting to see me. I wasn't present at the moment, but my friend's father was, and he informed me that they were both very sorry and begged him to put me in touch with them. They left him a note in which they admitted that they had been terrible parents, but they wanted to make amends and begged me to talk to them. Maybe I'm frigid for what I did next, but I opted not to respond in any way, and asked my friend's father to tell them to leave if they showed up, which he respected. A part of me wanted to approach them and attempt to repair our connection, but I also felt like it had taken all of this effort simply to show them I existed, and how much they had harmed me throughout my life. If I go back now, I'll be betraying myself and all of my efforts to grow and become independent. After my birthday, I had a few weeks until we could begin moving into the new apartment, so I went to see my grandmother at her home. I showed her the many photos I took of the new apartment, informed her about my new work and the classes I'm about to begin after New Year's, and she was overjoyed for me. We also had a family gathering to commemorate my birthday, and my uncles and cousins joined us at Grandma's for a party. My brother also arrived. I've been communicating more and more to my brother. Of all my close family members, he is the only one who has never mistreated me. Although he was inattentive of me, and relished my parents' favoritism, he never mistreated me, and I believe he was also a victim of the toxic environment that was our home. I don't completely trust him, but he has really apologized. And because he lives nearby, he wants me to feel like I can count on him if I ever need anything. I feel safer knowing that I have at least one family member in my city that cares about me and will assist me if necessary. When I asked him how my parents were doing, he said he hasn't had much contact with them since I left. He blames them for the entire predicament, whilst my sister claims that I am being selfish and causing grief to my parents since I am the problem. I'm not sure how that works. Many of my parents' friends appear to have shunned them after learning what had happened to me. According to my brother, they are constantly asking for me, and are now telling anybody who will listen that they messed up and shouldn't blame me for their behavior. They wish to correct their faults. I'm not sure if I buy this act. I believe they understand that the best thing they can do for their reputation right now is to try to put the ball in my court in terms of reconciliation, so they can appear to have done their part. I'm more focused than ever on my future, and I don't want to think about it. I go to therapy, and I'm trying to grow and accept the love of my newfound support system, which includes my friend, her family, my grandmother, my uncles and cousins, and possibly my brother. I hope this is my final update since I want to conclude this chapter of my life. If I come back here, it will most likely indicate that something has happened. But I wanted to share the good news with everyone, because you genuinely saved my life in a terrible situation. I was so down in the days following the wedding that I wanted to curl up on my bed and disappear. You all helped me get up and face the music, and I'm happier than I ever imagined I'd be. I'm looking forward to all of the good things that will happen in my life. So thanks to everyone. Caught on camera, my drunk brother tried to force himself on my wife at our cousin's wedding. My mom still says he deserves forgiveness. My brother pursued and followed my girlfriend during a wedding. My parents defended him. He's currently in prison for domestic violence. Anurin began acting improperly as soon as Victoria, 25 female, my girlfriend, arrived, making her quite uncomfortable. He virtually pushed our mother out of the way to be the first to hug Victoria, clinging on far too long until she had to physically move away. Throughout dinner, he kept finding excuses to touch her arm or shoulder, cracking fake inside jokes that made no sense because they had only recently met, and actually pressing past me several times to sit next to her. Until he absolutely crossed the line and attempted to feed her with his own fork while maintaining intense eye contact. Victoria was clearly uncomfortable, but she remained courteous because it was our first family meeting, and she wanted to make a good impression. Anurin spent the entire evening telling me embarrassing memories from my youth, twisting them to make me appear like a miserable fool. He told a wholly made story about having to safeguard my high school girlfriend from my alleged emotional abuse, which never occurred. Victoria knew these things weren't genuine because I'd already told her about my teenage years, but my parents just nodded along as if Anurin was telling the truth. After dinner, things worsened. Victoria offered to assist in the cleanup, hoping to be helpful. I was helping my father move some boxes in the garage when I remembered I hadn't seen Victoria in a while. I found her in the kitchen with Anurin, blocking her way to the door. He had her cornered by the sink, telling her that she deserved someone more fascinating than his boring, unstable elder brother. He was standing far too near, with his hand on the counter next to her hip. When I walked in, Victoria had already told him to back off twice. When she spotted me, she seemed relieved, and instantly came to stand next to me. Anurin shrugged it off as if it were a great joke, but I could feel Victoria trembling. My fiancée Victoria and I had been dating for 8 months, and everything was going great until Anurin decided to completely ruin our lives with his obsessive behavior. I suppose I should explain our family dynamic so that this makes sense. Anurin and I were raised in a tiny Minnesota town by upper-middle-class parents. Our parents both work in real estate and make good money, but they've always prioritized maintaining appearances over actual family bonds. Anurin was born when I was 3, and he immediately became the center of our parents' universe. He never did anything wrong, and everything was always my fault. Growing up, Anurin exhibited some extremely alarming conduct that my parents simply overlooked. When he was 6, he purposefully smashed my game console because I refused to let him play when he wanted to. Instead of disciplining him, my parents bought him his own, and told me that I should have shared more. When he was 12, he killed my pet hamster by feeding it chocolate, despite knowing it was harmful. But my parents stated it was an accident, and that I shouldn't have had dogs if I wasn't going to properly care for them. In high school, he spread allegations about me cheating on my girlfriend, which led to our breakup. My parents claimed he was simply being protective of her. This trend has persisted throughout our adult lives. Anurin still remains at home with our parents, working at my father's real estate firm, and generally doing whatever he wants. He ruined every relationship I tried to form. My previous girlfriend's family believed I had a gambling addiction, which was absolutely wrong. Before that, he told another woman that I had cheated on all of my past relationships, which was also incorrect. My parents would either justify his acts or accuse me of exaggeration. When I met Victoria, I resolved to do things differently. I kept our relationship a secret from my family for the first 3 months, to protect her from Anurin's regular techniques. Victoria is truly the best thing that has happened to me. She's intelligent, caring, and works as a pediatric nurse at our community hospital. We met in the hospital cafe while I was grabbing coffee and visiting a coworker who had surgery. She was on her lunch break when we started talking about the awful hospital coffee. After a few more coffee discussions, we began dating, and everything seemed great. Victoria knows everything about my family history, because I wanted her to be prepared. She was the one who pushed me to try to introduce her to them, stating that things might be different now that we're all grown-ups. One of my favorite things about her is that she is always looking for the best in others. I eventually consented to introduce Victoria to my family during a dinner party last month, and then everything fell apart. The main issue began a few days after the dinner. Victoria started receiving weird calls and texts from numbers she didn't recognize. At first, she responded with heavy breathing or immediate hang-ups. Then they began leaving more unpleasant voicemails, labeling her stuck-up and frigid for turning down a greater offer. Some letters included exact data about her work schedule and what she was wearing that day, indicating that someone was following her. Victoria didn't realize it at first, but I recognized some of the voices as Anurin's old high school friends, a group of guys who still come out with him and basically do whatever he says since his parents give him money to toss around. When Victoria banned those numbers, they simply began phoning from new numbers. Then Anurin's buddies started showing up at the hospital, pretending to be visitors but actually hanging out in the pediatric ward where Victoria works. They would look at her for hours, saying things just loud enough for her to hear. Last week, one of them followed her back to her car after her night job. She contacted me crying from her car, unable to drive home for fear of being followed. I had to go pick her up and drive her car home, with my friend following in his car to ensure we weren't being followed. Victoria has been experiencing panic attacks before her shifts, and her co-workers have realized something is up. Yesterday, I finally had enough evidence to approach Anuran directly. I had voicemail recordings, text screenshots, and hospital security camera footage that showed his friends stalking Victoria. I visited our parents' house, where Anuran still resides, and showed him everything. He just sat there with a smug sneer on his face while I spoke, then looked me dead in the eyes and stated he had no idea what I was talking about. But perhaps if Victoria wasn't so stuck, others wouldn't feel compelled to teach her a lesson. Something inside of me snapped when he said that, and I hit him in the face. Anuran began crying as if I had tried to kill him, despite the fact that his nose was just slightly bloody. Our parents rushed in, and of course they were furious with me, not Anuran. They didn't even look at the evidence I tried to provide to them. Mom was in tears about her baby child being harmed, while Dad screamed about how I've always been jealous of Anuran and need professional therapy with my anger issues. When I tried to describe the harassment, Mom responded that Victoria must have led Anuran on during dinner and was now playing the victim because she was caught flirting with him. Dad urged me to leave his house and not return until I had apologized to Anuran and cleared my brain. I am writing this from Victoria's flat, where I have been since last night. She finally fell asleep in the other room after crying for hours, because she is frightened of going to work tomorrow. So far, her supervisor has been understanding, but Victoria is concerned that if this situation continues, she may lose her job. She enjoys working with the children in the pediatric department, and should not have to give it up because of my insane brother. I simply don't know what to do anymore. Every time I believe Anuran can't go much lower, he proves me wrong. Our parents are absolutely encouraging his actions and deceiving both me and Victoria about what is happening. The authorities will not take action unless they have more clear evidence linking Anuran directly to the harassment. Victoria is terrified, her job is at stake, and my family is acting as if we are the ones causing difficulties. Has anyone dealt with a situation like this? How do I keep Victoria safe while dealing with my toxic family? Should I do more to capture everything that happens? Any advice would be greatly appreciated, as I'm at my wit's end here. Update 1. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who left comments on my first post. Reading all of your replies made me realize how serious the problem is, and Victoria and I have been attempting to follow the advice many of you gave about documenting everything and pursuing legal action. Unfortunately, things have become worse in the last 2 weeks, and I need to rant about it. We followed the recommendation to go to the police. Victoria and I spent hours gathering proof, including screenshots of all the threatening texts, voicemail recordings, and hospital surveillance footage that showed Anuran's buddies loitering around. We also received written testimonies from 3 of Victoria's co-workers who witnessed the stalking conduct. The police officer we spoke with was concerned at first, particularly about workplace harassment. But then everything became tricky. Tyler, Anuran's best buddy and one of the major guys participating in Victoria's harassment, happens to be the son of a local police sergeant. When we stated Tyler's name, the officer's entire demeanor shifted. He began to argue that without solid proof that Anuran was coordinating things, there was little they could do. He noted that Victoria was misinterpreting pleasant attention from men who were simply hanging out at the hospital for valid reasons. He even had the guts to inquire whether Victoria had somehow piqued their interest. We wanted to talk with another police officer, ideally a female cop, but they gave us the runaround. They eventually indicated they would issue warnings to the people we could identify from the security film, but that was all they could do in the absence of specific evidence of real threats. It felt like an absolute waste of time. My parents' reaction was far worse than I anticipated. The day after we went to the police, Anuran arrived at their house with a black eye, claiming I had struck him again. I had not seen him since the night I punched him, 2 weeks ago. Of course, my parents immediately believed him. My mother contacted me, weeping frantically about how I was out of control and attempting to wreck Anuran's life. She said that going to the police demonstrated that I was intentionally attempting to damage his future over a foolish mistake. Then my father called. He was infuriated. He threatened to cut me off financially, which would have been terrifying if I were still reliant on them. Fortunately, I have a solid career in software development and my own apartment. He also threatened to fire me from the family real estate business, despite the fact that I'd never worked there. That was Anuran's job. It truly demonstrated how they don't regard me as my own person, but rather as an extension of Anuran's life. The true calamity occurred last weekend. My mom kept phoning and messaging, stating they wanted to work things out as a family. She assured me that Anuran was sorry about everything, and wished to apologize to both me and Victoria. She stated that they had discussed limits with him, and that he was aware of his inappropriate behavior. After discussing it with Victoria, we agreed to give them one chance to make things right. That was an enormous error. We arrived at my parents' place for what was supposed to be a family meal to sort things out. I knew there was something wrong from the moment we walked in. The house was packed with people. My parents, Anuran, our aunt and uncle, who always support Anuran, and worst of all, Tyler and two other men who had been stalking Victoria at work. My mother called it a family intervention. They all attacked Victoria's character in turn for 2 hours, while Anuran sat there looking smug. My mother went on a long rant about how Victoria was clearly envious of Anuran's good looks and success. What success? And had flirted with him at dinner that first night. She claimed Victoria made up the harassment because she felt sorry about leading Anuran on and wanted to cover her tracks. My aunt stated that Victoria was probably used to getting attention from guys at work, and had misconstrued nice conduct as stalking because she felt bad. Anuran played his role flawlessly, seeming heartbroken and perplexed as to why Victoria would fabricate such nasty things about him. He kept stating how much he had looked forward to having a sister-in-law, and how saddened he was that she was attempting to turn me against him. Tyler and his buddies backed him up, claiming they had simply gone to the hospital to see Tyler's ailing grandma, who supposedly transfers between floors and apartments every day. The worst thing was when they began questioning Victoria's mental state. They mentioned how she sometimes works night shifts, implying that sleep deprivation was making her crazy. They discussed how hard it must be to deal with sick children, hinting that she might be transferring her work stress into harmless interactions with Anuran and his buddies. My mother even had the guts to recommend a therapist who could help Victoria overcome her inclination to generate drama. Victoria attempted to defend herself at first, politely detailing the harassment and giving them the messages and voicemails again. But they talked over her, disregarded her proof as misunderstandings, or said she had somehow triggered things. Tyler began outlining in detail what Victoria had been wearing on specific days at work, demonstrating he had been following her, and my parents behaved as if this was evidence that Victoria was attempting to attract attention. It all became too much when they invited Tyler and his pals to join us for dessert, claiming they wanted to demonstrate how nice young men they were. Victoria was having problems breathing and had to leave the room. When I tried to pursue her, my mother grabbed my arm and told me it was time to choose between my true family and a girl who was clearly unstable and trying to cause trouble. I decided on Victoria. We left quickly, and I haven't spoken to my family since that night. Anuran's buddies have escalated their harassment, spreading stories at Victoria's workplace about her mental instability and a history of false allegations. Her supervisor summoned her to a meeting yesterday to discuss concerns about workplace drama. Even while he appeared empathetic, he warned her that the interruption was beginning to damage her job performance and advised her to consider transferring to another department or hospital. We've engaged a lawyer to assist us in obtaining restraining orders, but the procedure is slow. Victoria has been looking into employment at other hospitals, and one of her old co-workers has volunteered to assist her in getting a job at a hospital in a city some 300 miles away. I hate that we're being forced to take such harsh measures, but I can't stomach seeing Victoria constantly terrified and stressed. She now sobs before every shift, and has lost weight because she is too anxious to eat properly. I simply don't know what to do anymore. Every attempt to address this reasonably has failed. My family is absolutely crazy. The cops are ineffective, and it appears that Anuran is winning. How can you fight back when everyone is so willing to think the worst about you, and the best about your abuser? Update 2. I wish I could bring better news, but everything has completely gone apart after what happened at my cousin Holly's wedding last weekend. I've been trying to comprehend everything over the last few days before posting this update. What was supposed to be a pleasant family celebration turned into an utter horror, with Anuran handcuffed and our family permanently divided. Let me start with some context. Holly has always been the one family member, aside from my grandfather, who saw through Anurin's deception. When we were kids, she caught Anurin torturing her cat and informed everyone, but my parents convinced us that she was lying for attention. She's never forgotten it, and she's been completely supportive of me throughout Victoria's situation. She even drafted a lengthy statement for our lawyer describing Anurin's history of inappropriate behavior. When Holly issued us the wedding invitation, Victoria and I were hesitant to go. But Holly called us directly and assured us that she had only invited Anurin because her parents insisted, and that she had hired extra security specifically to keep an eye on him. She also sat us at a table with her husband's family, far from my parents and Anurin. We assumed that with all of the witnesses and security present, Anurin would not try anything dumb. We were mistaken. The event went well, owing in large part to Anurin's role as a groomsman. Holly's husband is our cousin from the other side of the family and was unaware of the turmoil. Everything appeared to be in order at first glance. Anurin sat at the family table with our parents, while we were across the room with Holly's in-laws. Victoria was finally beginning to unwind and enjoy herself for the first time in weeks. Victoria went to the bathroom at about 9 p.m. She had been gone for around 10 minutes, when I saw Anurin was no longer at his table. Something seemed wrong, so I went to check on Victoria. As I walked towards the restrooms, I heard Victoria scream. When I started sprinting, Holly's husband Miller and his brother turned the bend ahead of me. They discovered Anurin pushing Victoria against the wall in the hallway outside the restrooms, attempting to force himself on her while she struggled. He had one hand over her mouth, and the other tightly gripping her arm, causing bruises. Miller and his brother pulled Anurin off Victoria soon as I arrived. Victoria shook and cried. Her dress was torn at the shoulder, and obvious bruises appeared on her arms. Anurin was clearly inebriated, and began ranting about how Victoria had been taunting him all night. She hadn't even gone near him, and how she had followed him to the hallway. She got there first. Miller's brother, a constable in another city, instantly contacted the local police, while Miller assisted Victoria to a private room where Holly and her mother were attempting to calm her down. This is when things got even worse, if that is possible. When the cops arrived, my parents attempted to stop them from detaining Sam. My mother was yelling about how it was all a misunderstanding, that Victoria must have led Anurin astray, and that they shouldn't ruin his life over a little drunken mistake. My father attempted to physically prevent the officers from handcuffing Anurin, claiming that they should handle this as a family affair. Anurin alternated between wailing about how Victoria had deceived him and threatening everyone, stating none of us knew what he was capable of. He appeared absolutely unhinged. When they eventually got him into the police car, he began ranting that Victoria was a whore who had been asking for it since they first met. Several guests captured the entire outburst on their phones. The fallout has been harsh. My parents are on a frenzy, calling everyone in the family and spreading their version of events. According to them, Victoria took Anurin to a remote location, made advances on him, and then shouted assault when he rebuffed her. They claim she staged the entire incident to exact revenge on Anurin for revealing her falsehoods about the harassment. They even say Miller and his brother beat Anurin up before the cops arrived, which they did not, and that Victoria caused the bruises herself. The one bright spot is that Holly's wedding film captured Anurin following Victoria to the restroom on camera. With the injuries, several witnesses, and footage of Anurin's meltdown during the arrest, our lawyer believes we have a strong case. Several relatives who attended the wedding have spoken out about Anurin's actions throughout the night, which included him making obscene comments about Victoria and following her around the reception. My parents are now threatening to disown me unless Victoria drops the allegations. They have been phoning and messaging non-stop, alternating between guilt trips for destroying the family and threatening to damage my inheritance. They even showed up at my apartment yesterday, generating a disturbance that prompted my neighbors to contact the police. My mother was screaming about how I was sending her kid to jail, and my father promised to ensure that I never worked in this state again. Victoria and I have reached a decision. She accepted a job offer at a hospital 300 miles away, and I've planned to work remotely for my firm. We're moving at the end of next month. Many people may believe we are fleeing, but we simply need to escape the toxicity and start over somewhere else. Holly understands and has agreed to keep us posted on any family developments that we should be aware of. The most difficult aspect of all of this is knowing that my family will never accept Anurin needs help. Even after seeing him abuse someone at a wedding in front of witnesses, they continue to defend him and blame the victim. I've often wondered if things would have been different if someone had intervened when we were youngsters, but I guess we will never know. Right now, all I need to do is protect Victoria and construct our new life together, away from Anurin and my parents' supporting behavior. Update 3. I hadn't planned to submit another update, but something happened yesterday that I feel compelled to relate. After 4 years of fortunate silence from my family, I received a hysterical phone call from my mother that left me feeling both vindicated and profoundly sad. First, a quick update on Victoria's and my current situation. We married 2 years ago in a small ceremony attended by Holly's family and Victoria's relatives. We purchased a home in our new location, and Victoria is now the top pediatric nurse at her hospital. I am currently working remotely for the same company, but was promoted to senior developer last year. We're expecting our first kid, a beautiful girl, in 3 months. Life has been serene and cheerful, which makes what I'm about to say much more frightening. Yesterday afternoon, I was in a conference when my phone started ringing with calls from my mother. I generally disregard strange numbers because my family frequently purchases new phones to try to contact us, but this time she left a message that sounded quite frantic. When I called back, she was crying so hard that I couldn't understand her. Anurin married a woman named Lily last year. We were unaware of it because we had not communicated with that side of the family since the wedding disaster. Anurin apparently met Lily at church, and their families promptly planned for their marriage. My mother was overjoyed that Anurin had found a Christian woman who understood him, and that they were all content until last week. Lily's co-worker called the police last Thursday, after she was absent from work for 3 days. When cops conducted a welfare check, they discovered Lily with terrible injuries. She had 2 broken ribs, a shattered wrist, and several bruises across her body. But here's what really got me. When the police investigated, they learned that my father had been assisting Anurin in concealing the abuse for months. Lily eventually broke down and told the police everything. Anurin had begun assaulting her only 2 months after their marriage. Every time she threatened to leave or inform someone, my father would intervene, using his real estate contacts to harass Lily's family about their mortgage, or threatening to fire her from her work at one of his friends' companies. He even persuaded Lily's parents that she was mentally unwell while fabricating stories about Anurin, employing the same tactics they employed against Victoria. The final event occurred when Lily received a promotion at work, which would have provided her with financial independence. Anurin lost it and beat her so hard that she was unable to work. When she called my father for aid, he advised her to apply ice and remember her wedding vows. That's when her co-worker became involved and phoned the police. Anurin and my father were both arrested, one for domestic abuse and the other for witness intimidation and conspiracy. Mom urged me to come back and help with everything. She kept stressing that family members should stick together in times of distress, that Anurin and Dad needed my help, and that Lily was clearly exaggerating things, just like Victoria had. I lost it. I informed her how I felt about her allowing Anurin's actions throughout his life. I reminded her of what they did to Victoria, how they continued to back Anurin despite witnessing him assault her at Holly's wedding. I asked her if she had ever considered that, if they had gotten Anurin help when he was younger, or held him accountable for his behavior, Lily would not be in the hospital today. Mom completely broke down, admitting that they should have done something sooner. She revealed that she and Dad had always known Anurin had problems, but they believed they were protecting him by keeping everything hidden. Too little. Too late. I hung up and blocked her new number. Holly called me later to clarify some information she had received from family. Apparently Lily's parents are upset and regret not believing her sooner. They absolutely support her filing accusations against both Anurin and my father. The police are also looking into additional potential victims, as numerous of Anurin's ex-girlfriends have come forward with similar allegations of abuse and stalking. Victoria suggested that we contact Lily through Holly and offer her assistance if she requires it, which we will most likely do. Victoria noted that she was fortunate to have assistance when dealing with Anurin, and Lily may require someone who understands what she is going through. Some may believe I'm being cold toward my parents, but I've learned that encouraging toxic behavior simply creates more victims. My family had numerous opportunities to adapt, but decided not to. Now they can face the repercussions of their decisions without my assistance. My current task is to safeguard my own family, my wife, our unborn baby, and the quiet life we've made away from their toxicity. Update 4. Many individuals have messaged me asking for an update on the situation with Anuran, my father, and Lily. So here's what happened over the last 6 months. First, excellent news from my end. 3 months ago, Victoria and I welcomed our daughter, Emma. She's completely healthy and stunningly lovely. Being parents has been incredible, and it has strengthened our belief that breaking touch with my problematic family was the best decision. Holly and her husband came to see Emma last month, and watching them with her confirmed what true family love looks like. Now for updates on Anuran and my father's cases. Holly has kept us informed because she is still in contact with her extended relatives. Anuran accepted a plea deal this month. He will serve 8 years in jail for extreme domestic abuse, with the potential of parole after 5 years. My father's lawsuit is still ongoing, but his lawyers appear to be negotiating a settlement as well. His real estate license has been suspended pending the investigation, and the majority of his business partners have parted ways with him. My mother's progress has been the most startling. After our previous phone chat, she began therapy. According to Holly, she has left the family home and filed for divorce from my father. She gave me a 12-page letter last week apologizing for everything, including condoning Anuran's actions throughout his life, failing to protect me as a child, and most importantly, how they harmed Victoria. She admitted that she and Dad had essentially produced Anuran the monster by never holding him accountable. I have not responded to the letter yet. Part of me appreciates that she is finally confronting reality. But it is too little, too late. Where was this understanding when Anuran was hurting animals as a child? Or while he was stalking Victoria? Or when they witnessed him abuse Holly at her wedding? Victoria and I are talking about whether we should someday allow her to have a supervised relationship with Emma, but that is years away, if it occurs at all. Lily has been in contact with us via Holly. She is doing better. She's staying with her sister in another state and undergoing extensive therapy. She has filed for divorce and is completely cooperating with the prosecutors. According to Holly, several other women have spoken up about Anuran abusing them in the past, including 2 from his church. The police are also examining these cases. Lily's parents have been wonderfully supportive once the truth was revealed. They openly apologized to her for not believing her sooner, and severed all connections with my parents. They're even collaborating with domestic violence organizations to help other families identify the indications of abuse and manipulation. The extended family has basically been divided into 2 camps. The majority of our younger relatives and cousins have supported us and Lily, while the older generation continues to make excuses for Anuran and my dad. Holly's mother, my aunt, founded a family therapy group for relatives who want to understand how things got so bad, and how to make things better for future generations. Victoria and I are focused on our daughter and our life here. Victoria returned to work part-time last week, and she has been elevated to Director of Pediatric Nursing. I'm currently working remotely, but I'm considering starting my own software consulting business soon. We've established a lovely community here, complete with great friends and chosen family. Sometimes I think about contacting my mother or responding to her letter. But then I look at Emma, and remember how my parents would have wanted me to let Anuran around her if we were still in contact, arguing he deserved a second chance. That idea alone proves that we made the proper decision in keeping away. The pattern of abuse and enabling in my family comes to a stop with my generation. Emma will grow up in an environment that values healthy relationships and respects limits. Cutting off toxic family members is sometimes the best thing you can do for your children, no matter how painful it is. TH164. They abandoned me. At a Colorado rest stop at 22, as a joke. 15 years later, they came to my restaurant begging for $20,000. I gave them $73.50. My family thought it was humorous to leave me stranded in another state. Let's see if he can make it back, they joked and drove away. I never went back. They finally discovered me after 15 years. There are 107 missed calls. That summer I turned 22 was meant to be like any other. Working at my father's hardware store for money. Living at home because college wasn't realistic, according to Banks, my father. And serving as the everlasting punching bag for my golden child brother, Alan. We weren't destitute, but we weren't the sort to go on Disney vacations. So when Banks stated that we were going on a family road trip to my uncle's wedding in Colorado, I should have known something was up. 3 days into that horrible road journey, I was already regretting not making up an excuse to stay at home. My father and Alan had been taking turns playing their favorite game, making Salvador's life terrible. Mom, Irene, would occasionally say, "That's enough," in her weak voice. But we all knew it was only for show. Look, I need to explain something about my family. Banks wasn't your typical dad. He was the type to wake you up at 3 a.m. to shout about a chore you neglected, who would toss away your belongings if they were in his way, who had been telling me that I was useless since I could understand words. Alan quickly realized he had to choose between being Dad's mini-me and becoming more like me. Guess which path he took? That morning, we came to a rest spot in Colorado that seemed to go nowhere. For miles, there is nothing. Only fields, mountains in the distance, and a depressing tiny restroom facility with vending machines. I had been sleeping in the back of our Suburban and needed to stretch my legs and use the restroom. Dad and Alan were laughing over something, and Mom was checking her makeup in the visor mirror. I remember what I was wearing: an old Metallica t-shirt, trousers with a hole in one knee, and these beat-up Vans that I'd had for years. I did not take my phone because it was charging in the car. I didn't take my wallet, so why would I? We were in the middle of nowhere and I was just taking a piss. I spent 10 minutes in that bathroom. Perhaps less. When I walked out, blinking in the Colorado sun, the parking spot was vacant. Our dark green Suburban was gone. At first, I assumed they had moved it as a hoax. I wandered around the whole rest area. Nothing. That's the thing about betrayal from your own blood. It feels different than any other sort. I sat on the curb for an hour, telling myself they were simply trying to scare me and would be back. People came and departed. A couple people gave me odd stares. A trucker questioned if I was all right. I lied, saying I was waiting for my girlfriend, who was in the restroom. He nodded and departed. After 2 hours, I began to feel a chill in my stomach. They were not coming back. My first thought was to borrow somebody's phone. Call them. Beg them to come and fetch me. However, when I was about to approach a mother with 2 children, something stopped me. A lifetime of recollections flooded across my mind. Every humiliation. They always laughed at my expense. Every nasty joke ended with a punchline. I almost heard them. Alan's voice. "Dude, I bet he's crying right now." My father. "He'll figure it out, if he's not as stupid as he looks." My mother's ineffective protest didn't change anything. So I made a decision. I approached the mother and asked to borrow her phone. But I did. Not phone my family. I contacted information and was given the phone number for the nearest shelter in Grand Junction, which is around 40 miles away. Then I asked if she could give me a ride to town. I told her my family had an emergency and had to go, but they would send someone for me later. She hesitated, but I must have been innocent enough, since she agreed. That first night in the shelter was a reality check. I had only the clothing on my back. No ID, no money, no contacts. Dave, the shelter employee, let me to use their computer to seek out my uncle's address from a wedding invitation I had seen. I hoped I could make it to the wedding and find my family there. But then I sat, staring at the computer, and wondered, why? Why pursue down folks who literally abandoned me on the side of the road for laughs? Instead, I set up a fresh email account. I searched at resources for those who needed emergency ID replacements. I searched Google for occupations that pay cash. I created a plan. 2 days later, I was washing dishes at a small diner named Sonny's. Geraldine, the owner, was a 60-something woman with purple-streaked gray hair and more tattoos than you might imagine. I wandered in and inquired if they needed help. I told her my wallet had been taken, but I needed work. She sized me up and remarked, "The dishwasher quit yesterday. You take from me, and you will die. Start now." That's the thing about rock bottom. You can only get up from there. For 1 week I worked doubles, slept at the shelter. I wore donated clothing. Dave assisted me in the process of obtaining a replacement ID by contacting vital records in my home state. With my first paycheck, I purchased a low-cost pay-as-you-go phone from Walmart. 7 days after they abandoned me, my phone rang. Unknown number. I responded. It was my mom. The voice shakes. Where was I? Was I okay? They had been looking everywhere. It was merely meant to be a joke. Double. They waited down the road for 20 minutes, returned, and couldn't find me. Triple. I heard her panic. Her fake worry. In the background, I could hear my father telling me to stop acting so theatrical and go to Uncle Rick's. I overheard Alan chuckling. "Hello, Salvador. Are you there? Say something. We've been worried sick." That icy feeling in my gut was gone. Now there was just clarity. "You wanted to see if I could manage on my own?" I said, my voice firmer than it had ever been when speaking with them. "So watch me." I hung up. I blocked the number. Then I blocked every family number I could recall. For good measure, I went to the Verizon store the next day and changed my phone number totally. I missed 27 calls before changing that number. I envisioned them becoming increasingly irritated as they realized their punching bag was not returning to be pummeled. 1 month later, I had my own studio apartment above a laundromat. It was small and always smelled like fabric softener. But it was mine. I worked my way up to prep cook at Sonny's, and Geraldine was showing me how to properly chop veggies without losing a finger. Sometimes I'd check my old email address, which my family knew. Messages build up. From Mom. "Please return home. We apologize." From Dad. "This foolish stunt must halt now." Alan responded, "Dude, it was just a joke. Stop being such." I never replied. Not once. That's the thing about freedom. Once you've had it, there's no going back. I will not pretend it was easy. Sometimes I'd look through Instagram, see photographs of people with normal families who truly loved each other, and I'd feel an aching that no amount of them could satisfy. I experienced nights when loneliness threatened to take me whole. The holidays were the worst. But every morning, I'd wake up in my dingy little apartment that smelled like Downy, go to my dishwashing job, where no one labeled me worthless, and construct my life, one brick at a time. 3 months after they abandoned me at that rest stop, I checked my inbox for the last time. There came a new message from my mother. "Your granny is inquiring about you. Please just let us know you are alive." I closed the email. The account has been deleted. I threw my old SIM card in the bin near Sonny's. That night, Geraldine showed me how to bake her renowned apple pie. I said I had good pastry skills. It was the first real compliment I had received in many years. I never looked back. Update 1. 5 years after being abandoned at that Colorado rest area, I found myself staring at a familiar face in my Facebook page. Not because I was trolling my family's profiles, well, maybe I was, but because Alan had recently been mentioned in a local news piece back home. He'd received a DUI. He wrapped his automobile around a telephone pole. Nobody was hurt, except the pole. The publication had utilized one of his high school football photos. He appeared so young and smug. Nothing like the fat mugshot below. That's the thing with karma. It goes at its own pace and never forgets an address. By then, I had established something like a life in Colorado. My terrible studio above the laundromat was eventually exchanged for a 1-bedroom with actual windows. I had worked my way up from dishwasher to line cook to assistant manager at Sonny's. Geraldine still ran the house with an iron hand and a flour-dusted glove, but she'd stopped treating me like a charity case and more like, I'm not sure, a crazy nephew or something. My first major purchase, when I had actual savings, was a good laptop. Nothing spectacular, just enough to attend online community college classes in business management and basic accounting, which banks always maintained were for people who couldn't perform actual work. I'd spend my mornings at Sonny's, afternoons studying, and evenings at work. Rinse. Repeat. Look, I'm not going to pretend that what occurred didn't leave me messed up. Trust issues. More like trust subscriptions, which I could cancel whenever someone got too near. In 5 years I'd only made 2 friends. My neighbor Doug, who played bass in a lousy garage band, and occasionally gave me homemade beer that tasted like hoppy dishwater. And Geraldine, if she counted as a friend rather than a boss. That changed when Kendra began arriving at Sonny's every Tuesday and Thursday like clockwork. Always ordered the same thing: Denver omelet, no tomatoes, and extra coffee. I later discovered that he was always sitting at the counter with a textbook. Medical school. She had a habit of completely zoning out while studying, holding the fork halfway to her mouth for minutes at a time. I started timing her once. The record was 7 minutes and 23 seconds before she realized she was holding cold eggs. I'd been giving her coffee refills for 4 months before she saw me. I mean, you truly saw me. Her eyes widened slightly as she explained that my name tag was spelled incorrectly. It wasn't. But that became our strange little joke. Every Tuesday and Thursday, I would go by a different fictitious name, Salvador, Salvatore, or Salvatore. She would point it out. I would act startled. The stupidest flirtation in human history, but it worked. Our first date was not even intended to be a date. Her study group bailed at the last minute. She had a reservation at this pizza restaurant that was tough to get into, and I happened to be cleaning down the counter when she received the cancellation SMS. The next thing I knew, I was seated across from her at Antonio's. We both realized, uneasily, that this looked exactly like a date. 6 months later, she moved into my flat. A year later, we moved into a somewhat larger place together. Nothing fancy, just a 2-bedroom with a bathroom where the toilet did not run all the time, and neighbors who did not practice bass solos at 2 a.m. Meanwhile, I used false accounts to keep track of my family. Not proud of it, but there it is. Dad's hardware store started failing after the Home Depot opened on the outskirts of town. I saw him talking about it on community Facebook pages, and the posts became increasingly desperate and nasty. Mom's social media became a strange monument to family. Constant throwback images of us all smiling. Posts about missing her boys, plural, which was wealthy. She would tag Alan but never mention me, as if I had been erased. Alan went from job to job. There is a lot of vague booking about enemies and new opportunities. The traditional social media smokescreen of someone whose life is spiraling downward. 3 years in, Geraldine approached me during inventory and informed me she was considering opening a second Sonny's shop on the opposite side of town. They asked whether I would be interested in running it. Not owning, but running. This is an important distinction. I did not sleep that night. I kept thinking it was a test or joke. People like me did not have opportunities like that. Banks had ensured I understood that much. That's the problem about toxic beliefs. They linger with you long after you've escaped the serpent. But I said yes. Because Kendra, half asleep beside me, whispered that it would be foolish not to. Doug said, "Duh. You practically run the original place." Because Geraldine was not Banks. It wasn't my family. And had never made me feel useless. Sonny's East reopened 6 months later. Smaller than the original. A different menu, my menu. I worked 90-hour weeks my first year. I lost 10 pounds that I could not afford to lose. I had a fight with Kendra about never being at home. I came home to find passive-aggressive post-its on the fridge more than once. But it worked. People arrived. People came back. The food tasted wonderful. The vibe was good. We weren't getting rich. But we were making do. 4 years after being abandoned, I earned enough to assist Kendra with her medical school loans. Not all of them, those creatures are monstrous, but enough to make an impact. She cried when I handed her the payment confirmation. Not sobbing in a movie while wearing beautiful mascara. Real sobbing, snotty, red-faced, hiccuping crying. I had never felt more like a true person than in that moment. Then my granny died. I found out on Facebook. Mom shared this lengthy dramatic tribute with a million heart emojis. Grandma Rose was the only one in the family who ever stood up to Banks. The only person who seemed to notice me. She would pass me $20 money while no one was looking, telling me to save them for my escape. I believe she meant college. It turned out to be more literal than that. I pondered about attending the funeral, even looked into airfares. Kendra said she'd come with me and hold my hand throughout the traumatic reunion. Doug offered me his lousy hatchback to drive instead. Geraldine simply shrugged and added, "Dead people don't know if you're there or not, so do whatever brings you peace." I did not go. Instead, I sent flowers. Generic sympathy arrangement. Salvador signed the card. There's no return address. No note. Only my name. The reaction on social media was quick. Mom is posting about signs and reaching out from beyond. Alan makes mysterious statements regarding prodigal sons. Banks were silent officially, but I could image the storm behind closed doors. A week later, I received a friend request from a profile that I did not recognize. A random name. No posts, no friends. I almost deleted it, until I noticed the note. "This is Uncle Rick. Your mother gave me your old email, but it bounced back. Are you okay? We had been worried. Your father has been asking around about you." I blocked the account. That night, I experienced my first panic episode in 2 years. Sitting on our bathroom floor at 3 a.m., trying not to wake Kendra, my lungs felt like they were collapsing. Imagine banks tracking me down, coming up at Sonny's, and destroying everything I'd built. Kendra found me about an hour later. Did not ask any questions. She just sat with me, her shoulder touching mine. When I was able to breathe again, she uttered the simplest thing. "They can't take anything from you that you don't give them." The next morning I contacted a lawyer. I received guidance on restraining orders, just in case. I tightened the privacy settings on everything. I asked Geraldine to notify workers not to disclose any information about me to anyone. Practical steps. Power what you have power over. I married Kendra exactly 5 years after being abandoned. A little ceremony in a state park. Doug was my best man. Geraldine cooked the cake and cried through it, mascara pouring down her wrinkled cheeks. Kendra's enormous, boisterous family embraced me immediately. Her father cracking dad jokes that didn't make me flinch. Her mother cuddling me did not set off any alarms in my thoughts. That's the issue about family. Sometimes it finds you after you've stopped seeking. A week after the wedding, I saw it while going through my dummy account late at night. A post by Banks on a community page. Looking for information on my son Salvador. The last known location is Grand Junction, Colorado. Family emergency. There was no emergency. I was already aware of this. What I didn't understand was why, after 5 years of nothing, they were now seeking for me. I dug deeper. I made another false account. I joined the community groups in my hometown. I pieced things together bit by bit. The hardware store was closed. Their home was under foreclosure. Mom had some medical difficulties which she was hazy about. Alan had returned home following his 3rd DUI. They didn't look for me because they had missed me. They were searching for me because they needed something. And you know what? For the first time in 5 years, I smiled as I remembered them. Not because I was pleased with their tragedy, but I've realized something important. I didn't care anymore. I closed the laptop, went into bed beside my sleeping wife, and made a decision. I would continue to look from a distance. Not out of hatred. Not out of love. But sometimes the best retribution isn't what you do, but what you create while they're busy destroying themselves. Final update. It began with a LinkedIn notification. 15 years after being abandoned at that Colorado rest station, my perfectly planned existence had a flaw. Someone saw my profile 27 times in a single day. It's not rare for LinkedIn recruiters to do crazy things like that. What was unusual was the name, Alan Matthew. My brother. The past is patient. It will linger in the tall grass for years before striking. By then, my life had changed drastically from my first year in Grand Junction. Kendra had finished medical school, completed her residency, and was now working 3 days a week at a local clinic to spend more time at home with our children. We had 2. Ellie, 7, and Marcus, 4. The apartment above the laundromat had given way to a modest 4-bedroom home on the outskirts of town. Nothing extravagant, but there was a yard where the kids could play, and I could grow tomatoes that never quite worked out. Sonny's had expanded to 3 locations. Still not a large franchise, but enough that I no longer had to run the line, except for when someone called in sick. Geraldine had semi-retired 2 years before, but she still turned up unexpectedly to criticize how we made her pie crust recipe. I had made peace with my past, or so I thought. I still kept an eye on the family from afar, but the frequent checks had dwindled to maybe once every few months. Banks and Irene had downsized after losing their home, as far as I understood. Alan has been married, divorced, and married again. They all seemed to have gone on with their lives, just as I had. However, the LinkedIn issue bothered me. After 15 years of stillness, what is happening now? I mentioned it to Kendra as we were performing our usual Sunday night activity, folding laundry while half watching whatever Netflix show we were currently behind on. She paused, holding a mismatched sock in each hand, and asked whether I was all right. I nodded. So what else could I say? That I was suddenly 22 years old again, trapped at a rest stop. That I could hear Banks' voice in my thoughts, calling me useless. 3 days later, I was in Sunny's East, the original second location, assisting with inventory because our supplier had sent the wrong type of coffee filters again, when Maya at the front desk called back that there was some family asking for you. My first thought was of Kendra's parents, who occasionally surprised us when they passed through. I strolled out front, my thoughts already turning to how to persuade them to stay for supper. It was not Kendra's family. Banks was older and grayer, and his once imposing frame had diminished. Irene's face had the pinched expression that comes with years of worry. Her hair was colored an odd color of brown. And Alan reminded me of Banks when he was 40. Same stance. Same method of taking up space. There was a woman among them who I did not recognize. She seemed young, perhaps in her early 20s, and hung back, as if she wasn't sure she belonged in this moment. Nobody spoke. The lunch rush cacophony appeared to fade away, leaving only my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. The Banks failed first. I said my name as a query. I nodded, as my voice had evidently gone on vacation. Look, I had imagined this moment in 1,000 different ways over the course of 15 years. In some instances I told them, often dramatic fashion. In others, I was chilly and distant, unconcerned about their existence. In a couple awkward late-night situations, we even had a tearful reconciliation. Reality is invariably messier than fancy. I motioned to an empty table in the corner. I told Maya to bring water. I sat down across from the folks who had once been my family, and waited. They found me through a magazine article. Rocky Mountain Rising features 10 local success stories. It wasn't even a major feature, just a sidebar with a photo of me in front of Sunny's original location. But apparently, one of Mom's high school classmates had moved to Colorado, seen it, and forwarded it to her with the message, "Isn't this your son?" There are 107 missed calls. That was the number of calls they had made to my old phone number over the years before it was disconnected. Mom had counted. She mentioned this as if it meant something. They spoke over each other. Mom mentioned how worried they had been. Banks about how I had misinterpreted what happened that day. Alan uncomfortably tried to act as if we were old friends catching up. The young woman, who turned out to be Alan's second wife, Poppy, simply regarded me with curiosity. I let them talk. I watched them craft a version of reality in which they were not the villains. Banks kept studying the eatery, mentally calculating how much it would be worth. Mom's hand trembled slightly as she reached for the water. I caught Alan's polished charm faltering when he thought I wasn't looking at him directly. Finally, as they ran out of steam, I posed the one important question. Why now? That's when the real story emerged, in parts and pieces among awkward silences. Banks have medical bills, heart issues, no insurance. The second residence was being foreclosed upon. 2. Alan's business venture, something cryptic about cryptocurrency, had flopped catastrophically. Mom required knee surgery, which she could not afford. They were not present for reconciliation. They were looking for money. I should have become angry. Should have thrown them away. Instead, I felt an unexpected emotion. Sympathy. They seemed so little. So desperate. These giants who had formerly ruled my entire universe were simply, people are flawed and broken. I asked them to dine at my home that night. I said I needed to think and chat to Kendra. They enthusiastically agreed. Banks were already halfway through considering it a done deal. The afternoon was weird. I picked Ellie up after her dance class. I assisted Marcus with his preschool show and tell preparation. All while messaging Kendra with updates on who was coming to dinner. She volunteered to take the children to her sister's. I said no. I wanted them there. I wanted my family to meet my family. Dinner was chicken enchiladas, my specialty. That wasn't very special. Just a recipe from the back of an old El Paso carton that I'd adjusted over time. Ellie set the table without being asked, meticulously placed the forks on the incorrect side until Kendra quietly corrected her. Marcus insisted on wearing his Spider-Man outfit because it was Tuesday, which allegedly had become Spider-Man Day. When the doorbell rang, I nearly dropped the dish I was bringing to the table. Kendra clutched my arm as she passed, saying she had my back no matter what. The children looked up with interest, realizing that something significant was happening. That's the problem about dreaded moments. When they occur, they're both worse and better than you expected. The introductions were awkward. Banks continued to call Kendra Karen despite corrections. Irene couldn't stop crying every time she looked at the kids, which terrified Marcus. Alan and Poppy were the least horrible, making genuine attempts at normal conversation, but Alan kept hinting about family helping family. After supper, Kendra brought the kids upstairs for baths and bedtime, giving me a look that said it all. Text if you need extraction. Then it was just me and them, sitting in a living room that seemed too small. Banks began on the pitch, talking about how family sticks together, how he'd always known I'd make a name for myself. False. And how they only needed a little assistance getting back on track. $20,000. Just a loan, of course. I let him finish. Then I inquired whether he remembered what he told me on my 18th birthday. He gave a blank gaze. I reminded him. At least you can't disappoint me anymore once you're not legally my problem. I asked Mom if she recalled what she did after Banks tossed away my acceptance letter to community college. Nothing. She had done nothing. I asked Alan if he remembered telling my first girlfriend I was probably. Anyway, she came to the house to seek for me. They squirmed, made excuses. Banks's voice began to take on a deadly edge, which used to make me shrink. But here's what happened. I stopped shrinking. I was 15 years and a million miles away from that person. I went to my office, returned with an envelope, and delivered it to Banks. The check was for $73.50. Banks glanced at it, puzzled. I asked what the hell this was meant to be. I informed him. In 2010, that was the exact cost of a Greyhound ticket from Grand Junction to our hometown. The precise amount it would have taken for me to return home from where they had abandoned me. The hush was absolute. Then Banks began shouting. They called me ungrateful. Selfish. Said I'd always been a disappointment. The greatest hits record of my childhood, playing for the last time. I did not argue. Did not respond with a yell. Just stood up and informed them that it was time to leave. Mom attempted a different approach. Tears and remorse. How could you do this to family? Alan turned cold. The Pleasant brothers' mask had entirely slipped. Poppy simply looked embarrassed, for all of them. When they eventually left, Banks crumpling the check and tossing it on our front step. I shut the door and leaned against it, my legs trembling. Kendra came downstairs and asked if I was fine. I nodded, not trusting my own voice. We cleaned the supper dishes in solitude. Checked on the sleeping children. I got ready for bed like any other night. As I was configuring the security system, I accessed the front entrance camera on my phone. They were still in the driveway, arguing. Banks makes crazy gestures. Mom is crying. Alan is looking at our house with an attitude that I remember all too well. Jealousy mingled with hatred. Finally, they hopped into their rental car and drove away. I have never seen or heard from them again. Do not expect to. The chapter is finished. That's the thing about vengeance. The best type is something you don't do. It's something you experience. Every pleasant moment with my children. Every inside joke involving Kendra. Every quiet Sunday morning with nothing to fear. Every ordinary day in a life built on my own terms. I never got back home. I did something better. I constructed one. Tonutrare. He partied with his ex, while I had 3 broken ribs, a metal rod in my leg, so I dumped $12,000 of his gear in the trash, and ruined his job offer. While I was in the hospital with a fractured leg from a car accident, my boyfriend posted photos of himself at a party with his ex and captioned them. Finally free from the needy drama queen and her constant demands. We had been together for 4 years. I did not make a comment. This morning my phone would not stop vibrating with urgent messages from his mother pleading with me to reconsider. Okay. I've been dating Richard for 4 years. And it's been a journey. Like one of those trips where the tour guide abandons you halfway up the mountain and you realize you've been carrying everyone else's backpacks the entire time. That type of journey. We met while volunteering at a community garden restoration project, sponsored by my firm. I was assigned to the compost squad, which was led by Richard, who unironically referred to himself as the Compost King. Despite the red flags, I found his fascination with rotting veggies endearing. He gave this whole speech about how breaking down is only the first step toward creating something beautiful, and my plant-loving heart was like, Sign me up for that metaphor. After 4 years, I understand that the only thing that was composted was my self-respect. Let me list the ways. Richard had helped with rent precisely 7 times in 4 years. My name is the only one on the lease because his credit is temporarily damaged. For the past 4 years he has been between jobs for roughly 60% of our time together. When he has money, he spends it on his gaming setup, clothes, or going out with the boys. He's asked to use my automobile more than he has inquired how my day went. But your girlfriend was in love. I made excuses for him. He was finding himself and had potential, all of which we tell ourselves when dating a man-child. So I got into a horrible vehicle accident last week. Some fool ran a red light and T-boned my vehicle. I had a shattered leg, 3 damaged ribs, and a concussion. The doctor said I was lucky it wasn't worse, but to be honest, it felt quite bad. Richard came to see me in the hospital once, for 20 minutes. He explained that hospitals cause him anxiety, and that he needs to process this trauma in his own way. I experienced trauma. Not to make it too personal, but I was the one with metal pins in my leg. My dearest friend Anastasia stayed with me, however. She slept in an uncomfortable hospital chair for 3 nights. She assisted me to the restroom, brought me actual food, and even washed my hair in that tiny sink because I couldn't shower. That's friendship, folks. So there I am, drugged up on painkillers, and Anastasia gives me this strange look as she scrolls through her phone. I inquired what was wrong and she attempted to play it off, but I knew something was wrong. I grabbed her phone. Rude, I know, but painkillers make me aggressively low-key. So what do I see? Richard. Attending a party. He has his arm around his ex, Katie. The title says, "Finally free from the needy drama queen and her constant demands." I just froze. 4 years. 4 years of my life, supporting this man emotionally and financially, putting up with his finding himself stages, gaming addiction, and inability to clean a toilet properly. And this is what he writes while I'm actually broken in a hospital bed? The hardest part was seeing all of our friends' comments, saying stuff like, "Glad you're happy, bro. You deserve better." Where were the folks who asked, "Hey, isn't your girlfriend in the hospital right now?" I did not make a comment. I did not text him. I did not call. I've just processed. And while I was processing, I remembered something really important. My name is the only one on the lease. So I made a few calls. I called my landlord to explain the situation. I called my brother. I called my cousin. And I devised a plan. Fast forward to yesterday. Richard had returned to the apartment a few times while I was staying with Anastasia throughout my rehabilitation, but he had no idea what was in store. My brother and 2 of his co-workers assisted me with phase 1 of my idea. We packed up every single item Richard owned, every crusty sock, every limited edition Funko Pop, every gaming console and special edition controller, his prized collection of craft beers, his signed baseball cards, everything. And we put everything in the dumpster behind our apartment complex. Not the recycle bin, the dumpster. The compost king can decompose beside his rubbish, where he belongs. That may appear harsh, but here's the thing. Richard hadn't paid rent in 3 months. The landlord had been sending notices, and I'd been hiding from him since I was humiliated that my boyfriend couldn't contribute. I'd been picking up extra freelance work to cover for him, while he said he was networking for opportunities. Here's where things get even better. Do you know what Richard was doing instead of visiting me in the hospital? He was in an interview for a job. My connections helped him get the job. He was expected to start the job next week, was meant to. Let's just say the recruiting manager is the brother of my former college roommate, and he received some very fascinating information about Richard's financial history and dependability, along with screenshots of those social media posts about being finally free from his needy girlfriend who was hospitalized. This morning, my phone began to blow up. Text after text from Richard. "Where is my stuff? Are you serious right now? You can't do this to me. Everything I own was in that apartment. My collector's items are worth thousands. You're going to pay for this." And suddenly the tone changed. "Baby, please. I'm sorry. I was just drunk and stupid. Katie doesn't mean anything to me. I was just dealing with the stress. Please call me back. I love you so much. We can work this out. You're the only one I want." But what are the finest messages? They come from his mother. Richard's mother has always treated me as if I were lucky to be with her wonderful son. She called me crying, saying I needed to think about what I'd done, that her son made a mistake but does not deserve to have his life ruined. She claimed he informed her about the other thing I did, the work situation, and that I was vengeful and cruel. And you know what? Perhaps I am. But 4 years of supporting someone who couldn't even be bothered to visit me more than once in the hospital, who publicly celebrated their freedom from me while I was learning to use crutches. The lease renewal is due next month. I am not renewing. I'm moving in with Anastasia until I can find a new place. A new beginning, with furniture that had no memory of Richard gaming on it while I cooked, cleaned, and paid the bills. I do not regret what I did. Not a bit. Edit. No. I am not concerned about legal ramifications. My cousin stated that because his name is not on the lease and he has not made any financial contributions, he has very little recourse. Furthermore, I have documentation for everything. Yes, I am healing well. 6 more weeks in this cast, but the ribs are already feeling better. For those wondering why I remained so long. Sometimes, love makes you foolish. He wasn't always horrible. And the happy times led me to believe that the awful ones were only ephemeral. I know, it's classic. I'll provide an update tomorrow with more details about the aftermath. His mother has already contacted me 17 times, leaving voicemails ranging from tearful to threatening. Richard supposedly showed up at the flat, but the landlord refused to let him in. Your girl might have changed the locks. First update. Wow. I honestly did not anticipate my last post to receive so much attention. Thank you for your encouragement, good words, and legal guidance. Very grateful. As promised, here's what's transpired since my previous update. So, remember how I mentioned that Richard's mother called me 17 times? That number has now risen to 43. 43 calls in under 36 hours. I finally answered call 44 because I assumed it would never end otherwise. Let me paint a picture of this phone call. I was propped up in Anastasia's guest bed, my fractured leg raised. On 3 pillows, eating sour cream and onion chips. Stress eating is my love language. Deborah, Richard's mother, went between wailing, guilt-tripping, and making thinly veiled threats for 28 minutes. Here is the highlight reel. Richard had cried for 2 days straight. I've never seen him like this. Funny. I cried for 2 days straight after waking up in the hospital and realizing he wasn't there. But go off, I suppose. Do you know how much the collectibles were worth? His grandfather gave him some of the baseball cards. Do you know how much rent is, Deborah? Because I do. It's down to the penny. He planned to propose, you know. He showed me the ring. Unless the ring was fashioned of unpaid bills and broken promises, I have serious doubts. We could press charges for destruction of property. My legal relative has already confirmed that they cannot. But that's okay. Then she spoke. Richard told me everything. About how you've been controlling his finances and isolating him from his friends and family. I laughed so hard that I nearly popped a stitch. Me? Managing his finances? The man who once used our grocery money to buy a limited edition gaming keyboard? The person who borrowed $3,000 from me for a business opportunity that turned out to be cryptocurrency? The man who hasn't willingly shown me his bank account in 3 years? And separating him from his friends and family? I arranged his birthday celebrations. I bought his mother's Christmas gifts. When his car was repossessed, I drove him to various family occasions. But this is when things become really fascinating. I didn't hang up on Deborah right away, despite my strong want to. Instead, I asked her this simple question. Deborah, when was the last time Richard paid rent? She went silent for a moment, then said, he told me you two had an arrangement where you handled the household bills and he covered other expenses. What other expenses exactly? I asked. More silence. Then, well, I'm not privy to your financial arrangements. So I told her. I broke down Richard's financial contributions over the last 4 years. I told her about the $17,700 in credit card debt I accumulated while supporting half of his expenditures. I told her about working extra hours and weekends while he played video games and networked. I told her how I had to sell my grandmother's jewelry last year to pay rent. When Richard informed me that he had money coming in, it never arrived. You could almost hear her worldview crumbling over the phone. But he said he's been supporting you, she finally stated. He said you lost your job and he's been carrying you financially. Did I lose my job? I've been at the same work for 6 years, with 2 promotions. Meanwhile, Richard has worked 7 jobs in 4 years, with the longest lasting about 3 months. I didn't say any of this, though. Instead, I just informed her that I would email her copies of bank statements, rent receipts and text exchanges to clarify the situation. I also noted the social media posts he made while I was in the hospital, which she claimed to be unaware of. She concluded the call by claiming she needed to speak with Richard, and would get back to me. She has not called since. Funny how that works. Let me go back and explain how the great trash disposal went down, as many of you have requested for information. Obviously, I couldn't physically transfer all of his belongings with my injured leg. My brother Dylan is my hero. He had 2 of his guys over on their day off, and I paid them, of course. Because some of us comprehend the idea of paying for services delivered, Richard. We began with his greatest items. His gaming setup, 3 monitors, a custom PC he bought for $2,800 while between jobs. His prized figurines remain in their boxes because they'll be worth more that way. His signed sports memorabilia, which he refused to let me hang because it wouldn't match the decor, and never paid for. His craft beer collection, some bottles dating back to our first year together. That he was aging, but was actually forgetting about. It took us 4 hours to load everything. 4 hours of finding random socks beneath the couch, uncovering half-eaten bags of chips on the bedside table, and finding receipts for transactions I had no idea about. It was like doing an archaeological investigation into the life of a man-child. Dylan scooped up Richard's throne. Yes, he named his gaming chair Throne. He carried it ceremoniously to the bin, as if it were a cursed artifact. We did not purposely break anything. We did not tear his clothes or destroy his devices. We just moved them to their proper location, among the rest of the junk. I kept 1 box containing potentially crucial items: his birth certificate, social security card, a few family photos, and a folder with medical documents. Those are with the landlord, who is completely on my side. Once I showed him the social media posts and explained the issue. He even helped me change my locks. Speaking of the landlord, he informed me that Richard showed up twice yesterday, requesting to be let in. The second time, he threatened to contact the police, but inexplicably vanished when the landlord remarked, "Great idea. Let's call them jointly and explain that you haven't paid rent in months." Isn't it funny how cockroaches scatter when the lights are turned on? Now for the other item I did. Remember how I said Richard was starting a new job? A job that my network helped him get? He worked for a financial services firm, where he was in charge of customer accounts and financial planning. What's the problem? Richard cannot even plan his own money. This is a man who once overdrafted his account to purchase a video game. He then overdrafted it again the next day, purchasing another video game because he had forgotten about the initial overdraft. So I contacted my friend's brother and simply gave some disturbing information. Screenshots of Richard's social media posts are unprofessional. His rental payment history is non-existent. And a few chosen text exchanges in which he boasted about working the system to avoid paying bills. Was this petty? Maybe. But consider this. Would you want someone to manage your retirement account who can't even remember to pay his electricity bill? I did not lie. I did not exaggerate. I only offered factual facts about his character and financial responsibility. It was up to them to decide what they did with that information. Spoiler alert, they canceled the employment offer. This takes us to today's developments. Richard has progressed from angry texts to mournful emails. Long, melancholy emails describing how he's been reflecting, recognizing his mistakes, and wanting to make things right. He argues that his posts with Katie were just for show. They are just friends. The man was acting out because he was scared of losing me after the accident. According to the emails, he has changed. He has realized the mistake of his ways. He's willing to commit, participate, and be a true partner. It only took. An automobile accident almost killed me. 4 years of financial exploitation. Public shaming on social media. He lost everything of his stuff. Having his job offer withdrawn. Being exposed to his mother. What a bargain for personal development. Remy, Richard's college friend, reached out to me. Richard has apparently been sitting on his couch and crying a lot, while simultaneously preparing to win me back. Remy wanted to warn me that Richard had been talking about making a great gesture to prove his devotion. I thanked Remy for the heads up and requested him to let me know if Richard said anything problematic. Remy agreed and apologized for failing to recognize Richard's true character. It turns out that Richard also owes Remy money. I'm shocked. I'm shocked, I tell you. I'm honestly tired. Physically, from the accident. Emotionally, from all the drama. But I am also experiencing something I have not felt in a long time. Light. It's as if I'd been wearing a big load for years, and now it's gone. My shoulders feel lighter. Tomorrow I have a follow-up visit for my leg. Then Anastasia and I will go apartment hunting online. My lease ends in 30 days, and I can't wait to start over. Thank you for listening to the marathon update. I'll publish again if anything important happens, particularly if Richard makes his grand gesture. According to his track record, it will either be outrageously inappropriate, surprisingly inexpensive, or perhaps make everything about him. Perhaps all three. Edit. A few individuals inquired about my automobile. The vehicle was totaled in the accident. Insurance is covering it, but I have yet to receive anything. For the time being, Anastasia and ride-sharing apps are my primary modes of transit. Edit 2. Don't be concerned that Richard may physically attack me. My apartment complex has security cameras. Anastasia's building has a doorman. And Richard is, above all, a coward. He talks large, but wilts in the face of actual confrontation. Second update. Hello, my vengeful internet family. Your gal has returned with another report, and wow. Chile, the drama just keeps on coming. Grab your popcorn, restock your wine, and relax. Because this narrative has more twists than my garden hose. I can't stop myself from making plant lady jokes. First, a medical update, as several of you sweethearts requested. My follow-up appointment went nicely. The doctor thinks my leg is mending well, and I might be able to have this huge cast off in 4 weeks instead of 6. My ribs still ache when I laugh too hard, which has been difficult given recent events. Now, onto the tea that you're all looking for. The magnificent gesture has happened. And it was precisely what I expected. Predictable, uninspiring, and self-centered. Yesterday afternoon, I was at Anastasia's house, looking through rental ads, when her doorman called. It appears that there was a delivery for me. We didn't expect anything, so Anastasia went down to check. Remember the broken leg? United Stares are my adversary. She returned 5 minutes later, wearing the weirdest expression and carrying, wait for it, a compost bin. A genuine plastic bucket packed with mud, worms, and what appeared to be kitchen trash. On top was a handwritten letter that read, "Like compost, our love can break down and rebuild into something stronger. I'm decomposing my old self to become the man you deserve. Please give us another chance to grow together." I can't make this up. The compost king truly believed that comparing our relationship to decaying food would win me over. The arrogance. The illusion. The whole thing is complete rubbish. Anastasia and I laughed so hard that I had to take more pain relievers for my ribs. She even snapped a picture of me looking absolutely confused next to this pail of dirt, and shared it on Instagram with the caption, "When your BFF's ex thinks worms are the way to a woman's heart." She tagged me, but not him fortunately. But wait. There's more. Inside the compost, yes, he placed objects in the real deteriorating material, was a small velvet box containing a ring. A composted ring. It was not even a decent ring. It was obviously costume jewelry. The diamond was synthetic, and the gold was already turning my skin green simply from touching it. There was also a date inscribed inside, April 22, 2001. For background, that is his prior girlfriend's birthday. He basically gave me a recycled ring that he most likely bought for Katie but never presented to her. A repurposed ring in a composting container. The symbolism is too obvious. I texted him one sentence. The compost bin is exactly where our relationship belongs, breaking down among the worms and garbage. His response was a flurry of text messages stating that the ring was only temporary until he could purchase a real one, and said the date was the first time he understood he loved me. I did not respond further. But Anastasia, my hero, took the compost bin down to the dumpster behind her building and texted him a video of herself emptying it. Remember how I suggested sending those receipts and financial data to Richard's mother, Deborah? She finally got back to me, as promised. Her first message was a novel-length email that walked through the 5 stages of mourning in real time. The denial. There must be some mistake with these records. Richard told me he was contributing financially. Resentment. How dare you make my son look like this? You've clearly manipulated these statements. Trying to bargain. If there were financial issues, why didn't you come to me? I could have helped you both work something out. Depression-related thoughts. I'm heartbroken to think my son would behave this way. I raised him better than this. Acceptance means, I owe you an apology. I had no idea what was really happening, and I'm deeply sorry for my role in enabling his behavior. That last part astounded me to the core. Deborah has actually apologized, and my son, Williams, is perfect. This day will be remembered throughout history. She followed up with a phone call, only one this time, not 43, in which she provided some intriguing facts. Richard has told his entire family that he has been financially supporting me for many years. He informed them that I was unstable and unable to hold a job. He said the apartment was his, and graciously allowed me to stay there. He informed them that the car that was totaled was his, which he let me borrow. He's been borrowing money from his family members for years, claiming it's to help with my spending habits. Layers of lies. The fiction this man has been producing. He could have used his creative writing skills to produce actual money, instead of deceiving his girlfriend and family. Deborah definitely felt ashamed and upset. She disclosed that she had handed Richard approximately $155,000 over the previous 2 years for emergencies that she now understands were manufactured. She constantly apologized for her previous communications, stating that she needed time to comprehend things. I really felt awful for her. She, like me, has been manipulated by her son, possibly more so. I told her I didn't blame her, that Richard can be extremely convincing when he wants to be. The talk concluded with her saying something that gave me chills. I adore my son, but he should suffer the consequences for once in his life. I will not bail him out this time. Make progress, people. Actual progress. Now for the big reveal. Many of you have inquired about the other thing I did, outside the job predicament and trash disposal. So, remember the credit cards I mentioned? The ones in which I incurred $177,000 in debt to support Richard's costs. It turned out that 3 of them were joint accounts that he started with my information to build his credit but never paid off. I've been working with my bank and a financial advisor to separate these accounts and identify which charges were his. It's a lengthy process, but I've been able to demonstrate that around $11,000 of that debt is directly linked to purchases he made. I did not simply transmit this information to his possible employer. I also emailed it to his parents, brother, and common acquaintances, along with a short note. If Richard asks to borrow money or move in with you, this is what you can expect. Is this petty? Maybe. But it is also true. And truth is a strong disinfectant for the toxic relationships Richard fosters. Even Katie, the ex from the social media post, messaged me on Instagram. I didn't realize you were in the hospital. Richard informed me that you two broke up months ago. I'm very sorry. Months ago. We were literally living together before my injury. The fiction that this man constructs. I kindly responded to Katie, assuring her that I did not blame her. She said that Richard had messaged her for weeks before the party, claiming we were on a break, and that he was ready to move on. She felt bad and promised to email me screenshots of their talks. I declined the screenshots, no need to torture myself further, but thanked her for her candor. Richard appeared at Anastasia's building again yesterday evening. The doorman refuses to let him in. He's expecting a gift basket. So Richard created a disturbance in the lobby by saying that he just wants to talk and explain everything. The doorman phoned the cops, but Richard fled before they arrived. He then called me 37 times in the period of 2 hours. I did not respond, but he left more desperate voicemails. Please talk to me. I can explain everything. This is all a misunderstanding. I was going to pay you back. You're ruining my life. I have nowhere to go. My mom won't even let me stay with her. I'm sleeping in my car. Which car? He was repossessed many months ago. Then, I might do something desperate if you don't call me back. The last one concerned me, so I scheduled a wellness check for him. I had Remy's address. The cops reported that he was fine, just emotional, and recommended that he seek mental health treatment. Later, Remy texted me. For your knowledge, Richard will no longer be staying here. I found that he stole $200 from my wallet. We changed the locks. Wow. Just wow. Even in a crisis, this man is unable to quit taking what is not his. So where does this leave us? Richard is presumably couch-surfing with increasingly distant pals. His family is not bailing him out. His friends are disappearing like flies. His work opportunities are limited. His belongings are gone. His reputation is in shambles. And me? I'm healing. My legs and my heart. I discovered a promising apartment across town that is actually less priced than my present one. Anastasia has been an amazing rock. My family has rallied around me. My employer has been quite understanding regarding my rehabilitation. I am still angry. I am still hurt. But ultimately, I am relieved. It's as if I'd been underwater for 4 years and had just surfaced. My next update will most likely be my last, since I want to focus on moving forward, rather than looking back. But I wanted to thank everyone for their encouragement, suggestions, and amusing comments. This community has been incredibly healing during one of the most difficult times in my life. Final update. Hello one last time, my internet support system. It's been precisely 1 month since my first post. And what a month it has been. I promised a last update, and here it is. The finale to Richard the Compost King's saga, and how your girl flowered after 4 years of being buried in his BS. First, some practical updates. I moved. I officially moved into my new apartment yesterday. It's smaller than my last home, but it includes a modest balcony where I've already planted a container garden. The building has an elevator, which is essential for the broken leg problem. And security cameras are essential for the ex-boyfriend problem. My cast came off 2 weeks earlier than scheduled. I'm still wearing a walking boot, and physical therapy is no joke. I sweat more during PT than I ever did at the gym. But I can now move about unaided, which feels incredible. My auto insurance has finally paid off. I purchased a used but trustworthy Ford, which I named Freedom. I know it's cheesy, but I'm into it. Now for the real reason you're here. The Richard saga concludes. Things intensified after my last update before ultimately being addressed. Richard's desperation reached new heights when he realized his normal tactics, crying, begging, and guilt-tripping, were ineffective. He took a fresh approach. Public shame. He launched a GoFundMe titled, Homeless After Girlfriend's Revenge. He told a completely fabricated story about how I stole his money and threw away family heirlooms after a minor argument. He provided images of himself looking dejected on what was obviously Remy's couch, before Remy kicked him out. He claimed that he needed $5,000 to get back on his feet. The fundraiser lasted exactly 6 hours before being taken down. Why? Because Anastasia, my brother Dylan, and at least a dozen of our mutual acquaintances reported it as fraud. Additionally, several individuals commented with links to my Reddit posts. Things I had never discussed with Richard. Also, several individuals reacted with links to my Reddit posts, which I had never shared with Richard. Seeing his public grift revealed appears to have triggered something in Richard. He showed up at my former apartment building. Luckily, I was already residing at Anastasia's, and raised enough of a commotion that the cops were summoned. According to my former neighbors, he was ranting about defamation and lies, and demanding to be allowed in to retrieve his belongings. When the cops arrived, Richard tried to explain that he resided there, and that I had illegally locked him out. This backfired catastrophically when the landlord confirmed that Richard was not on the lease. Richard could not provide any mail or ID bearing the address. Multiple neighbors testified that they knew I lived alone. The cops checked his ID and learned that he had an outstanding warrant for unpaid traffic fines. Yes, my pals, Richard was arrested. Not for the ruckus he was generating, but for the $1,200 in unpaid tickets he had up over the previous 2 years. I had no idea the tickets existed because he had been hiding the mail. He spent 2 nights in jail before being bailed out by his brother, not his mother, which is unusual. According to mutual friends, this encounter served as a wake-up call for Richard. He is since. He moved in with his brother, who is making him pay rent. He started working at his brother's company. They stopped contacting me totally. The last one is the most significant development. After weeks of frequent phone calls, texts, emails, and dramatic gestures, the silence was abrupt and complete. No more 3 a.m. voicemails. No more lengthy emails explaining how he has changed. No more compost-based metaphors for our relationship. Initially, I was suspicious. Was this a new tactic? Was he planning something larger? But shockingly, Richard's brother reached out to check on me, indicating that he is actually attempting to get his life together. Part of the process entails leaving the past behind. Translation. His therapist presumably advised him to cease bothering me. Which gets me to the most significant update. My current mental and emotional state. I've been seeing my own therapist, thanks to workplace insurance, and we've been working through some difficult issues. I stayed with Richard not just because I adored him, but also because resolving his issues gave me meaning and identity. I ignored red flags because I was frightened of being alone. I reinforced his behavior by continuously bailing him out. I had such low self-esteem that I thought his token affection was all I deserved. These realizations have not been simple to confront. There were times when I cried till my ribs hurt all over again. But identifying these behaviors is the first step toward breaking them. Regarding Richard's mother, Deborah, we had one final chat that provided unexpected closure. She invited me to lunch at a restaurant with ramp access for my leg. Richard lacked thoughtfulness, and we had a surprisingly candid conversation. She apologized again for not noticing what was going on, and for raising a son who believed it was normal to treat partners in this manner. She confessed that Richard's father followed similar patterns prior to their divorce, and she was concerned that she had normalized financial carelessness and emotional manipulation. I found myself soothing her, which was an unusual role reversal. But it was also therapeutic to realize that she truly cared, and was taking steps to stop aiding Richard. At the end of lunch, she handed me an envelope with $2,000 in cash. "This doesn't begin to cover what he owes you," she replied. "But it's what I can do right now." I originally refused, but she insisted. "This is not from Richard. This is from me. Because I failed as a mother if I raised someone who would treat you in this manner." I took the money and used it to outfit my new residence. A new beginning. Without any traces of Richard's presence. Thank you, Reddit, for bearing witness to this chapter in my life. Your encouragement, guidance, and occasional tough love helped me stay strong when I wanted to give up. You reminded me that I deserved better, when I had forgotten. I quietly bought my brother's company, and let Grandma reveal the truth at Easter dinner. It wasn't for revenge, it was to end the silence. Easter dinner at my folks' has always happened. Same food, stories, overcooked ham, and awful tension that hangs to the walls like baked pineapple and boiling vegetables. Ben, my older brother by 3 years and 100 recognized accomplishments, takes his place at the head of the table like a throne every year. Dad always cut the turkey on that end, so he didn't get that spot. Ben always sat next to him, soaking in approbation like sunlight in the family plant. The same happened this year. Except it was. I returned to town after finalizing a deal that gets you Googled. Of course, quietly. Few LinkedIn lines, no interviews, no press photos, and a Friday 400 p.m. company-wide email. That suits me. I operate under the radar for results. Ben acts like a library foghorn. Noisy, relentless, and determined the world must hear him and his words. So, mashed potatoes were passed. Dad had 2 scotches. And Ben started his latest diet rant about how the tech sector is not for the weak. Something about hustle culture, tensioning deliverables, and overestimated emotional intelligence. I wasn't listening initially. My main concern was cutting the dry turkey breast without it collapsing into sawdust. And then he said it. He said, leaning back like a king in court, that not everyone can succeed in IT. He looked around the table for applause or a nod from Dad. Indeed, Dad gave it to me. Only employs that hushed grunt of agreement when Ben talks. The sound that meant my boy always aimed high. I didn't blink or react, simply sipped red wine while my brain processed that. Grandma Jean looked at me. She hadn't spoken, but her eyes were narrowed, her warning sign. Another boasting round followed. Ben boasted about firing a third of his workforce last month, like he was a strong leader. He termed it, right-sized. I called it. He laughed. He said I wouldn't comprehend because I wasn't in the trenches. Mom was moving in her seat to defuse the situation before it became a weekend-long passive-aggressive minefield. When she questioned how the company was going, he spat out numbers, revenue predictions, Q1 losses, and investor pressure. All of it was amazing unless you understood it. Which I did. I kept quiet not because I was frightened to speak, but to see how far he'd dig his own hole before someone gave him a lantern. Grandma was that someone. Grandma Jean is 90, but she can pay her own taxes, roast a chicken, and play whack-a-mole with egos. She constantly thinks long-term in our family. Mother, watcher, who recalls everything and forgets nothing. She waited until Ben breathed between Q4 pivot strategy and chain of command management. She turned to me, unwilling to melt her innocence and butter in her mouth, and uttered the question that would upend the table dynamic. Is that why your company bought Ethan? You could have heard a pin drop. Not simply a battery, dust particle, breath, or heartbeat. Ben froze. Fork near mouth. Dad stopped chewing mid-bite, which rarely happens until someone dies or the electricity goes out. Mom stared at her wine glass as it held the universe's secrets. And I? I kept eating my roll like nothing happened, like she hadn't lit a match in a propane-filled room. Ben blinks. Once or twice, then exclaimed too loudly and fakely. The voice rose half a tone higher than normal to say it wasn't like that. Merger. Strategic alliance of shared interests. Grandma frowned. She stated the only way grandmas can, when they know you're full but want to watch you squirm longer. I said nothing. Not yet. You don't waste a first shot when the truth is loaded. You want impact. Ben didn't know, and no one at that table saved me, and Grandma knew that I'd watched his company go downhill for 8 months. I acted when the board was desperate, layoffs hit, and morale was low. He was clean, legal, efficient, and on my org chart. Despite not wanting revenge, it tasted like it. An Easter meal was served. My brother was red-faced, my parents astonished, and my grandmother smiled like a cat who knocked a vase down and challenged you to chastise her. That moment has no sequel, just silent. Pure pain, lovely quiet. The truth sometimes rings loudest in the room no one saw coming. I knew there was more when I grabbed the gravy. The beautiful mirror my brother had erected around himself had its first break. I would let it fall apart with the nicest grin, as Grandma taught me. Have you noticed how certain families don't hide their favorites? It wasn't subtle for us. Ben was the golden child from the moment he was born, with full hair and a smug cry like he owned the place. I arrived 3 years later, quieter, squishier, and appearing more like an afterthought than a plan. Mom always said I was her surprise. However, throughout the years, I felt like the consolation prize for parents too fatigued to focus on a second child. Ben was applauded. Got the checklists. He had everything before I knew I wanted it as a kid. First bike, sparkling red, handpicked from town's best store. When I could ride, I got his old one, spray-painted blue with wonky wheels. The first car was a second-hand but clean Civic with a stereo that annoyed the neighbors. Mine? Mom's old Taurus reeked of foot and misery. They termed his ambition. It was luck or background noise when I did well. I wasn't mad, not then. Anger needs heat. So I had frigid resolve, a slow burn, and a quiet inventory I started keeping in my thoughts. Ben was boisterous, charismatic, and famous. Homecoming court, varsity, soccer, dean's list. Every family portrait showed him front and center, chest out like he created confidence. I was usually blinking or holding someone else's jacket near the frame's edge. Ben was touted as destined. Maybe politics, business, anything bright and significant. In the 90s, being quiet, smart, and into computers meant we didn't know what he was doing, but at least he wasn't doing drugs. Nothing was said about it in college. With confidence and student loans, Ben got into MIT early. The whole family barbecued like he was drafted by NASA. I didn't receive a card at community college 3 towns away. It didn't bother me. I realized early on I'd never win by playing his game, and trying to outshine Ben at his parade would get me squashed. Instead, I played another game. Longer deadlines, fewer applause, higher stakes. Then studied in impressive-sounding computer science with a minor in business and interned at well-known companies in the summers. I freelanced under a bogus firm name because clients wouldn't take me seriously. I developed websites, maintained networks, and coded like my future depended on it. Honestly, it did. I remember calling him the summer after his junior year for aid with a problem. Brother to brother, he might throw me a bone. He laughed hard, like I'd asked him to clean my toilet or do my taxes. Advised me to Google it like everyone else. I never forgot. It stung, but it revealed his true nature beneath the polish. It told me to never ask him again. Then I got serious. I quit community college because I realized I didn't need a degree to achieve what I was building. Self-taught the rest. By messing up and starting over, I learned more than I can count. I learned to develop in 3 languages, launched little tools and apps, flipped a few ventures, and built a company no one had heard of, but produced real money. I silently built my own while Ben meticulously calculated how to impress the next management up the line. Over the years, we drifted like 2 ships in different currents. He wore expensive outfits to family functions, promoting his company's latest product, and bragging about bonuses and conferences. I arrived in jeans, generally late, spoke little, and left early. I enjoyed that no one knew what I did. They thought I was coasting, doing freelance work or living in a basement. Let them. I didn't require approval. I needed time. I'd learned to invest time better than them, thankfully. As Ben's companies began to fail, I saw it first. I tracked the trends, layoffs, terrible hires, and bloated structure. I observed their burn rate rise. I made some calls when the board started talking about restructuring. My organization had finances, leverage, and most importantly, no emotional baggage. I didn't target Ben. I targeted waste, opportunity, and mismanagement. I appreciated his inclusion in the bundle as a cosmic joke. I sat alone in my office with the signed acquisition contract the night before Easter supper. The ink hardly dried. Having read it a dozen times, it still feels unreal. This document places my older brother's profession, ego, and story under my name. That wasn't revenge. Not even victory. Another, quieter thing, like scratching a 30-year-old itch. Not perfect, but necessary. I could have told my parents then. Could have contacted Ben to warn him and save face. I didn't because some realities aren't gentle. Some realities need cautious disclosure, especially with the whole friggin' family watching. Especially when your 90-year-old grandma, who never doubted you and has sharper eyes than investors, understands what you've done before you say a thing. The room felt cold, like someone had neglected to close a freezer door. Nobody moved. Nobody spoke. The hush seemed uneasy. It was shaped like thick smoke curling between each word spoken, wrapping over every fork, napkin, and untouched deviled egg on that long oak table. My brother Ben sat there, jaw slightly open, blinking like a shotgun hit him between the eyes. For the first time in years, he had nothing to say. After Grandma burnt him in front of everyone, you couldn't respond with a joke or grin. You can't joke about your baby brother owning the company you left. Not even Ben, master of the arrogant shrug and corporate language, could polish that turd. Since I knew he was about to delve deeper, I took a slow sip of my wine to let it linger and give him space to do so. Mom, bless her endless optimism, leaped in like a person who sees a car crash coming but yet thinks they can stop it with a soothing voice and a shoulder touch. She mentioned that firms merge often, that it's business, and that we shouldn't talk shop over dinner. Her voice was lovely, but her eyes were begging, darting between us like she could make this moment less humiliating for her firstborn. Dad didn't say a word, which was expected. Except for losing football games or making mistakes at work, he rarely showed emotion. He kept biting his overdone ham like rubber, trying to wear it down with jaw muscle. But I saw it in his shoulders, how they stiffened up, and how he grasped his fork too hard. He was dissatisfied while listening. Ben finally found his voice, but it cracked. Not what you think, he answered, attempting to maintain his haughty attitude. I don't work for him anymore. A merger. 2 equal firms merging. Standard strategy. I didn't glance at him. Cut my cold potatoes into a passive-aggressive insult-like shape and let him keep going. He said, "We're consolidating leadership," sounding like a news release. Transitional phase. Things don't change overnight. See him lie to himself in real time? Funny. Perhaps if he repeated it enough times, the sinking ship he was guiding would suddenly return to course because he refused to believe it had hit an iceberg. Then he turned to me like he remembered me in the room. He added, cocking his head in the way that usually got him out of trouble. "You'd be confused. You freelance more, right?" That phrase freelancer lingered there like a disease or nasty habit I couldn't break. He said it softly, but with that sharpness he saved for when he wanted to cut me in front of others without looking like the aggressor. It was then I said it. I told him. My voice calmed the surgeon who signed your severance package last week. The punch didn't feel real. It felt like turning on a light. There was tension in the room. Next, I held a mirror up to him to show him what we'd known for years. He blinked again, looked at me like I was speaking another language. Like they'd changed our lives' rules without him knowing. They did because I wasn't letting him talk over me for the first time. I didn't dodge or ignore his jabs. I let it be raw and basic. No need for fireworks. Dad stood up then. He stood slowly, softly, pushed his chair back like it weighed more than it should, and left the room without saying anything. Silence, footsteps, no spectacular retreat or angry glance. That was worse because if he'd yelled, it would have been expected. As in a novel, this quiet feels definitive, like closing a door you know won't open again. Ben stared after him, mouth twitching like he wanted to say something but couldn't. Mom reached for his hand, but he pulled away, staring at the corridor where Dad had vanished. Grandma chewed her carrots slowly, as if she'd seen it all before and wasn't startled. I stayed put. I didn't brag. I didn't need to, since some triumphs aren't loud. Cheers and applause are absent. Silence settles in your chest, and makes it hard to breathe, not from sadness, but from the weight of truth, finally settled in. As I looked around the table at the folks who used to perceive me as the shadow of the man opposite from me, I realized something I hadn't dared accept until then. No more proof was needed. No to him, Dad, or them. One already. No master plan or vendetta I'd been carrying for 20 years started it. No. It begins quietly and contemplatively, like most of my important things. My lean-focused company has grown steadily for 5 years. No investors hounding us, no bloated leadership team, just a few smart people who cared about it working. We weren't flashy. We didn't attend every conference in TechCrunch or Patagonia vests. We produced products that worked and made money month after month without approval. While high management conducted yoga retreats and published cryptic LinkedIn statements about resilience, Ben's company earned publicity for announcing things it hadn't created, having launch parties for beta products, and hemorrhaging personnel. I'd been watching them slowly break apart from afar for almost a year, not because I hated them, but because I noticed inefficiencies. Ben's company, once a darling, was a textbook example of how arrogance and overspending can wreck something excellent. During coffee, a friend casually said that they might be seeking a partner, like the weather. You know they're bleeding talent, he said, tapping his mug. Wouldn't surprise me if they started shopping around. I smiled and nodded, but my brain had already started crunching numbers, pulling threads, and laying out a map in the quiet way it always does when I smell blood in the water. Because timing is everything, especially in this business, I waited. 3 months later, a contact at a shared venture capital firm emailed me to feel me out. Informal discussion about potential synergies. Translation: they're desperate and you look stable. I played it cool, even though I knew what I wanted. I wasn't interested in bailing them out. But I was interested in their engineering talent, key patents, and customer base that overlapped with ours in all the right ways. I told them we could talk, but quietly. No leaks, no hype, just numbers and structure. Negotiations were slow. They're never when you're dealing with egos the size of small planets. But what struck me from the start was how nobody mentioned Ben. He wasn't on the deck, on the call, or even in the background, which told me everything I needed to know about his situation. They had written him off, boxed him in, and were trying to clean up the mess without saying failure. I was in my office late on a Thursday, when the air felt thick with momentum, and decisions felt like physical objects you could hold in your hand. The document arrived in a password-protected folder with a generic subject line, just another piece of paper in a stack. When I opened it, there it was. Ben Keller, Director of Product Development, reporting directly to me. I stared at that box for a long time, not smiling, not gloating, just still. It was surreal. I hadn't seen his name in a context where I had authority over it since we were kids, when I had to manage the score sheets for our backyard basketball games because I couldn't play without them. I kept score again, but this time the game wasn't pretend and the points were real. I didn't tell anyone. Not my girlfriend, my co-founder, not even Grandma. I let it sit in my chest like a stone dropped in a lake, ripples spreading quietly outward. Gloating implies you need the wind to validate yourself. I wasn't prepared for Easter. I should have been. I should have seen it coming when Grandma asked what I'd been working on lately and I gave her a vague answer about acquisitions. She saw through it instantly as she always did, but I didn't think she'd drop the bomb at dinner. I thought she'd pull me aside in the kitchen, give me a knowing look, maybe sarcastic, and say, "So I guess you're the boss now." But she said it out loud, with that razor-sharp calm that chilled the room like a family drama with terrible lighting and even worse secrets. After the tension, silence, and Ben's attempt to spin it, which I answered with a single sentence, he waited until dessert was cleared to corner me, pulled me aside with a firm hand on my arm to make a point, and led me out onto the back deck like we were having a heart-to-heart instead of a showdown. "What the hell?" he snarled, his voice harsh and low and full of something that wasn't quite anger but damn close to panic. "You couldn't just let it go." I looked at him, really looked at him, and saw it for the first time. He wasn't mad that I beat him. He was scared because I wasn't playing the game anymore. I'd rewritten the rules and he didn't even know what page we were on. Worse, he still thought it was salvageable. He thought he could talk his way out. He didn't get that it was already done, final, signed, and filed. So I said nothing and looked out at the yard where we used to play catch, where he threw too hard on purpose, and I pretended it didn't. The night air had that brittle chill you only get in early spring, like winter hadn't fully let go yet, and neither had we. The back porch creaked under our feet like old wood does when it's trying to warn you that what's coming can't be undone. His face had lost that calm, smug control he wore like a badge of honor. Now it was raw, flushed, jaw tight like he was chewing on glass, but couldn't spit it out. "You planned this," he said. No question, no real charge, more like a desperate grasp for a less pitiful outcome. "Everything was planned by you. You've been waiting for me to fall so you may play hero, or villain. Not even sure which one you think you are anymore." I delayed responding. I leaned against the rail and watched the backyard, the same plot of grass where we used to play till someone wept. I generally get it from him pressing too hard and calling it a joke. The same ground where we buried a time capsule convinced us we'd be legends by now. Ben approached, his voice rising, his fingers twitching as he struggled to control his wrath. "You always hated me for being better," he added, fiery. "Smarter, faster, more driven. You never had the guts to play at my level, so you waited till I slipped and kicked me. Noble Ethan." I turned slowly, calmly, and met his eyes with clarity, not rage, pain, or pride, just the stillness of someone who didn't need his approval anymore. "You never outshone me," I said. "Don't raise my voice, don't rush my words." That struck like a truth so simple it couldn't be argued with. Ben flinched barely, and I saw the shift. His eyes narrowed, his body coiled, and he stepped forward and grabbed a fistful of my shirt in one fluid, reflexive motion. Old habits die hard. He'd done that same move 100 times when we were kids on the field, in the hallway, in the garage, when I touched his stuff. The alpha act, the chest puffing that always got him what he wanted because no one called him on it. Not teachers, not our parents, and not me until now. But I didn't flinch this time. I stood there still as stone, letting him feel the difference. "Ben," I said quietly, my voice a scalpel, "and I don't work for you." For a second, he stood there, knuckles white, face inches from mine. Then he let go slowly, fingers trembling like he wanted to hit something but knew it wouldn't help. He took a step back and laughed, a bitter, hollow sound that cracked under the weight of everything he didn't want to admit. "You think this makes you a better man?" he asked shakily. "You think buying my firm makes you valuable?" "I never needed to buy your company to be worth something," I replied, turning back to the yard. "But you had to buy it to prove that." The kitchen window light was on behind us. Grandma stood there, one hand on the counter, the other stirring something she probably didn't plan to serve, but her eyes were sharp as ever, watching us like the final judge in a courtroom we hadn't realized we'd entered. She smiled, just a faint curve at the corner of her mouth. Ben didn't see her. Or maybe he did, but he couldn't face what she meant to smile. He took another step back, shook his head and said, "You're not who I was." I didn't reply because what was there to say? He was right. I wasn't. I had spent too many years pretending that silence meant weakness, humility meant submission, and success wasn't real unless someone else confirmed it. But now, standing on the back porch with his fingers still warm from trying to drag me back into that old dynamic, I knew better. I had left that version of myself behind, and maybe that's why he was so angry. For the first time in his life he couldn't reach me, rattle me or win. I didn't need to say anything else. The house was mostly settled by then. After a storm, it is always quiet, but tense and loaded. Like the walls were still processing what they'd heard and didn't know how to hold it all. The dishes were stacked in the sink, the table was cleared without ceremony, and the family had scattered to different corners of the house like survivors drifting from a shipwreck. Mom was upstairs folding laundry that didn't need folding. Ben was locked in the downstairs guest room pretending to check emails, and Dad had disappeared into the garage where he concentrated to retreat when things cracked enough to show feelings he didn't want to name. And me. I stood alone in the kitchen with the dim light casting long shadows on the linoleum floor, trying to remember how a holiday had become a battleground. Grandma entered without saying a word. Clicking like she always did, slow but steady, slippers brushing the tile, nightgown rustling softly, eyes clear and focused despite the hour. She moved to the stove, checked a pot she'd long since turned off, and stirred it once with a wooden spoon like the act helped her think. I was leaning against the counter, arms folded, and we just existed in that space together, saying nothing but speaking volumes. Then she turned to me with that familiar gaze as sharp as at dinner, and nodded toward the den's back hallway. "Come on," she said, not as a request, but as assurance. I followed her down the hall, past the creaky floorboard near the bathroom, into the small wood-paneled room where she kept her little treasures for decades. Old books, faded photos, flea market knickknacks she claimed were antiques, and the constant smell of lemon polish and lavender. She sat slowly in her old recliner, motioned for me to take the chair across from her, and reached into the side table drawer without looking. Her hand came out with something wrapped in a worn cloth, something she'd clearly kept hidden for a long time. She gently unwrapped it, and it was Grandpa's watch. It was a simple piece, not flashy or expensive, but it had weight. Not just physical weight, though it was solid in your pawn, heavier than it looked, but history, expectations, and all the silent glances and unspoken lessons Grandpa used to give us when he was alive. Everyone in the family assumed it would go to Ben. The firstborn, the man of action. The one who talks about legacy and honor and continuing the family name like we're royalty instead of middle-class Indianans who paid bills on time and kept Christmas decorations in the attic. She gave it to me. She placed it in my open hand like she was transferring a responsibility, rather than a possession. "Your grandfather told me to give it to the one who reminded him most of himself. Quiet, unpraised and determined." I stared at the watch. The way the scratched glass caught the light, the leather band had molded to Grandpa's wrist and was ready to take on mine. I didn't say anything because I had 1,000 questions, but because I knew this was a time for receiving. "He needs attention," she said after a beat. "Eyes not leaving mine. Always did since he was a boy. He's not bad, just hollow in ways he doesn't understand. But you never needed the applause. You just needed time." Something caught in my throat then. Not a sob, not a tear. Just something heavy and unfinished that had been stuck there since I was maybe 10 years old, watching my brother get handed things with open arms while I got instructions and told the door crept behind us. And we turned to see Dad, silent as always, holding a mug of coffee that had probably gone cold. His eyes dropped to the watch in my hand, and he had no expression, just the stonewall face he always wore when emotion tried to show. But then something changed. Just barely. A tightening around the eyes. A softening of the jaw. Not approval, not forgiveness. Just recognition, acknowledgement, maybe even a whisper of regret. He didn't speak. Just nodded once and turned away. Footsteps echoing down the hall with the weight of a man who wishes he'd seen things sooner. Maybe wished he'd asked different questions, looked in different directions. Or maybe that was just me projecting. Either way, his silence said more than words. I looked at Grandma again. She was watching him disappear, then turned to me, eyes gleaming slightly. "Some things can't be bought," she said slowly and confidently. "But some people, oh, they're for sale, all right." She leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and exhaled like a woman who had just finished the last chapter of a story only she understood. I sat there with that watch in my hand, feeling every moment that had led to this one. Not angry, not triumphant, just still. And that was enough. Monday mornings in tech are usually a mix of chaos and caffeine. Unread emails scream from every tab. Slack messages pile up faster than your thoughts can organize, and calendar invites feel like handcuffs. However, this Monday was quiet in a way that felt orchestrated, like the moment before a string quartet started playing in a hushed theater. When I entered the office, there was no tension. No whispering rumors in the break room. No sudden movements. Just a strange calmness. Like the building knew something had been removed and was adjusted to the new weight. Ben's name was gone from the system by 9:30. No internal memo, no all-hands meeting, no we wish him well on his journey. Just empty corporate platitude. His profile was wiped from the org chart, his desk was cleared, and his access badge was deactivated in the admin log. It was the quietest resignation I'd ever seen. It feels heavier than if he had gone out with a bang, a tantrum, or a smug LinkedIn essay about pivoting into new opportunities. By noon, my inbox was full of emails from current and former employees who had waited for this moment like the weather. The messages weren't long and didn't need to be. Just a steady stream of thank you took long enough, and he was a nightmare to work for. A few were more personal. One engineer said Ben had taken credit for his work 3 quarters in a row. Another described being screamed at during a Zoom call for asking about project timelines. A woman from HR wrote that she had reported his behavior to higher-ups and was told to document more thoroughly next time, as his toxicity needed a spreadsheet to be acknowledged. As I read each word, line, and pixelated gratitude, something strange and unfamiliar began to stir in me. It wasn't pride or vindication but a quieter sense of responsibility. Maybe the weight of knowing that when you remove a tyrant, you have to rebuild the wreckage. That afternoon my phone buzzed with Mom. She never called during work hours unless it was urgent or emotional, usually both. I stared at the screen, wondering if she knew, how she knew, and what she wanted to say that couldn't wait until the next family gathering where she could smooth over the cracks with casseroles and nervous smiles. On the 4th ring, she was crying. Not sobbing or hysterical, just that soft, breathy kind of crying where every word sounds like it's pushing through a storm. She asked why I hadn't told her, how long I'd known, and what happened to the little boys who used to play with Legos on the living room floor, building castles, robots, and towers out of plastic and dreams and sibling rivalry. "Why didn't you speak up?" she asked, voice trembling. And the answer came so easily, I didn't even pause. "Because I wanted a brother," I said. "Not a rival." She didn't respond at first. Just breathed. Let the silence carry all the things neither of us could name. I think deep down she knew not about the company or the deal or the power shift, but about the fracture, the long, slow drift between us that had started years ago and had only grown wider with every up-out month. Perhaps she cried because I waited so long to stop pretending everything was fine. After the call, I sat in my office alone, lights dimmed, door closed, the kind of stillness that only comes after emotional fallout. I leaned back in my chair, hands steepled beneath my chin, thinking not about the company, staff, or budget meetings ahead. I wondered if Ben, the boy with the scraped knees and the crooked grin who laughed too loud and threw baseballs too hard, would ever forgive me or himself. When I got home that evening, the sky was already twilight. I kicked off my shoes, loosened my collar, and dropped my bag by the door. On the kitchen counter was an envelope. It was heavy, not physically, but in a way that feels old and waiting. No name on the front. No return address. I stared at it for longer than I should have, the edges soft under my fingers, the paper thick and folded with care. I don't know why. Maybe I wasn't ready. Maybe I didn't want to know what was inside because not knowing still held possibilities. Words of apology, anger, and a final declaration from a man who had never been big on words. I put it in my desk drawer, unopened, and that was enough for now. Thanksgiving came around like it always does, just cold enough to make your breath visible in the morning, and sentimental enough to bring families back together, ready or not. The leaves were mostly gone, scattered across the lawn like forgotten promises, and the house felt smaller than I remembered. Maybe because fewer voices were filling it. Or maybe because silence makes the walls feel closer. Either way, the air was different this time, not just from the season, but from the absence that sat at the table like a ghost in a folding chair. Ben wasn't there. His name wasn't directly mentioned, not in a way that opened the door to a real conversation, but he was everywhere in the gaps. The empty seat, the untouched place setting that Mom laid out anyway like muscle memory, had overridden common sense. Dad kept glancing at it without realizing it. It was more like grief, but without the clarity of death to make sense of it. A slow mourning for something that had cracked but never quite broken, still sharp enough to bleed but not broken enough to bury. Mom was distant, like someone caught between traditions she didn't want to lose and a reality she couldn't accept. She smiled when she had to, refilled glasses too often, and kept asking everyone if they were warm enough. like it was a question that might fix something if asked again. I caught her looking at me more than once. Not with blame, but with that soft, searching gaze only mothers have. The kind that scans your face like it might reveal the child she used to know buried beneath whatever you'd grown. Dad nodded at me when I walked in. A gesture so small and restrained it might have gone unnoticed if I hadn't been waiting for anything more. He didn't speak to me until I was halfway through my second helping of mashed potatoes, and even then, it was just a weather comment, used as bait. Grandma was there, of course, in her usual chair by the window, watching the wind play with the trees and the neighborhood kids tossing footballs between driveways. She looked smaller than she did at Easter, like time had finally started pressing on her shoulder, but her eyes were still sharp, still watching, still cataloging everything in that quiet, knowing way she had. When we met, she smiled gently, not wide or smug, just satisfied that a long game had finally fallen. I went to the den, the old wood-paneled room that still smelled like her perfume, dust, and old books. I sat at her desk, the same place I'd sat months earlier when she gave me Grandpa's watch. This time, I pulled out the envelope that had been waiting patiently in my desk drawer since Dad left it for me. I hadn't opened it because unopened things have potential. Hope, regret, praise, disappointment. Until you read the words. But that night, with the house humming softly and a half-healed family pressing against the windows like cold air, I opened it. There was only one line. You were always enough. I didn't know how to say it. I read it once, then again, and again, and then I sat back in the chair, stinging like I hadn't felt in years, not since I was a kid, and scraping my knee so hard the blood pulled in my sock. I wasn't angry anymore. Not at him, Ben, or the years I'd spent chasing a version of success I thought I needed to prove something. The tears came slowly, not dramatic, just real. Perhaps I needed to prove it to realize I didn't. When I rejoined the others, the house was dimmer, quieter, full of leftover smells, half-drunk wine, and half-heard laughter. I watched Mom hug my cousin goodbye like she might break if she let go too fast. Grandma looked at me one last time before I left and said, "Good. Now keep going." As I stepped outside into the cool night air, I realized the real inheritance wasn't the watch, letter, or nod from my father. It was knowing that I had survived the story they wrote for me and rewritten it without permission. Maybe I won. Maybe I lost something bigger trying to prove I didn't need to. But some dinners change everything, and some silences say more than applause. Would you have spoken up at dinner, or let him believe the lie? Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. My husband once let his family humiliate and discard me. 7 years later, I returned under a different name and bought their entire company. My husband's family always considered me unworthy. He consented and pulled away. 7 years later, we met at a corporate gala. I wasn't recognized. I grinned and gave him an unexpected contract. Our corporation bought his family's business. Quiet ensued. Jason's coffee mug fell over when I slammed the folder on our kitchen counter, spilling black liquid on his white shirt. The hell is this? My voice shaking, finger pointing at the proof. My background checks me like a criminal. Jason's face went white when he saw his mother's handwriting on the Eva background manila folder. Private detectives his family hired revealed everything. My parents' low income, school loans, and images of my small childhood home. Each page included Lena's exquisite calligraphy. Unsuitable. Common. Unfined. Let me explain, Claire. Jason grabbed my hand, but I retreated. Betrayal burns like new. Was this known before you proposed? Though tears threatened, I refused to satisfy them. My first look behind the Wright family facade. I didn't realize it was just the start. I met Nick at a charity function where I coordinated events. He was kind and interested in my sustainable business ideas. 6 months later, he proposed, and I thought I'd met my equal. My diamond ring blinded me to the warning flags. His small hesitancy while introducing me to his mother, his father's appraising eyes, and the whisper discussions that halted when I entered the rooms. Jason's mother, Vivian, called me about the engagement party 3 weeks before finding the folder. Nothing spectacular, she promised with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, just family and close friends. Wright Estate included 5 acres of beautiful lawns and gardens. Valets in pristine uniforms parked visitors' fancy automobiles, while wait servants carried champagne and d'oeuvres. For Vivian, This meant nothing fancy. Under crystal chandeliers, 200 Boston elite mingle. Jason left within minutes of our arrival, taken by his father to meet an old governor acquaintance. I was alone with my pocketbook as a protection, when an older server approached. "Miss Thompson, Mrs. Wright requested I show you to your dinner seat." He led me through a swinging door from the great dining room, where tables were being set with beautiful china and silver, to a smaller area where staff were preparing trays. "There must be some mistake," I replied, peering at the solitary place setting between multiple napkins and water images. The server's eyes showed pity. The main room laughed, humiliating me. "Mrs. Wright was very specific. She said you'd be more comfortable here, observing how proper service is conducted." Jason discovered me still immobilized with astonishment 20 minutes later. "Claire, why are you back here?" "Everyone sits." He seemed confused, so I wondered if he didn't realize what his mother had done, or if he was just a better actress. Vivian smiled during his lead to the main table. "Unfortunately, the seating chart was misinterpreted. You might like seeing how things work behind the scenes, Claire. You're an event planner. Therefore the emphasis lets everyone understand. Not a guest." I was staff who stumbled into their world. That night I questioned Jason about his mother's actions. In frustration he cried, raking his hair. With me, not his family. Old-fashioned Claire from Mom. She just needs time to acclimate. She expected me to marry Elle or Gia. Our lifelong friends. People with the proper lineage? I found the word bitter. His silence was confirmed. The pattern persisted. Mark, Jason's father and Wright Delicacies CEO, called me to his office one afternoon. Gourmet cuisine sold in high-end stores nationwide was made by the family business for generations. A refurbished downtown structure with elegant metal and mahogany housed the headquarters. I arrived in a new suit, hoping for an olive branch. Maybe Thomas finally realized my business degree could help the family business. "Claire." He nodded without standing or shaking hands. "Jason said you've been job hunting since graduation. I might feel hope." Officer. I focused on marketing and product development. Thomas treated me like a somewhat fascinating specimen under a microscope. "A mailroom opening exists. It will teach you the basics of company operations where you belong." We were separated by the deliberate insult. "My degree is in business," I whispered. He replied with Westfield State honors, showing his scorn. "A privilege, Claire. No matter where they started, most people will jump at the chance to enter here." As I reached our bedroom door that night, I heard Jason on the phone. "Dad, you can't really offer her the mailroom." His quiet, defensive voice gave me hope before he continued. "Yes, she needs to earn her place." But I held my breath, pressing closer to the door. "You're right," Jason answered after a lengthy silence. "She can improve. She may attend workplace events with guidance. I know my undertaking, treating me like a burden or project." I traced the engagement ring, which now feels like a collar instead of affection. I kept telling myself Jason would stand up to them, and that he loved me for who I was, not what they wanted. The ultimate humiliation arrived in a silver box a week before our wedding. Inside was an Elizabeth Morrison finishing school certificate. The 12-week executive spouse program covers table manners and French conversation. Vivian wrote, "Maybe this will help you belong. Best wishes, Mother." My hands trembled as I showed Jason, expecting, hoping he would finally be just as furious. But his face brightened. "Mom's trying. Claire, this is considerate. You can traverse our environment with these talents. Your world." The words escaped before I could stop them. "I thought we built our planet together." I was patronized by his forehead kiss. "Yes, we are. You must acknowledge you weren't taught some things as a child." Filling in gaps. As we stood in our kitchen with the gifts, I should have left. It should have been obvious that Nick would never choose me above his family. He basically agreed with their evaluation of my worth. Instead, I walked down the aisle 3 days later with my father's arm around me, and my mother wiping proud tears in the front row. The right side of the church was crowded with politicians, cos, and old-money Boston families who watched me with courteous smiles and calculating looks. "Your marriage is announced." Vivian looked over Jason's shoulder as he placed the wedding band next to my engagement ring. She won with her smile. The message was plain. The struggle had only begun, but she thought she was winning. Who knew that behind my tearful bridal smile lurked a hardened heart? Their brutality will plant the seed of strength to leave and take what they value. First, I'll discover my opponent. The Wright family made marriage like slow-motion drowning. Each day, another inch of water rose around me, but no one noticed or cared. First Thanksgiving as a married couple should have been fun. The ritual of exclusion repeated at every family gathering afterward. We met at the Wright estate, where Thomas ceremonially sliced the turkey and Vivian commanded the staff. I stood behind Jason adjusting my carefully chosen dress for family photos. Vivian agreed grudgingly. "Claire, why not take the picture?" Her voice tastes poisonous, Vivian said. "You see these things well." A camera was forced into my hands before I could answer. I saw the Wright family via the viewfinder. Now my family is meant to be an ideal formation. Jason sat between his parents without looking back. Smile. My empty voice obsesses me. Jason shrugged when I mentioned it later. Mom just wants lovely family photos. We'll join you next time. Next time never comes. At Christmas, I was sent to the kitchen to check on dessert as the photographer arrived. My Easter assignment was to entertain distant cousins' children for the family portrait. Jason gets stronger and practices his excuses. Like a ghost haunting their immaculate tableau, I am there but unrepresented in the Wright family history. After 6 months of marriage, Jason started placing fashion magazines on our coffee table with articles about subtle beauty changes. "Darling," he remarked one evening as I browsed another magazine he'd left out. "Imagine doing something with your nose. A little tweak." I reflexively touched my nose. Problems with my nose? Jason sat next to me, holding my hand. "Nothing wrong with it. Just Mom mentioned." He resisted but too late. "Your mother discussed my nose." A smack hurt instantly. "She only wants what's best for us," Jason added in that pompous tone I'd come to hate. "The annual shareholders meeting is coming up. You'll be photographed for the company newsletter." She suggested presenting the best family brand image. "You mean?" My voice froze. "Indeed, it's vital. You now reflect me, and I reflect the organization." The recommendations increased in frequency and specificity. My hair was boring. Adding highlights may add class. My jawline needs shaping. My casual walk lacked proper posture. I became a project that never met specs as each criticism eroded my identity. The confidence that helped Jason recognize me at that charity event evaporated like a sun-damaged photo. An annual Wright Foundation charity gala commemorated our 1-year milestone. I spent weeks planning, examining guest lists, remembering Boston's affluent family's ties, and rehearsing small talk about relevant themes. Jason persuaded me to have Vivian's exquisite updo, which made me look more like her. I wore a black dress that cost more than my first car to watch Jason dazzle investors and business associates that night. Vivian approached a silver-haired man in a suit. "Charles, I'd like you to meet Jennifer, Jason's wife," she added, touching my arm. Charles looked between me, detecting tension. "Oh, of course, Claire." Vivian's giggle tinkled like shattered glass. "I was thinking of Jennifer Lopez. Doesn't she look like her, Charles? Something about the features." Jason watched with a tight smile, saying nothing. Later, Vivian introduced me as Jessica to a judge and Kathy to a congressman's wife. Each time Jason's defense weakened until he stopped correcting her. "It's just a slip of the tongue," he said on the way home. "Mom meets hundreds at these events. You're being oversensitive. It's been a long night." He turned away, ending the conversation. That night, while Jason slept beside me, I stared at the ceiling and wondered when I had become invisible in my marriage. On an ordinary Tuesday, Jason left his briefcase in the hall when he rushed out for an early meeting. I noticed it while going to coffee with a friend, my increasingly rare attempt to live outside the right orbit. I grabbed the briefcase and planned to drop it off at his office. My car tipped over, spilling some contents onto the passenger seat. As I gathered the papers, my hand froze over a small pharmacy paper bag with 2 pregnancy test kits and a yellow sticky note. "Vanessa, potential mother of a true Wright heir. Pick up champagne if positive." The handwriting was Vivian's, and the implication was devastating. Who is Vanessa? My mind races through every conversation, event, and introduction. Then I remembered Tina, Senator Hall's daughter, who had attended several Wright functions. Tall, blonde, meticulously bred, with Mayflower ancestry. Everything I wasn't. I replaced everything exactly as I'd found it, and gave the briefcase to Jason's assistant without seeing him. That night, I waited for him to explain or lie to me, but he said he'd be working late all week on the annual company retreat in the Berkshires this weekend. I inquired calmly, "All CEOs and their spouses?" My eyes were ignored. "You shouldn't come this year. Mom advises keeping it professional. Negotiating with foreign partners under pressure." Family retreats were always held. The spouse was always included. Another no-go. Another erase. I understood more than he thought, I said. I decided Friday morning when Jason left for the retreat. I traveled to the Wrights' magnificent Berkshire Lodge, where they entertained key clients. I parked down the road and took the customary woods trail to the back of the home. All of them were visible from the main lodge's floor-to-ceiling windows. Thomas addressing executives, Vivian overseeing personnel, company officials mingling, and Jason sitting closely with a blonde woman on a quiet couch near the fireplace. She held his arm as they chuckled about something private. I stood still while Vivian smiled at them. I couldn't hear her toast as she handed them champagne glasses. It wasn't necessary. Celebration was obvious. Every smile, touch, and furtive gaze revealed their future without me. I saw my reflection in the darkened glass as I left, numb with the final affirmation of my disposability. A ghost at the limits of their universe viewing a life that was never mine. I realized the gradual disintegration of my confidence, identity, and family place that night alone in Jason and my purportedly shared house. Everything led up to this. I wasn't married. I was a placeholder till someone better arrived. I have nothing to do with them. While drying my tears and packing, I made a silent pledge to myself. I shall be everything someday. I signed the divorce papers steadily despite my broken heart. Wright family attorney looked at me with a hint of contempt. A man who had spent a month bullying me into accepting nothing while leaving. "You know that, by waiving alimony, you're just entitled to what you contributed into the marriage," he added condescendingly. I looked at him and said, "I know what I'm leaving." He didn't realize I'd taken something more important than money. I worked late for 3 weeks, methodically copying information from Jason's home office as Jason worked late with Vanessa. Supplier agreements, production schedules, contract details. Jason, certain of my insignificance, never hid his work files. He'd soon forget our wedding date, his password. Documents revealed Wright Delicacies' entire supply network. They rely on 3 suppliers for their distinctive ingredients. Exclusivity contracts expiring in 2 years, and their startling markup on artisanal products mass-produced in low-quality facilities. A folder on international expansion was most beneficial. A 5-year strategy by Mark to sell watered-down luxury items in Asia. Profits would soar and quality suffer. Solid business practices. I left the attorney's office with only my clothes, business degree, and the appropriate family's vulnerabilities. They believed I left empty-handed. It was clear I was leaving with everything. First stop. Not a new apartment or friend's sofa. A bus station with a one-way ticket to Portland, Oregon, was as distant from Boston's crowded social circles as I could get. Distance wasn't just geographical, existential. Claire Wright will die and be reborn as Eva. Portland welcomed me with misty mornings and coffee shop owners. I pre-rented a modest studio above a bookstore for 3 months. My final savings. I felt something unexpected that first night on a bare mattress with rain knocking on the windows. Freedom. The metamorphosis started the next morning. I went to a salon with long Wright-approved brown hair and left with a bright auburn bob that would have made Vivian gasp. A kind-eyed stylist with tattoo sleeves examined my face as I sat in her chair. "This isn't just a haircut, is it?" she questioned as she cut. "It's an exorcism," I said, watching my old existence crumble. The wardrobe followed. The traditional outfits and pearls that never fit me were gone. I like expressive colors and patterns. Every new item was announced, not what they made me. Final touch was unexpected. A voice and speech coach flyer caught my eye outside a theater. After performing on Broadway, Patricia now helps people find their voice. In our first session, she nodded knowingly as I spoke. She noted your training to soften your cadence, to round your vowels and copy others. Boston Brahmin patterns, I think. I didn't realize how much I'd internalized Vivian's speech training and had to eradicate my childhood Midwestern inflections. I told Patricia I want my voice back. I speak, not just sound. Something happened over the next 3 months as I regained my authentic speech patterns. Also, I found my voice in business. The plan developed. Everything changed with the letter. Grandmother Rose died peacefully in her sleep. When I was young, we were close, but the proper years separated us. Yet another relationship lost to my marriage. Along with my mourning came an unexpected legacy from her death. $30,000 and a box of belongings. Money saved the day. But the box was priceless. She possessed 1960s journals from her time as a recipe developer for Heartland Harvest, a tiny specialty foods firm. Her preservation recipes use unusual fruit and herb combinations. Strangely familiar recipes. One September 1967 entry struck my eye. Today, Mr. Wright toured the facility, cared about my blackberry sage preserve, asked several questions about herb-sweet balance, calls it groundbreaking. I'm flattered but suspicious of his interest. 3 months later, H. Heartland abruptly shuttered. Sales to investors. They said, "Today, I saw my blackberry sage preserve in stores with the Wright Delicacies label. No credit, no compensation. Mr. Mark Sr. stole my work and is making a fortune. No one will believe a woman over a powerful man." I sat among my grandmother's things, stunned. The irony was almost too perfect. Wright Delicacies had been built on theft, just as their son had stolen years of my life. Grandmother Rose had given me more than seed money. She'd given me moral clarity. This wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about justice, reclaiming what had been taken from both of us. Mira, Wright's product development director until last year, and I met over coffee. Margaret's bitterness and insider knowledge spilled out. Thomas had me develop this whole line of organic, sustainably sourced products. I created everything. He pulled the plug, saying it wasn't on brand. 2 weeks later I was laid off because my position was redundant. She leaned forward, voice dropping. "But Thomas is wrong. The market is shifting towards sustainability. Delicacies are so focused on tradition that they can't see the future. They're vulnerable." Margaret wasn't the only one. I systematically connected with 6 former Wright employees, each sharing pieces of the puzzle. David from accounting revealed their cash flow weaknesses. Zoe from marketing explained how their brand was failing to connect with younger consumers. Carlos from operations described their outdated production facilities. Each conversation was casual and each relationship was cultivated without revealing my true connection to the Wright family. I was Claire Thompson, a business school graduate interested in specialty foods. My Wright past was buried under my new appearance, voice, and state, invisible but informing every move. At a sustainable business conference, I met Ben, a food industry angel investor with a passion for ethical business practices. Unlike Jason, Liam listened to me, his eyes lighting up as I explained my vision for a different kind of food company. "Traditional food corporations exploit workers, consumers, and the environment," I said, thinking of my grandmother. Liam studied my business plan with growing excitement. "This isn't just idealistic, it's strategically brilliant. You've identified real market gaps." I didn't tell him that Wright Delicacies had created or ignored those gaps. Every aspect of my Thompson Roots business plan was designed to succeed at their expense. Where Wright Delicacies was hierarchical, we will collaborate. Where they exploit suppliers, we will partner with them. Where they cut corners on quality to increase profits, we will prioritize integrity. After our third meeting, Liam offered to be your silent partner. "You have the vision and drive. I have the capital and connections." 1 month later, Thompson Roots includes 1 employee, me, working out of a small commercial kitchen with my grandmother's journals open beside me as I recreated her recipes. However, I could already see the empire. It would be built to dismantle the house of Wright, brick by brick. They spent years making me invisible, but little did they know, invisibility had become my superpower. Thompson Roots grew organically, steadily, reaching for the light. Wright Delicacies relies on large-scale suppliers who provide lower-quality ingredients at volume discounts, so I built relationships with small Oregon farms to trace every ingredient in our jars. The farm-to-table model was ethical and strategic. "I don't understand why you're bothering with these tiny operations," Liam said during our quarterly review. "Consolidating suppliers would increase profit margins." Liam's eyes opened as I showed him our projected growth curve intersecting with Wright Delicacies' market share in exactly 3 years. "Every jar we sell is one they don't. Every farm we partner with strengthens local agriculture, the opposite of Wright's industrialized approach." I replied that I preferred to think of it as justice with a business plan. Each decision I made served 2 purposes. When I chose eco-friendly packaging, It wasn't just to appeal to environmentally conscious consumers. Right Delicacies had invested millions in proprietary plastic containers that were becoming unpopular with younger demographics. I prioritized fair wages and profit sharing for employees because Wright's notoriously high turnover caused quality control issues they struggled to address. I prioritized supply chain transparency by highlighting our farmers' names and stories on each label. Because Wright's hidden sourcing was becoming a liability in an age when consumers demanded authenticity. Our modest success in the Pacific Northwest might have continued if not for a chance encounter at a food industry conference in Seattle. I was presenting a session on sustainable business models when I noticed a woman in the back row watching me with unusual intensity. Her sharp gaze reminded me of someone, but I couldn't place who. She extended her hand shortly after. Kate. Impressive presentation. The name hit me like a physical blow. I kept my composure, shaking her hand with a smile that concealed my shock. Claire Thompson, thank you for coming. Your approach to ethical business is refreshing, she said. I've spent 10 years in corporate marketing watching companies pretend to care about sustainability while doing the bare minimum. I'd love to hear more about Thompson Roots. Catherine revealed she was Vanessa's older sister over coffee, though they hadn't spoken in years. My father groomed Vanessa to be the perfect political accessory, pretty, polished, and without principles. I refused to play that game and studied her, weighing risks and opportunities. What happened between you two? Catherine's expression darkened. I exposed my father's last senatorial race's questionable campaign finance practices, and Vanessa was furious. Not because he did anything wrong, but because I threatened the family image, which is all that matters to people like them. She paused, sipping her coffee. I hear she's engaged to a food industry heir. 2 weeks later, Katette became Thompson Roots marketing director. Her insider knowledge of how families like the Holtz and Wrights operated was invaluable. More importantly, she casually mentions Vanessa's activities with her fiancé Jason kept me informed of my ex-husband's life, without having to explain why. Vanessa called me unexpectedly yesterday. Catherine casually mentioned one afternoon as we reviewed packaging designs. Trying to mend fences, says she and Jason are having problems. He's drinking too much. The family business is struggling with new market pressures. I think she's realizing that marrying into money isn't all it seems. With Catherine's help, Thompson Roots launched a documentary series called From Soil to Table that streamed on our website and social media channels. Each episode covers a different aspect of ethical food production, sustainable farming, fair labor practices, and ingredient transparency. We didn't name Right Delicacies because the contrast between our methods and theirs was implicit in every frame, every interview with happy farmers and workers, and every close-up of natural ingredients being transformed by traditional methods. The series went viral in food-conscious circles, earning features in culinary magazines and sustainability blogs. Each new follower and customer was another thread in the web I was weaving to entangle Right Delicacies. Since our success requires expansion, I targeted Wright's strongest distribution areas: Boston, New York, Chicago. Each Thompson Roots jar on those shelves competes directly with Wright products. Out East expansion is cutting deeper into operating capital than we projected. Liam warned during our fourth-year review, "Are you sure the Boston market is worth this level of investment?" I showed him the latest sales figures. Boston consumers are switching to our products at twice the rate of other markets. Trust me. This is exactly where we need to be. What I didn't tell Boston rollout. A blind taste test marketing campaign where consumers compared unlabeled preserves and voted for their favorite. My grandmother's blackberry sage preserve outperformed Wright's by a large margin. My most satisfying strategy was also quite personal. I started our executive feedback program under the guise of market research when Thompson Roots expanded to the East Coast. We sent carefully curated gift baskets to influential food industry business leaders, including the Wright family, and received glowing feedback. Mark commented, "High quality and flavorful." Vivian commented, "Exquisite packaging and complex flavor characteristics. This would be appropriate for even the most discerning diners." Jason's comments were the most pleasing, superior to anything on the market. Right Delicacies should consider this a serious competitor. I kept those feedback forms in a special folder and read them on hard days when doubts crept in. They hadn't recognized my company name, and they wouldn't recognize me when we met again. Thompson Roots was still small compared to Wright ones, but I had something they didn't. Intimate knowledge of their weaknesses, blind spots, and vulnerabilities, and nothing to lose. The spider's web was nearly complete. All that was left was to draw them in for the final confrontation at the National Food Innovation Gala, where industry leaders will network and showcase their latest products. They discarded me, believing I would fade into insignificance. This year, Thompson Roots was nominated for the Rising Star Award, which would put us on the main stage and ensure the rights were seen when I took the microphone. I was ready for my moment of recognition 2 weeks before the National Food Innovation Gala. I had become their most dangerous opponent, one they didn't see coming until it was too late. Ray, Wright Delicacies' largest investor, would speak at a sustainable business panel in Boston, so I made sure Thompson Roots sponsored the coffee break after his session. Lawrence was mid-60s, well-dressed, and had the sharp eyes of someone who made his fortune by seeing opportunities others missed. Mr. Barrett, Claire Thompson, founder of Thompson Roots. Your panel insights were fascinating. His handshake was firm, his smile practiced. Thompson Roots, the preserves company from Oregon, correct? Impressive growth trajectory. You've been following our progress. I follow everything in specialty food, and he studied me with new interests. Your Rising Star nomination is well deserved. We talked about market trends and sustainability. Then I carefully addressed his investment portfolio. I know you invest heavily in Wright Delicacies. I said their traditional approach dominates the market for decades. Barrett's expression changed at my use of past tense. Mark has built a remarkable legacy. Legacy is a powerful word. I agree, but I wonder if traditional companies can adapt quickly enough to changing consumer preferences. I shared market analysis data that directly highlights Wright Delicacies' vulnerabilities without naming them. Barrett asked increasingly pointed questions. His concern was palpable. He suggested we continue this conversation over dinner next week, which I agreed to do, knowing he would be researching Thompson Roots and questioning his investment. Catherine burst into my office the next day, flushed with excitement. You won't believe what my sister just told me. She's filing for divorce. Vanessa is leaving Jason because he's impossible to live with. Wright Delicacies is in financial trouble. Jason is drinking heavily and Thomas is determined to change strategies despite falling market share. I keep my expression neutral. How unfortunate. Catherine leans forward conspiratorially. Vanessa is already seeing someone else. Congressman Drew. She told me she needs to secure her future with someone who still does. The ruthless calculation was so Vanessa, so Wright adjacent, that I almost admired it. Jason had served his purpose in her life, just as I had in mine. The symmetry was poetic. You know what this means for our plan, right? Jason will be vulnerable, distracted. Perfect timing. I agreed. Our plan to acquire the Wright Delicacies had just become much easier. The gala night arrived with perfect dramatic timing. A light snow fell over Boston as my car pulled up to the historic hotel venue. I stepped out wearing a blackberry-colored gown and my grandmother's locket with a small photo of her, my silent partner in this 7-year journey. The ballroom sparkled with crystal and ambition as industry leaders worked over champagne and screens displayed the nominated companies. Thompson Roots' promotional video played alongside those of much larger corporations, including Wright Delicacies. I saw them across the room. Thomas, older but still imposing. Vivian, elegant in midnight blue, surveying the crowd like a general. And Jason, handsome as ever, but with new lines around his eyes. Vanessa was absent. I moved carefully to avoid their gaze. Ray nodded meaningfully. Our dinner conversation had clearly had the desired effect. Phase 1 was complete. The Rising Star Award was announced midway through the evening. When they called Thompson Roots, applause erupted. Thompson Roots was founded on the simple idea that food should nourish not only our bodies but also our communities and planet. As I spoke about our journey, Ray approached Mark and whispered something in his ear. After the ceremony, I strategically moved until I met Jason. 7 years had changed us both, but while time had darkened his features, it had given me confidence. Congratulations on your award, he said, his smile gone. Impressive for such a new company. Thank you, Jason, I replied, watching for recognition in his name. Nothing. I believe business should be built on integrity, not just profits. He nodded absently, clearly not connecting this stranger with his past. I watched him leave satisfied. The real confrontation will come tomorrow in the Wright Delicacies boardroom. The next morning, I arrived on time for Ray's meeting with the Wrights. He told them about a potential investment opportunity. When I entered the boardroom, Mark looked confused. Miss Thompson, I don't understand. I placed a folder on the table and explained Wright Delicacies' current position, and Thompson Roots' offer to acquire controlling interest. The room was shocked. Jason almost choked on coffee. How silly. We're not selling to startups. Your company's market value has dropped 30% in 2 years, I said calmly. 3 key suppliers are considering contract breaks. Your core demographic is fading, and newer consumers perceive your brand antiquated and unethical. Thomas's face flushed with anger. How could you possibly know about our supplier issues? The same way I know about your cash flow problems and the loans you've taken against your family estate, I replied. Due diligence. Jason glared at Barrett. This is a hostile takeover. This is business, Barrett replied. Jason picked up the acquisition contract, his hands trembling as he flipped through the pages. Sign it, Thomas ordered, his voice resigned. We can't fight this. As Jason's pen hesitated over the signature line, I decided it was time. I removed my grandmother's locket and opened it to reveal her photo. Know who you're selling to before signing, I added gently. Jason looked up, exasperated, then froze. He dropped the pen, spilling ink across the contract. Claire. His voice whispered. Hello, Jason. 7 years. Finally connecting the dots, Vivian gasped. Impossible. I think your term was unworthy, I answered, my gaze unwavering. Funny how things change. Jason signed the contract speechless. I moved another document forward as he returned it. A journal post by my grandmother concerning the stolen blackberry sage preserve recipe. I explained that Thompson Root's success went beyond business strategy. Reclaiming what was stolen, especially my Nora's recipes that made Wright delicacy famous. Thomas's face became pale as he read the recipe. He grasped his chest, laboring to breathe. Slander. A documented fact. I corrected as Vivian ran to her husband. Maybe call a doctor. As paramedics stabilized Thomas for a slight heart attack, I finalized acquisition paperwork. Thompson Roots owned Wright Specialties by midday. My last deed was probably the most personal. On that evening, I drove to the Wright estate, my company's property but where they might stay temporarily. I left a jar of blackberry sage preserve and handwritten delicacies wrapping with a Thompson Roots label on the doorstep. The handwritten note was reclaimed, not stolen, like my worth. 7 years earlier, I left with my name and honor. I returned to take everything else. Not for vengeance, but for justice for myself, my grandma, and everyone denied rights. In the game they started, I did what they never expected. Checkmate. Smash that like button now if this delicious vengeance narrative had you on edge. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My infertile sister raged when I got pregnant, claiming I stole a chance from others. My mother took her side and kicked me out. I, a 30 female, never thought my family would fight over assisting underprivileged youngsters. Everything started 7 years ago, however I must share last week's events. Following college, I became an at-risk youth mentor at a local community center at 22. I teamed with Mary, a 10-year-old kid whose mother, Amanda, 35 female, was working and dealing with personal issues. Mary was smart but behind in school due to family instability. We had tutoring and activities twice weekly. Amanda called me late one night after 6 months of coaching. She sounded exhausted and desperate. After her landlord evicted them, she couldn't find cheap housing. Amanda asked me to keep Mary for a few weeks while she recovered. Due to space in my 2-bedroom apartment, I accepted. 2 weeks became 2 months, then 3. Amanda visited occasionally but struggled to find work and housing. To authorize and help Mary, the mentoring program coordinator encouraged me to become a foster parent. Mary moved in 6 months after I finished home studies and fostered her. Amanda seeks stability. Right now, we get along. Almost daily, Mary was visited and called. Never tried to replace Amanda. I told Mary her mother wanted her home. Amanda and I had a long conversation 5 years ago when Mary was 12 and I was 24. She had a steady income but her home was unstable, and she worried about removing Mary from the school where she had finally found success. We decided I should defend Mary's legal rights. Amanda battled this decision. Through tears I watched her sign the paperwork. Because she thought her daughter would benefit. A new normal emerged. Mary debated, gained friends, and did well in school. Amanda visits her weekends and calls often. I safeguarded their relationship. Amanda contacted me 2 years later. She struggled to care for her kid Ethan while working full-time. She wanted me to foster him so the siblings could be together. After considering it, I took 2-year-old Ethan home. Using accountant savings, I moved us to a 3-bedroom property with a yard. Work introduced me to 31 male Kevin last year. After months, he got a job in another state, and we split up. We broke up without my knowing I was pregnant. I'm 25 weeks pregnant with my first. My older sister Emily, 35 female, has been trying to conceive with her husband for 9 years without success. After several fertility treatments, each failure is awful. Emily always envisioned parenthood. She dreamed of it since infancy. She helped Mary move in with me by bringing clothes and toys and taking her on weekend outings. She welcomed Ethan into our family, but her visits decreased. She cited her job schedule, but I think the kids showed her what she needed. I told my family 3 weeks ago I was pregnant. My parents loved their new grandson. Emily offered a generic congratulations before switching topics. Emily stopped returning my calls and texts after that call. Last week my mother hosted Sunday supper for us. I went alone because a friend watched Mary and Ethan. The meal was filled with pregnancy queries from my folks. Did I feel good? Did I consider names? Was the nursery ready? Emily stared at me coldly when the baby was mentioned before leaving. After supper, Emily questioned me why I took 2 foster kids when I could have real kids. Table silence. Amanda got therapy. I became a foster parent to stabilize Mary. We decided permanent guardianship was best, and Ethan moved in with me to keep the siblings together. I hardened Emily's face with every word. She said I forced my instant family on her after years of trying. She argued that I had 2 children without trying to be a mother, and now I was carelessly having a biological child. The worst part was when she said it was cruel, that I took 2 foster children who could have gone to parents who deserved them more since they couldn't have children. Her comments physically shook me. My foster kids weren't astonished to be sent to the best couple, but I felt her pain. Their mother asked me to help her house the kids safely. I apologize for her issues, but I wouldn't apologize for taking in poor children. Mom asked me to go after quietly watching this encounter. I took my stuff without saying anything. Mom called the next day. She said my hostility to Emily was unnecessary given her situation. My sister was wounded and suggested I apologize. Emily received a text apologizing for my harsh comments but not the content. I respected her journey and suffering, but I wouldn't take responsibility or let her imply my relationship with Mary and Ethan snatched children from better parents. Emily ignored my text. My mother called again to say I was exacerbating things by doubling down instead of apologizing. I'm in my kitchen watching Mary and Ethan build a block tower, wondering if I did something wrong. Mary is constantly asking when we'll visit Grandma and Grandpa again, and I'm stumped. I've always tried to do what's best for these kids, but I worry if my family would accept our unique parenting style. Was my effort excessive? Should I have cared for Emily more? Is my opinion correct? Update 1. My family's issues have grown 2 weeks after the dinner catastrophe. First, thanks to everyone who replied to my initial post. Your support confirmed my right to defend my children and family. Many of you had relatives who viewed foster care selfishly, which helped me feel less alone. After that text, Emily blocked my number and erased me from all her social media accounts without responding. Though expected, it's startling. My mother was supposed to visit 2 days before my 28th week anatomy scan last week. She canceled via phone. She stated Emily was too upset to hear my name and my mother didn't want to help me at the scan. She recommended that I reschedule after things calmed down. No rescheduling. Instead, I took Ethan to the appointment. The clinic nurses loved him, and he read picture books while the ultrasound technician conducted it. Watching him joyfully point at the TV when the baby moved made my mother and sister's absence less noticeable. After the visit, Mom texted to ask how it went and if I learned the baby's sex. Got the message but didn't respond. Say what? That a child may replace her at the clinic? That a stranger cared more about my pregnancy than my family? Dad called 4 days ago. His call surprised me because he's impartial on family issues. After my mother told him about skipping the anatomy scan, he checked on me. He occasionally asked questions but mostly let me tell about what happened since supper. After I finished, he said something shocking. Emily and my mother were wrong, he thought. He added, providing a home for children who needed one was never something to apologize for. And while he understood Emily's pain, she had no right to make me feel guilty for my choices or my pregnancy. He volunteered to stay with me after the baby was delivered with his new wife, Susan. He proposed they help with Mary and Ethan for 2 weeks while I healed, even though they lived 3 hours away. I needed postpartum assistance after my mother volunteered for this position. I heard from Emily's husband Tom yesterday. After our fight and therapy, he reported Emily was inconsolable. No apology was requested. He admitted Emily's dinner remarks were unacceptable. He wanted me to know she was getting help and hoped we could reconcile. He was appreciated and I was delighted Emily was getting therapy. Reconciliation must value my 3 children and acknowledge that Mary and Ethan are youngsters who require safety and stability, not consolation trinkets for infertile parents. After sending that communication, I sat down with Mary to explain her aunt and grandmother's predicament in age-appropriate terms. To digest disagreements, grown-ups need time apart, I told her. I assure her it had nothing to do with her or Ethan, and that I prioritized our family, including the new baby. Mary thoughtfully asked her aunt why the baby bothered her. I stressed that seeing others get what they want can make individuals angry. She agreed, adding she felt the same when her friend brought her the sneakers she wanted for her birthday, but her mom, Amanda, couldn't afford them. I occasionally admire 14-year-old wisdom. I accepted my father's postpartum aid via SMS this morning. Next, I updated Amanda by phone. She calls Mary twice a week and visits monthly. Her health is good. She was promoted at work and moved into her apartment over a year ago. She worried about the family tension and volunteered to keep both kids for a weekend before the baby arrived so I could prepare. My mother's loyalty to Emily over a milestone and my pregnancy still affects me. I focus on people who've supported me and my kids instead of her. The child is male. All scan tests were normal. Mary is pleased to have another brother. First gift I gave her when she moved in, she gave him a plush elephant. Ethan doesn't comprehend, but he pats my belly and says, "Baby," smiling. I haven't named the baby. Due to my busy schedule, it keeps sliding off. I have 12 weeks to decide, so suggestions are welcome. Thank you again for helping. It means more than you realize. Update 2. 3 months have gone since my last update, and the baby is 3 weeks old. Baby life comes first, but much has happened and I want to update. Birth first. Alex, 7 pounds 2 ounces, was born 2 weeks early. Work was easy, but tiresome. 14-hour runtime. My father and Susan arrived almost presciently the day before I gave birth. While I was in the hospital, they brought Mary and Ethan to visit Alex and me. Mary's reaction to her new sibling was beautiful. Her thorough treatment of him showed her wonder and pride. Ethan liked the hospital bed controls better than the baby, but he named Alex Tiny and caressed his head. Amanda took handmade baby blankets to the hospital. She sat with me when Mary showed her the baby and later said she was proud of Mary's youth. This time together via our unique family bonds is precious. My sister and mother's health. My mother asked which hospital after hearing I was in labor. After Alex was born, I replied with his birth stats and a photo. When could she visit? I told her I wasn't ready for guests beyond immediate support after talking to my father. I received many texts about my harshness and separating her from her grandson. She stated I was punishing her for supporting Emily and that a baby should unite the family. I needed time to recover without stress, so my father told her to depart. Alex received a large present a week after hospitalization. A costly bassinet and baby clothing were inside. Tom and Emily signed the card. Only names, no messages. So I called Tom to thank them for the gifts. He was astonished by my message and said Emily suggested the bassinet. He hesitated before saying she wasn't ready to talk. I said I appreciated the offer and the door was open for her to discuss. Mom unexpectedly visited my house 2 days later. Ethan was at playgroup, Mary was at school, and my father and Susan went grocery shopping while I was alone with a newborn. She kept ringing the doorbell, waking Alex, who had fallen asleep after eating. She pushed by me into the house and went to the living room bassinet when I opened the door. She grabbed Alex before I could stop her, raving about meeting her grandson. I felt violated by her intervention and didn't want to upset the baby. I told her to sit down and that while I was glad she wanted to meet Alex, entering unannounced was wrong. I asked her to follow my boundaries if she wanted to join us. Should I not have hidden the infant from the family, she wouldn't need such measures. Mother's mood changed once father and Susan returned. Her planned visit included giving me the baby. After witnessing my face, my father advised my mother to leave. After crying, she called to say I was turning everyone against her. Emily sent me a long email the next day. Her therapist advised her to write, but not communicate her feelings. She sent it anyway. She apologized and accused me, saying her dinner words were hurtful and that my ease at having children was a personal attack on her suffering. The final paragraph stated that she and Tom were authorized as foster parents and anticipated their first placement next month. She claimed that her therapist helped her realize her resentment at me was unwarranted and that foster care will heal her. She said she wasn't ready to see me or the baby, but wished to reconcile. Good luck with her first placement, and congrats on foster parent permission. I gave her some guidance from my early fostering days and offered to talk when she was ready. No reply. My dad and Susan stayed 3 weeks longer than intended. Their help was crucial. They maintained Mary and Ethan's schedules, kept the house running well, and gave me quiet time between feedings. I was prepared for their departure. Amanda comes twice a month. She offered to care for Mary and Ethan for a week in the summer so I could focus on the baby. Mary is excited about this plan since Amanda moved to a poolside apartment complex. Getting used to 3 kids. Watching Mary read to her boys while they listen intently makes night feedings worthwhile. Ethan calls himself mommy's helper and brings me diapers. While my mother and sister's issue remains unresolved, I've found peace in focusing on our family in this house. My motherhood journey wasn't what I expected, but I wouldn't alter it for my 3 kids. Update 3. Alex, now a healthy, smart 9-month-old, has started crawling and getting into everything since my previous report 6 months ago. Though busy, my 3 kids and I have family routines. Emily and I are carefully repairing our relationship, which is the biggest news. I was texted 3 months ago to meet for coffee alone. I had Amanda watch the kids. She's my rock and met Emily at a cafe between our homes. Weather and haircut conversation dominated the first 10 minutes, making them awkward. She then showed me her phone photo of Marcus, her first foster child. Discussing Marcus affected Emily's face. She described his dinosaur fascination, reading difficulties, and nightly monster check under the bed. She detailed his nightmares, initial mistrust, social worker and biological family meetings, and other issues. Something she said showed her progress. Missed it. Fostering was supposed to fill my void. It's not about me. Marcus assists his mother till she can. I nodded, grateful for her way of understanding. She said Marcus's mother was sober and working to reconcile in a year. Emily shakily replied she would miss Marcus when he went home but supported reunion. She apologized. She denied that I stole children from deserving parents, or that fostering gave her comfort. She said her immune system had consumed her, preventing her from looking beyond her loss. Fostering Marcus showed her that systemic children don't solve adult issues. While their families heal, they need safe temporary lodging. I accepted her apology and apologized for my harsh statements during our fight. We spent the next hour talking about nighttime anxieties, reaching a child with walls, and building biological family relationships. We became sisters after years of hatred. Emily wanted to see Alex, Mary, and Ethan before leaving. Marcus played in the park with us the following weekend. The kids clicked instantly. Mary directed the smaller boys, and Ethan appreciated Marcus's dinosaur knowledge. After seeing only one baby photo, Emily hugged Alex, amazed with his progress. Our family meets monthly. Relationship repair continues. When old hurts return, tension rises, but we continue. My mother-daughter bond is tougher to repair. After her unexpected visit, I wrote her a letter setting clear boundaries. No surprise visits, no criticizing my parenting or family structure. I made it clear she had to respect these boundaries to be with us. No response after 2 months. Card with a little letter arrived in the mail. I miss my grandchild. Willing to listen. Try brief supervised visits. She hesitated, but she relaxed when she saw I wasn't punishing her, just setting boundaries. Mary's school play last month featured my mother. She hugged and told Mary she was proud later. Later that night she pulled me aside and apologized for favoring her daughters. Her revelation of what mattered came from seeing all 3 children prosper under my care. Our relationship isn't ideal but improving. Amanda stays with us. She brought her new beau to dinner at our house last month. Seeing her introduce him to Mary and Ethan was powerful. She encouraged my involvement in their lives and was confident in motherhood. This adventure showed me that family is about cooperation, not competition. Mary turned 16 last week. She requested calm conversation while we prepared her birthday supper. After thinking, she wanted to adopt us. We considered this over the years, knowing she could decide when she was ready. To hear her say she was ready made me cry. The legal process starts next month. Ethan, 4, loves his big sister and entertains Alex. Alex makes Ethan laugh most. Emily and Tom are willing to foster their second child, whose mother needs time to recover. Emily called me for nursery advice, and we spent hours discussing the emotional and practical aspects of fostering a newborn. Marcus thrives under their care and will return next spring. Our journey has been surprising. When I started mentoring 7 years ago, I never imagined 3 motherhoods, an irreversible family breakup, and a deeper knowledge of family. Though hard, watching my children grow up with a biological and chosen family is worth it. Go to the next story. Story 2. My parents claim my sister's marriage was damaged by my advice. Months later, a horrible secret affects everything. I'm 34F and have endured months of family issues causing insomnia. Focusing on my younger sister Ella, 29F, her arranged husband Richard, 31M, and their 2 children, Jill, 7F, and Jack, 4MM. Ella met Richard in college. Opposites attract. Although Ella was organized, Richard was more casual. Their balance made things seem fine for a time. They married after college and had Jill a year later. Richard was overjoyed with Jill's birth. He talked of teaching her while watching her sleep for hours. Richard was overjoyed when Jack was born 3 years later. He'd always wanted a son and was delighted to take Jack fishing and camping. However, changes occurred. Richard was often absent, because his new job required more travel. Ella left with 2 young children and a full-time job. This stresses their connection. Ella lloró llamándome el año pasado. She found affair hints on Richard's phone. He denied it, but admitted to feeling a connection with a co-worker when challenged. He maintained nothing happened, but trust suffered. After months of counseling, nothing worked. Richard was defensive and tough, Ella said. 8 months ago, they parted. They let Richard watch the kids every other weekend and review after 6 months. Early on, things went well. Richard will pick up and drop off the kids Friday and Sunday nights. Finally, he apologized. He worked late on a weekend. Next, he was unwell. He took the kids once a month max. I have 8-year-old twins Emma and Olivia, and 9-year-old Noah. Jill and Jack got along with their relatives, so I took them when Richard canceled. I chose relatives above father disappointment for kids. Richard took advantage. He called me immediately to ask if I could take the kids on his weekend, saying, "Your place is usually better." Furious, but I didn't want to disappoint the kids. I told Richard repeatedly. I suggested he help his kids. His excuses were common. Work, illness, or unavoidable plans stopped him from canceling. Spending time with his kids seemed optional. I have many terrible memories of this. My ex-husband Brian got worse after our divorce. He'd cancel at the last minute, leaving me scrambling for childcare. It took me a while to realize his actions hurt our kids and me. It finished last month. Even on his weekend, Richard asked me to take the kids on Friday afternoon. His explanation now: forgot his concert tickets. I took the kids despite my fury. Ella looked exhausted when she picked them up Sunday. She complained about Richard's dependability. She couldn't plan weekends since she didn't know if he'd take the kids. My Brian experience made me sympathize with her. I changed our custody arrangement so Brian could only get the kids when he asked. I mentioned how easier it was not to rely on him following a schedule and how my kids were happier not being disappointed. Ella took it seriously. She thanked me for listening and left with the kids. I thought that was it, but she notified Richard about changing their agreement. Richard raged at me the next day. He said I was trying to turn Ella against him and kidnap his kids. Shocked. None told Ella what to do. Shared experience. Richard didn't listen when I explained. Yelled at me for being a rotten sister and to mind my own business. I was fed up and snapped at him. If he wasn't inconsistent, Ella wouldn't change. My family's divided. My family agrees with Richard that I shouldn't have interfered. Richard has always been special because he helped Dad renovate their kitchen a few years ago. My brother likes my performance. He never liked Richard after he missed his birthday 2 years in a row. Our parents are urging Ella to stay still after I opened her eyes. They say Richard is struggling and needs help, not criticism. I worry about overstepping. Should I have kept silent about my experience? Am I responsible for accidentally provoking family strife? All this reminds me of Jill and Jack. Jill is old enough to know her dad cancels, and I've seen her disappointment. Jack is too little to comprehend. He inquired why they saw their dad less. Part of me wants Ella and Richard to resolve it. But I also want to fight for those kids so they don't think their dad doesn't want to spend time with them. I keep thinking about how much happier my kids are after I change Brian. His commitment to the time makes him rarely cancel when they meet. It altered their life. Maybe every situation is different. Maybe Richard is just having a tough moment and will recover. I may project my issues upon Ella. No idea what to do. Should I apologize to Richard and my parents? Should I continue? Should I totally avoid it? I always worry that someone may dislike me. A month has gone since my last post, and much has happened. I appreciate everyone's advice and assistance. So I was right to inform Ella about my experience. Post-fight tensions were high in our family. Ella was pressured by our parents to go since Richard needed time to adjust to single dadhood. Ella separated. She didn't want to offend Richard, but she was fed up with his inconsistency. I avoided it whenever possible. I invited Jill and Jack to play with my kids, but Ella, not Richard. He wouldn't get more ammunition against me. One weekend while the kids were there, Jill asked me why her dad didn't want to see them. The heart broke. I tried to imply she loved her dad, but adults have trouble. She seemed happier after our chat, but I'm not sure she understood. The culmination was 2 weeks ago. Weekend with the kids was Richard's plan. Ella dropped them off Friday night, but Richard called at 9 p.m. to say he had to work out of town and suggested she bring them up. Ella raged. She planned her childless weekend. Ella phoned me. She sobbed and requested me to watch the kids overnight. Sure, I agreed. Jill cried when she dropped them off, asking why her dad didn't want to see them. Why they moved late at night puzzled and annoyed Jack. Ella came early the next day. She was ready to confront Richard and modify their deal. As requested, I watched the kids while she talked to him. Ella was out, so I distracted the kids. They were afraid while we baked cookies, played board games, and built a pillow fort in the living room. Jill kept asking when her mother would arrive, and Jack clung. Miss Ella vanished for hours. She looked fatigued, but relieved when she returned. She said she and Richard had a long, difficult conversation. To defend himself, Richard said work was crazy. But Ella persevered. Richard was advised he would no longer have set weekends with the kids. He had to ask her a week ahead to take them for a weekend. Last-minute cancellations cost him his next shot. Ella continued despite Richard's disapproval. She told him his behaviors affected the kids, and this was his last chance to prove himself trustworthy. Parents were upset when they learned. I was accused of poisoning Ella against Richard at my house that night. It was Richard's behavior, not my advice to Ella, I said. A fierce argument ensued. Our dad kept saying Richard was trying, and our mom accused me of jealousy since Richard was a better father than my ex. That hurts. Despite his flaws, my ex was punctual. Every time Richard canceled on the kids, I reminded them how upset Jill and Jack were. I asked if Richard could treat his kids like options. That made them pause, but they granted Richard more time. After the argument, parents left to think. Not talking to them is hard. Our family has always been close, so this rift hurts. Ella was helpful. Our conversation inspired her to protect herself and her children. She claims she neglected Jill and Jack to maintain peace. Peace is uneasy for now. Richard's accepted the change but is upset. Ella seems more in charge. The change is confusing, but kids are adapting. Recently, Jill wondered why things changed. I said her parents were trying to find ways to spend time with her and Jack. She agreed, but she seemed nervous. It may not solve everything, but it's a start. Without last-minute cancellations, Ella relaxes. This should inspire Richard to spend more time with the kids. I'm supporting Ella and the kids. Ella knows I'm always willing to help Jill and Jack. I'm also giving our parents space to help them change. While it's difficult and will take time for everyone to adjust, I think Jill and Jack will benefit. This new setup should provide them with reliable parents. Update 2. Again, things changed abruptly this month. New agreement with Richard appeared fine at first. He scheduled a visit to the kids and arrived on time. Ella was cautiously optimistic. Ella cried on the phone 2 weeks ago. She learned Richard lost his job 3 months previously without notifying anyone. He was preoccupied with job interviews or trying to make ends meet when he said he was busy or had to go out of town for business. This news saddens Ella. She and Richard were always upfront about money. They made all major decisions collectively. Richard lost her trust after keeping this secret for so long. Ella was confused. She was outraged that Richard lied to her and the kids. She regretted being hard on him when he struggled. She asked my counsel. I advised her to quietly talk to Richard and get all the information before making a decision. Ella agreed and met Richard the next day. Their conversation revealed much. Richard said he was too embarrassed to tell anyone he lost his job. Getting a new one before anyone discovered it took longer than expected. He couldn't afford to eat or take the kids out, so he canceled. Much is made clear by this. Though not justified, Richard's actions make sense. It reminded me that pride and embarrassment can cause unwise decisions. Ella se arrepintió de la traición de Richard, pero entendió por qué. The solution was discussed for hours. Another deal was made. Ella is more flexible, but Richard must request the kids in advance. She offered to help with the kids financially while Richard looked for work. Ella told me this, and I was amazed but proud of her understanding. I told her to be cautious. She should check Richard's employment search to make sure he wasn't taking advantage of her kindness. Our parents altered their thoughts after learning. They criticized Ella for softening after scolding her for being tough on Richard. Ella shouldn't trust Richard's excuses, they warned. Another family conflict. Instead of making Ella stricter with Richard, our parents say I manipulated her again. Ella was an autonomous adult, I said. Parents indicated they were done after the fight. No further advice or help till we revealed our feelings. This entire episode has shown me how quickly we judge others without understanding the complete story. I think Richard should have been honest from the start, but I can appreciate how painful it was to lose his career. Ella and Richard are adjusting to their new agreement. More time with Dad makes the kids happier. Richard seems more interested with them, probably because he's less worried about them uncovering his secret. Supporting Ella as best I can. I've offered to help with the kids when needed, and am monitoring the situation to avoid Richard from taking advantage. My guess is that Ella and Richard's honesty and cooperation will help everyone, especially the youngsters. Update 3. Over 2 months since my last update, I'm still processing. The outcome was surprising. Richard worried and called Ella 3 weeks ago. He had a great job interview, but it was the weekend he was supposed to have the kids. He advised Ella to switch weekends. Ella offered to help Richard find work. I watched Jill and Jack so Ella could rest on interview day. Nothing was wrong until Ella called me furiously at 3 p.m. Police contacted her recently. His car wrecked on the interview route. Without knowing what to expect, we went to the hospital. Despite Richard's broken leg and bruises, we were relieved to find him alive. Here, things get tough. The accident responding officer visited us while Richard was hospitalized. He said Richard's automobile had open alcohol containers and his blood alcohol level was high. Ella was devastated. That moment dashed her hopes for Richard's future. She cried in the hospital waiting. My anger prevented me from comforting her. Richard risked death. He missed a great job that may have supported his kids. A few days after Richard left the hospital, Ella approached him. He cried and admitted to drinking for years before splitting. He said it helped him cope with unemployment and shame over not supporting his family. Our uncle's lengthy alcoholism sprang to mind with this news. It broke up our extended family and took a long time to heal. We might do the same with Richard, I thought. Ella separated. Her rage at Richard for jeopardizing everyone. She knew he needed help. After heated debate, the conclusion was reached. Richard accepted rehab. He can't visit the kids alone throughout treatment. Ella will update him twice a week via video chat on Jill and Jack. Explaining this to kids was hard. Due to her age, Jill had many difficult questions. Thank goodness Jack was too young to understand. Ella explicó a ellos que su padre necesitaba hospitalización especial. The news shocked our parents. They apologized to Ella and me for missing signs. They've helped with kids and Richard's treatment. Even though it took a major event to unify us, having them back has been comforting. My mind is still processing. I'm furious with Richard for jeopardizing so many, but I hope he gets help. Helping Ella and the kids through this difficult time is my top priority. Ella is strong. She informed the kids in an age-appropriate manner that their dad is ill and seeking therapy. She attends Ellen and meetings for self-help. I've been trying to normalize Jill and Jack's time with me, including baking and watching movies, despite their confusion and sadness. Jack is clingy, and Jill suffers nightmares. Despite the emotional roller coaster and lengthy road ahead, I'm cautiously hopeful that this could be a turning point for Richard and his relationship with his kids. Time will tell. Today, we're taking it day by day. Ella puts her kids and rehabilitation first. As Richard recovers, I'm attempting to be my family's supportive sister and aunt. I learned about communication, not jumping to conclusions, and family dynamics intricacy from this occurrence. Though difficult, I think we'll all be stronger. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. She once rejected me and chose another. Now, out of a toxic relationship, she says she still loves me, but I don't feel the same anymore. Lena, 28 female, and I met in a recreational volleyball league 3 years ago. Our team practiced twice a week and played weekend matches. Our friends formed that way. We had drinks or meals after every practice at 8. Corporate lawyer Chase, 30 male, was here. Lena caught my eye immediately. She was like this, not only in appearance but in energy. She loved teaching high school science and often had funny anecdotes about her students. Lena spoke most in our group after practice. Chase was also first intrigued by her. He always sat next to her and walked her to her car when we went out. Our group bonded in the first year. We shared birthdays, moved apartments, and went to Cape Cod for a weekend. Lena became more attractive to me throughout this time. She crossed my mind during work meetings and grocery shopping. We frequently texted about various topics, such as a hilarious dog she spotted on her way to work, a new restaurant, or book TV program recommendations. After a year and a half with Lena, I told her how I felt. It was difficult to decide. Changing our friendship kept me up at night. What if she declined? Would our relationship suffer? Would it affect all our friends? I pondered these questions for weeks. One night after practice, I invited Lena to coffee. Just us two. Near the gym, we visited this small cafe. I recall everything about that time. I saw the chipped blue mug in front of me, the espresso machine hum, and the dusk light through the windows. I informed Lena that my love for her had gone beyond friendship and asked if she would date me. Lena took what seemed like hours to respond to her coffee. She stated she loved our friendship but not me. She said she wasn't searching for a relationship because she was considering applying for a master's program. I spent hours staring at my ceiling at home that night. Despite the hurt, I appreciated her rejection. I avoided acting differently around her for several weeks. We kept playing volleyball, hanging out, and texting. The rejection pain dissipated as I focused on going forward. After rejecting me, Lena started dating Chase within 2 months. They revealed themselves during our Friday night drinks while holding hands. The sight hit me hard. They received congrats from everyone while I tried to absorb what was happening. She wasn't only dating someone else. She explicitly stated she didn't desire a relationship at that time. Seeing them together showed me her rejection wasn't about timing or priorities. She wasn't interested in me. I felt something change then. I lost interest in Lena. Not out of spite or resentment, but because shared passion is essential for my romantic desire. Without exchange, such feelings were trapped. I remained friends with Lena and Chase despite this news. I wanted Lena to be happy. Chase making her happy is fine with me. We still play volleyball, but I miss some after becoming CFO. Lena and I still texted, joked, and told stories. She became close friends with my sister, Claire, 32 female, with whom she went shopping and had lunch every few weeks. Thank goodness they connected. Claire wanted Boston friends after moving there recently. Chase and Lena split months ago. Our group was shocked, because they always appeared like a fantastic match. Chase stopped attending our meetings first, then Lena. When she joined us, she was quieter, and less herself. I discovered the truth 3 weeks ago. Shaking, Claire called me. Lena showed images of arm and back bruising. Chase abused her physically and emotionally. He continually judged her, monitored her phone, and cut her off from friends. This news left me flabbergasted. My longtime friend Chase, who laughed with us and helped us move apartments, was torturing Lena behind closed doors. Lena spent more time with Claire and at my house after this discovery. We encouraged her without pressuring her. She was improving, but I thought she needed professional help to digest things. Lena visited my apartment 2 weeks ago. We drank wine and chatted about nothing important. A new Netflix program, volleyball season, weather. 2 people can hardly stand in my tiny kitchen without knocking into each other. Lena kissed me while we laughed. I left the kiss after 10 seconds. I joked about the wine being stronger than expected. Lena laughed too, agreeing it was booze. Shortly after, she left to create lesson plans for tomorrow. Lena returned to my door the next morning. She asked to talk with red eyes. Sitting on my couch, she said she had loved me for months. She wished we had started our relationship earlier. Lena says she initially declined Chase's invitation. He kept delivering flowers to her school and bringing takeout from her favorite restaurant to her apartment until she agreed to a date. She felt rushed into the relationship. Lena thought she and I might have met if Chase hadn't pushed so hard. I listened to what she said, having chaotic feelings. After she stopped being romantic, I told her I loved her as a friend, but no longer loved her. I didn't feel excited about dating her anymore. Lena's face fell. She wondered whether I was rejecting her out of revenge after years of rejection. I assure her that wasn't the case, but secretly I knew her initial rejection had affected my view of her. Once I discovered she didn't share my romantic feelings, they never returned. It wasn't revenge. My initial need was shared enthusiasm. Lena seemed distraught leaving my flat. Claire called me that night, angry I rejected Lena. She said Lena was my perfect match and I was nasty and vengeful. Claire claimed that Chase, a textbook narcissist, had twisted Lena, and I was punishing her for nothing. Lena texted me the next day, requesting solitude. She suggested we quit seeing each other. This upsets me because I tried to keep our friendship despite my sad sentiments when she rejected me years ago. I still consider Lena a friend and hope we can reconnect. I granted her space and planned to contact her when things calmed down. Claire needed to be told about limits and asked to leave first. 2 weeks have passed since I posted, and things have taken some unexpected turns. Claire joined me for lunch the day after my post. She silently read the Reddit thread on my phone while I picked up my omelet. Her phone was put down and she apologized after reading. Claire agreed that she shouldn't meddle and pledged to back my decision. She even agreed with many commenters that Lena and I should be apart for now. My chat with Claire went better than expected, and I was relieved to resolve at least one stress. After much counsel and my own instincts, I chose to stay away from Lena. We had time to process because I didn't text or phone her. A week after meeting Claire, I attended a friend's Cambridge housewarming celebration. The apartment was full of people, music was loud, and everyone seemed happy. After a hard week at work, I went home around midnight, exhausted. When I got to my building, the front desk clerk said Lena was waiting. Unsure what was so essential that she needed to see me at midnight, I allowed her up. Lena was looking better after months. She smiled broadly and had sparkling eyes when she saw me. She hugged me like she missed me and wanted to hang out. Lena said she saw my party Instagram story and asked our common buddy where I was. When she heard I left early, she came over. I had a few drinks while talking to Lena after drinking at the party. We reminisced about our week apart in a relaxed manner. Lena kissed me again in my kitchen. Due to drink and familiarity, I didn't stop her this time. Lena slept. I got up first the next morning, my head hammering from the cocktails. I went to fetch coffee while Lena slept, unsure what transpired. She was showering when I returned. I waited on the bed with coffees, knowing we had to chat. Lena requested to speak. She admitted I could believe she was using me as a rebound or backup following Chase, but she assured her feelings were genuine. She wanted to show me we could work together and be a couple. I told Lena I was confused. Though the night before had been pleasant, I still didn't feel the same way about her as she did about me. I said my feelings for her were not romantic. Lena sobbed and asked if she could alter my mind. I advised us to take a break to calm down. Perhaps we could revisit the conversation with clearer heads and repair our friendship. But seeing each other now will hurt more. Lena cried more but agreed. After breakfast and easy discussion, she departed my apartment a few hours later. I paced my apartment after she departed, shaken by all that happened. Despite our physical intimacy, my feelings remained the same. Although it was harder than expected, I knew a clean break was right. Later, I realized sleeping with Lena was wrong. Alcohol clouded my judgment, sending confusing signals when she needed clarity. Coffee I brought back wasn't a boyfriend gift. Coffee preceded an uncomfortable conversation. I think Lena needs time to recover from Chase. Abuse produces profound wounds that take time to heal. Therefore, she may not be ready for another relationship. My romantic sentiments for Lena are 95% gone. The night we spent together caused some doubt. But it was due to our physical connection, not my mood. I will maintain our clean break for now. It feels like our cleanest, nicest path forward. Update 2. A month has passed since my last post, and Lena's position has worsened unexpectedly. After Lena departed my flat after our night, I banned contact. 2 days later, she texted to discuss. I said I didn't like it, and that we needed time apart for now. After that, Lena texted several times. First saying she understood, then saying we'd be great together, and eventually saying I was wrong to push her away. These texts stopped coming after I didn't react. I reluctantly admit that our friendship was probably over. That knowledge made me sad, but I thought we had to move on and find pleasure elsewhere. For a year, I've worked with Sophie, 29F, a legal consultant, on a significant acquisition deal. Sophie's intelligence, passion, and wit make even the most tiresome contract reviews tolerable. During our months of working together, I had strong feelings for her, but never acted on them due to our professional connection. I asked Sophie out for coffee months ago, but she graciously rejected it, saying it wouldn't be acceptable while we were working on the sale. I fully respected her boundaries and agreed. We completed our acquisition 2 weeks ago. I invited Sophie to dinner to celebrate after the firm received the announcement email. She smiled and agreed immediately, as if she'd been waiting for this. First date went great. Conversations naturally moved from business to personal interests and objectives. Sophie said she informed her friends about me months ago, which astonished me because I did the same. The challenge of working together while being attracted made us chuckle. Sophie returned to my apartment after the date. Lena lacked our natural mutual connection. Sophie contacted me 2 days later. Our coffee appointment was requested quickly. Sophie was anxious and pushed her phone across the cafe table as I arrived. Lena's LinkedIn message appeared. Lena found out about Sophie and me. She informed Sophie of our relationship in her first communication. Lena said her and I were going through a rough patch. After Sophie didn't react, Lena sent another message accusing me of manipulating women, serial dating and hurting women who fell for me. Sophie was naturally alarmed by these messages. She liked me but didn't want to get engaged in romantic drama. She suggested we quit seeing each other before things escalated. I told Lena the whole story to avoid losing Sophie to false allegations. Sophie saw my original Reddit post about the event. After reading everything, Sophie consented to visit me, but I could see the episode had shaken her trust in our promising relationship. Lena's attempt to ruin my connection with Sophie upset me. I pondered addressing Lena and saying hurtful things. I've never retaliated, even when provoked. However, Sophie and I blocked Lena on all social media and communication methods. I called Claire to tell her, and Lena's behavior startled her too. Claire said she wasn't in touch with Lena anymore, which I trusted. I chose not to notify our mutual friends about Lena's situation. Some friends may only hear Lena's account, but I'm keeping my personal life secret. Only LinkedIn remains for professional reasons after I canceled most social media accounts. Many reviewers on my prior postings told me Lena might be manipulative or unstable, but I ignored them. I now see what they saw that I missed due to our friendship. If Lena contacts me again, I'll set boundaries. I wonder if Lena's friendship with Chase affects her more than we thought. Her destructive behavior may have been taught by an abusive relationship. Despite my anger at her behavior, I remember Lena as compassionate, witty and passionate about teaching, and I see how much she's changed. Update 3. I wanted to inform you on how things went after 3 months. After Lena tried to interfere with my relationship with Sophie, she didn't contact us for a month. Her presence at places she knew I may have increased. She visited my gym, the coffee shop near my office during lunch, then a restaurant where I was having dinner with coworkers. I avoid interaction and depart swiftly every time. I resolved to take direct action after 5 coincidental meetings. A lawyer urged me to write Lena an official no-contact letter. The letter indicated that I did not want to engage with her, and that any attempts to contact me or visit me would be harassment. Lena emailed me and Sophie a lengthy email 2 days after the letter arrived. She apologized and said she had started therapy to cope with her connection with Chase. She wrote that she admits her actions were wrong and will respect our boundaries. I ignored the email per my lawyer's advice. We agreed to keep Lena out of touch after discussing it with Sophie. Despite the earnest apology, the relationship was too damaged to renew. Claire briefly contacted Lena after the apology email. Claire reports that Lena regrets her behavior and is addressing major concerns related to her relationship with Chase. Claire and Lena met for coffee once, but Claire felt it would be disloyal to me and complex given the past. The drama eventually disbanded our volleyball team. Some friends stayed with me, others with Lena, and some left, uneasy. Some days I miss those friendships, but I know why. Sophie and I have been dating for 4 months. My relationship with Lena was complicated, but this one went smoothly. We have agreed to move in together when my lease ends next month. Working together goes nicely. We're professional at work but enjoy our personal lives. I learned via mutual contacts that Chase moved to Chicago for work. No one in our former buddy circle talks to him, and Lena filed a police report about the abuse, but didn't press charges. Time has allowed me to process everything. My experience with Lena showed me the importance of setting boundaries and ending friendships. I'm no longer angry at Lena, but I don't want to see her. Through this, Claire and I have become closer as friends. Now a trusted confidant, her friendship with Sophie is growing. We have weekly dinners and feel like we're establishing a healthy social group. I learned from this that sometimes the hardest actions, like cutting ties with a loved one, are vital for your well-being. Moving forward requires letting go, even if it hurts. I appreciate building a life with respectful limits and open communication. Thank you to everyone who advised and supported me during this difficult time. Your advice helped me manage difficult emotions and make better choices. I'll stop posting updates now that this chapter is over. Move on to the next story. Story 2. My jobless cousin bullied my sister after my parents let him stay. My parents chose him over us when I defended her. I'm a 25 female and live with my parents while finishing my social work master's. Our family has always been close despite sibling rivalries and disagreements. I'm the middle child between my older brother Jake, 28 male, and younger sister Mia, 21 female. Our parents raised us to always look out for each other. Our parents, David, 55 male, and Linda, 53 female, have always supported our goals. They encouraged us to study, even if it meant staying home to save money. Due to this, I don't pay rent but contribute to utilities and groceries. Our arrangement has worked wonderfully for years. Jake returned home last year after quitting his marketing job. When his firm restructured, he was living in the city and climbing the corporate ladder. He lost his job and struggled to pay rent in his luxury apartment. Jake returned home to regroup and find his footing, so our parents welcomed him. Mia, the youngest, attends community college at home. She's always been our most sensitive and artistic. Mia is pursuing her photography passion, while Jake and I choose more traditional careers. Our parents are supportive but worried about her field's financial security. Our cousin Alex, 23 million, came to be with us 2 months ago, changing our life. My mom's sister's son, Alex, was our vacation and summer companion. He was always the life of the party, quick with a joke and never took anything seriously. Alex struggled despite his easygoing exterior. Alex struggled with his parents' breakup throughout high school. He acted out, got in trouble, and quit college after a semester. He's bounced between jobs for years, never finding his niche. His recent relationship with Sarah seemed to change him. Alex seemed to be settling down and planning his future for the first time in years. We were surprised when Alex arrived 2 months earlier, looking lost and defeated. He said Sarah broke up with him and kicked him out of their flat. He was too embarrassed to return to his mother's house and had nowhere else to go. Since our parents are loving, they offered him our guest room till he recovered. All appeared well at first. Alex was appreciative for the support and tried to help around the house. He did the dishes, mowed the lawn, and helped Jake with job applications without being asked. We hoped this would wake Alex up and change his life. After a month with Alex, I noticed a difference in household dynamics. It started off subtly, a snarky remark or a backhanded compliment. Most comments seemed to target Mia. I originally dismissed it as Alex's regular mocking. He'd always been a jokester, even as a kid. As time went on, I couldn't ignore the pattern. Alex seemed to intentionally upset Mia. Alex said, "Isn't that skirt a little short for a family dinner?" Or, "I bet you're trying to impress that barista at the coffee shop." When Mia talked about her photography projects, Alex rolled his eyes and said something about starving artists. I tried to discuss it discreetly with Alex. I approached him in the kitchen one afternoon when everyone was out. I said, "Hey Alex," attempting to be casual. "I've noticed you've been pretty hard on Mia lately. Is everything okay?" Alex shrugged, grabbed a beer from the fridge. "I'm joking," he said. "Mia must toughen up to succeed in life. Besides, it's not my fault if she can't take a joke." "I didn't want to create house tension," he said. "I choose to monitor the situation." I spent more time in the common areas while Alex and Mia were home to deter misbehavior. Mia was increasing her withdrawal. Her living room was her favorite spot for sketching and laptop photo processing. She mostly holds up in her room now. After hesitating, she told me Alex's comments were hurting her. "I can't do anything right while he's around," she said, crying. "But I don't want to tell Mom and Dad. By keeping Alex, they're doing so much." I assure Mia that her feelings were valid, and that she had a right to feel comfortable at home. Mia asked me not to tell our parents about the situation. Alex was already struggling, and she didn't want to cause controversy. A family supper last week resolved matters. All of us were at the table for Mom's excellent lasagna. The conversation started lightly with Jake mentioning a promising employment opportunity and Dad planning a weekend fishing vacation. Suddenly Mia revealed that she was going on a date with a photography classmate. Alex's demeanor changed when she spoke. His sparkle in his eyes made me apprehensive as he leaned forward. Well, he sarcastically remarked. It appears our tiny Mia is finally expressing herself. Mia flushed red and stared at her plate as Alex interrogated her about the guy, asking increasingly personal and inappropriate questions. So, is this guy aware of your, shall we say, limited experience? Or, are you planning to fake it till you make it? He sneezed. I saw Mia shrinking in her chair, mortified. I tried to change the subject by asking Dad about his fishing trip, but Alex kept going. He turned to me and narrowed his eyes. What's the matter, sis? Afraid little Mia can't handle a little teasing? Or are you jealous that she has a date and you don't? Enough, Alex, I snap. You're a guest in this house, and you need to show some respect. Just because your life is a mess doesn't mean you can take it out on Mia or anyone else. The table fell silent, and everyone stared at me in shock. Alex's face contorted with anger. He stood up suddenly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. You know what? I don't need this. I'm out of here. He stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind him. The silence was deafening. Dad cleared his throat and said, I think we all need to calm down. Slowly. Alex is family and he's going through a tough time. We need to be more understanding. I couldn't believe the words. Dad, did you not hear how he was talking to Mia? To all of us? That's not okay. Tough time or not. Mom tried to intervene, suggesting we take a breather and discuss things when everyone had calmed down. But Alex didn't return for 2 days. When he did, my parents called a family meeting. They said Alex would be staying with us for at least another month and that we needed to get along. I tried to explain Alex's behavior toward Mia, but my parents dismissed it as cousin rivalry and told us to resolve it ourselves. Now the house is unbearably tense. Alex hardly speaks to me, throwing me dirty looks anytime we're in the same room. Mia appears more reclusive than ever, spending practically all her time in her closed room. Jake has been avoiding it, saying it's not his concern. I feel like I'm the only one standing up for Mia, but I'm not sure if I crossed a line with what I said to Alex. Should I apologize to keep the peace or stand my ground? I don't want to make things worse for Mia, but I don't think it's right to let Alex treat her this way in our home. I don't know what to do next. Update 1. It's been 2 weeks since my last post, and I wish I could say things have improved, but the situation has only escalated. After much internal debate, I decided to try to reconcile with Alex. One morning in the kitchen, I apologized for my harsh words at dinner and explained that while I still cared about Mia, I could have expressed it more tactfully. Alex seemed to accept my apology, even cracking a smile and saying, "Water under the bridge, cuz." I felt hopeful that we could move past this and cooperate peacefully. Despite our apparent reconciliation, Alex's behavior toward Mia hasn't improved at all. If anything, it seems to have gotten worse, as if he's trying to make up for lost time. He's become more subtle in his jabs, making innocent-sounding comments with a clear mockery undercurrent. I helped Mia choose her outfit and gave her a pep talk before she left for her date with the guy from her photography class last weekend. She had been nervous all week, changing her outfit multiple times and worrying about every detail. As she left, I felt protective sisterly pride. Alex was watching a basketball game on the couch in the living room when Mia came home later that night. When she came in, he muted the TV and sat up, displaying a predatory grin. Well, look who's doing the walk of shame, he said, his voice dripping with insinuation. Mia tried to brush him off, mumbling a quick goodnight as she headed upstairs. Alex wasn't ready to let her off the hook, so he started grilling her about the date, getting more crass and invasive. Come on, Mia, don't be shy, he said. Did he get to second base or did you strike out again? I was in the kitchen doing dishes, but I heard everything. Alex, that's enough, I said firmly. Mia doesn't have to tell you about her date. Alex held up his hands and mocked surrender. Whoa, easy there, big sis. I'm just looking out for my little cousin. Someone's got to make sure she's not getting taken advantage of, right? He turned back to Mia, his voice becoming patronizing. Mia snapped, releasing months of pent-up rage as she shouted, "Shut up, Alex. Quit talking. I'm weary of your jokes and comments. Not hilarious. I feel horrible and they're useless." The room became silent as Alex and I were astonished by Mia's scream. Then Alex laughed, a harsh mocking sound that made my skin crawl. "Wow, looks like tiny Mia finally got a backbone." He sneezed. "Maybe now you can keep a guy interested for more than one day." I was furious and stepped between Alex and Mia, my voice low and dangerous. "That's it, Alex. You need to apologize right now or I swear to God." Alex stood up to his full height. "Run to mommy and daddy again. They don't care. They're too busy feeling sorry for poor miserable Alex to realize what's really going on." He went off to the guest room, slamming the door so hard that the portraits on the wall rattled. Mia cried, and I spent the next hour comforting her in her bed. Between sobs, she admitted that Alex's behavior had been getting worse over the past few weeks, and that she was afraid to be alone in the house with him, always locking her door at night. The next day, I decided to have a serious talk with our parents. I waited until Alex had left for a job interview, or so he said, before sitting them down in the living room. My parents' reaction was shocking and disappointing. My mom shook her hands nervously, her brow furrowed with concern. But not for Mia. I explained everything that had been happening, from Alex's constant belittling comments to the incident after Mia's date. I emphasized how uncomfortable and unsafe Mia was feeling in her own home. "Honey," she said, "you may be exaggerating. Alex is struggling so much. Alex lost his job, girlfriend, and home at once, so it's no wonder he's behaving out. Mia's young." "Are you serious?" I asked, my voice rising in disbelief. "Alex is an adult. His hard time doesn't give him the right to harass Mia or anyone else. She doesn't feel safe in her own home." My parents exchanged a look that made my stomach drop. My father grew stern. "We appreciate that you're trying to help your sister, but you need to stay out of this. Alex is family, and we won't kick him out when he has nowhere else to go." "So what? We just let him keep treating Mia like this?" I demanded. My mother sobbed. "We'll talk to Alex. We're not kicking anyone out, but if you keep causing problems, we may have to adjust our financial support. Your tuition isn't cheap, you know." I felt slapped. I couldn't believe my parents were prioritizing Alex's comfort over Mia's safety and using my education to keep me quiet. I stormed out of the room, my mind reeling. Now I'm at a loss. Mia is miserable. Alex is unapologetic. My parents seem determined to ignore everything. Jake still wants to help, saying it's not his problem, but I feel like I'm the only one trying to protect Mia, and I'm afraid of the consequences if I push too hard. I'm starting to wonder if I should move out, but I don't know how I'd afford it while finishing my degree. Leaving Mia alone makes me sick, but I'm running out of options. Does anyone have any advice on how to support Mia without alienating my family or jeopardizing my education? I feel trapped in an impossible situation and don't know what to do. Update 2. The past week has been a roller coaster of emotions and events that I'm still processing. After my last update, I felt trapped. My parents refused to acknowledge Alex's seriousness, leaving me feeling helpless and frustrated. I knew I needed to do something more concrete to protect Mia, but I was afraid of overstepping or making things worse. After much internal debate, I made a decision I'm still not comfortable with. I set up a hidden camera in the living room, which is unethical and possibly illegal, but I needed evidence to show my parents that they couldn't deny it. I borrowed a small camera from a friend in my program and carefully placed it on an angled bookshelf to capture most of the living room and part of the kitchen. After 3 days of anxiously checking the footage each night when everyone was asleep, I saw nothing particularly damning. Just the usual family comings and goings. But on the 4th day, Alex cornered Mia in the kitchen while she was getting a glass of water. He blocked her path, leaning in close as he spoke. The audio was muffled, but I could hear Mia's fear as she asked him to move. Alex reached out and tried to touch her face, but she jerked away, knocking over her glass. As water spilled across the counter, Mia ducked under Alex's arm and ran upstairs. I was shaking with anger as I watched the footage. This was no longer about snide comments or inappropriate jokes, this was physically intimidating. I went to confront Alex, but he wasn't in the house. I found Mia curled up on her bed with her headphones on. She cried when I showed her the video, admitting that Alex had been getting more physical with his jokes in recent weeks. We showed our parents the video when they got home from work. My mom cried and my dad turned red with anger. Instead of yelling at Alex, He yelled at me. You violated everyone's privacy. What were you thinking? I was shocked. I tried to talk about Alex's behavior, but my parents kept talking about me breaking their trust and how low I would go. When I told my dad that the camera had caught Alex assaulting Mia, he said, it was probably just a misunderstanding, as if to say that Alex was probably just teasing. Mia, who had been quiet throughout the confrontation, stood up and said, I can't believe you're defending him, shaking her head. I'm not safe here anymore. I want to leave. That's when I knew we had to leave. I told my parents they were failing to protect their daughter and that I couldn't stand by and watch. I helped Mia pack a bag, threw some of my own things in, and we left that night. Jake finally intervenes and is trying to mediate between us and our parents, but they're more concerned about me overreacting and dividing the family than Alex's behavior. If I don't apologize for the camera incident at home, they'll cut me off financially. I'm looking into getting Mia and me our own place, but it's going to be tight. I'm also considering going to the police with the video footage, but I'm worried about Mia. How do I protect Mia and myself while dealing with the fallout from my family? Has anyone dealt with unsupportive parents? Update 3. A month has passed since my last update, and so much has changed. After much discussion with Mia and advice from a domestic violence hotline, we decided to file a police report about Alex's behavior. It was hard, but we knew it was necessary for our safety and to prevent Alex from harming others. The officers who took our statement were understanding and professional. They reviewed my video footage and took detailed accounts from Mia and me about Alex's behavior. They said Alex's actions may have been harassment rather than assault, but the video of him cornering Mia was particularly concerning. The police also interviewed our parents and Jake, which seemed to wake them up to the seriousness of the situation. Mom called me in tears, apologizing for not believing us sooner, and begging us to come home. Dad was more reserved, but Jake said he seemed shaken by the police involvement. We also contacted our aunt, Alex's mother, to let her know what was going on. Instead of defending Alex, she broke down and revealed that this wasn't the first time he had shown inappropriate behavior toward women. The family had swept away incidents in high school and college, hoping Alex would grow out of it. Due to the police report and investigation, Alex is now facing charges of harassment and attempted sexual assault. He's been ordered to stay away from Mia and me and is no longer living at our parents' house. Last I heard, he's staying with a friend and must attend counseling. Mom has been calling daily to check on us and offering to pay for Mia's therapy. Dad is still struggling to accept everything, but he's trying. He helped us move our remaining things out of the house and respects our need for space. Jake has surprisingly stepped up in a big way. He's been mediating between us and our parents, helping them understand our perspective. He's also supported our decision to involve the police, saying he wishes he had taken our concerns more seriously earlier. Mia and I have found a small, affordable apartment. It's not much, but it's ours and safe. I work part-time at a local community center to cover expenses, and Mia does freelance photography. Juggling work, school, and our new living situation is difficult, but we're managing. I told my graduate advisor about my education. They were very understanding and helped me create a more flexible schedule. I may have to extend my program by a semester, but I'm determined to finish my degree. We're taking things day by day, focusing on healing and moving forward. I've learned that trusting your instincts and asking for help are crucial. Thank you to everyone who gave advice and support throughout this ordeal. Your words of encouragement meant more than you know. If anyone else is in a similar circumstance, please ask for help. You're not alone and deserve home safety. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story.